Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Ashe to the Order of the Unicorn. Ashe to the Order of the Phoenix. So we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we're going to try this thing again. Yeah. The audiobook for Ophiel's The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization. Yo, we back in business. Ay. I'm not sure where it left off, but yeah. Welcome everybody in the chat. Welcome. Well, on the good side, at least I get to put the camera back in landscape mode, so that's nice. Okay, yeah, that's where I was as far as your criteria for the effectiveness of what you're being told. Does it work, right? Cool. You guys got the PDF? Let's see if maybe I can have the camera this way. Somebody come get her, she dancing like a stripper. Hey, somebody come get her, she dancing like a stripper. What a pleasant song. All right, tripod, don't you be giving me trouble too. Looks more like it. Okay. Without doubt, the greatest mystery on earth is the mystery of our physical plane. We are stuck here. And what do we know about why we are here? And what can we do about it? There are those who say they know what physical existence is all about, and they are listened to by all and sundry, and are followed by all and sundry, who hang on their every word and gesture and believe everything they say completely. Fortunately, it happens that Ophiel has a defect in his character, probably comes from his Capricorn birth sign, Capricorn ruled by Saturn, the tester. Ophiel wishes many times that he didn't have this defect. Then he could live in peace in a fool's paradise like the others. Ophiel's defect consists of not being about to accept self-styled prophets' sayings and teachings without raising the following awkward question and making the following embarrassing test. The question is what they say true? And the test is, does what they say work and produce results? And if what they say does not work, then it is not true. And into the garbage with it. So, having applied this question and this test to every religion, church, philosophy, occult school, occult teaching, etc., Ophiel now arrives at 1966, leaving a trail of religions, churches, philosophies, occult schools, occult teachings, etc., in garbage cans behind him. But out of all these years of Ophiel's turmoil and search has come something for you, leaving the details of the search for another book. Ophiel has found that men, all men, have certain definite powers. Powers of which he is often not aware of having, and which powers seem almost divine. Henceforth, your object in life should be the discovery and development of your personal powers for your use and benefit, and to bring you to happiness and enlightenment and illumination. Ophiel wrote this book to bring you definite, workable knowledge about one of your powers, the power of creative visualization. If you will stop, analyze, examine, and consider, you must find that our physical existence consists almost wholly of things coming into our personal life, physical existence surroundings. These physical incoming things are of two types or classes. The first class of things are mental, emotional, circumstantial events. Mental, emotional, circumstantial events. And the other classes of things are material things. This sounds a lot like Dharana Darshan, where it talks about matter and mental states. I'm telling you, all this occult stuff comes from Indian Hindu and Buddhist philosophy. Let's continue. We occult students should be deeply interested in the modus operandi of our powers of mental visualization, creating, and all its ramifications, more especially as to how the development of these powers pertains to our own personal lives, with emphasis upon the idea of conquering physical matter by learning to control it, as well as bringing it into our personal possession, the material things that seem to be so necessary now for our happiness and physical plane well-being. Do not be afraid to do this. Man's attempts at creative visualizations, workings, are nothing new in man's evolutionary development. Untold ages of times ago, your caveman ancestors, some of our caveman ancestors, secured needed, desired circumstances, things, by various types of creative visualization work combined, of course, with endless kinds of devices, both physical and mental, to assist the creative visualization work. As you know, your Stone Age ancestors' creative visualization work consisted of picture drawings on the walls of caves, pictures showing him successfully hunting game and successfully defending himself from his enemies, and his creative visualizations must have worked, also successfully, because our ancestors did survive, and we are here today as a result of their survival. A modern application of a cave wall pictures will be given in this book. Most of you have heard of a vision board, right? For your own advancement and understanding, I ask you to carefully study this ancient application of this magic art and the modern one, and make sure the connection in your own mind thinking. Also, for untold ages, mankind has engaged in asking supposed higher powers for the favorable circumstances wanted or needed. These higher powers were supposed to be outside of man. There are powers outside of man, but I cannot go into the question of these outside powers, called God or gods, in this book. This subject I will, again, have to leave for another book. All I want to do in this book is to direct your attention to your latent powers, those powers that you possess now. I repeat, all of you possess powers, which powers used properly are able to handle the creation of circumstances favorable to your physical being. One of these powers is the power of creative visualization. Do not worry about not learning to use the laws of these powers perfectly. If you learn the laws and use them as well as you can, they will work. Maybe a little slower, but they will work. Do remember that all the things you have now that you do not want, you brought to yourself by the unconscious use of these laws. And you did no special practice on that, did you? Also have no fear about using the laws. These laws, the embodiment of your powers, are as much a part of you as your life is. There's no wrong in using them. The only wrong is in not using them and allowing physical life to hurt you. If you need help and advice and assistance, then contact Ophiel at the address given in the back of this book, and he will help you to the best of his ability. Now go at it. Make your life the life you want. Go, go, go. This is why I like Ophiel. He was an awesome teacher, right? He likes to make sure that you understand the principles. He's not just trying to sound intelligent and pontificate about all these occult philosophies. He really wants you, the student, to actually understand what he's talking about, right? I love that kind of teaching, the sincerity there. It's pretty damn awesome. Welcome everybody in the chat here. Welcome, welcome. Just checking the comments real quick. Yeah, right. I wanted it in landscape mode, and here we go. Yes, this is sounding a lot like Franz Barton, also Aetherius Knox. Bunny Queen, absolutely. The Occultist Mind Guide to Hacking. Salute, Antonio Bird. Peace, peace. All right, so let's get started here. This is where your PDF should begin as well. Chapter 1, The Art and Practice of Creative Visualization. I love this book, by the way. So, living this material physical life can be a cruel thing. Millions of human beings suffer from the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, not knowing that they each possess many powers which, if used properly, could enable each one of them to control his material physical existence to a large extent and relieve himself of much trouble. One of the unknown unused powers man possesses is the power of creative visualization. Creative visualization is the name for a magical occult operation wherein a man creates in his mind's eye or in his imagination the idea image of something or some circumstance or some circumstances he fancies would be of benefit to his physical life comfort and add to his physical well-being, the well-being usually called happiness. To sum all that up, he's saying creative visualization is essentially where you create a situation in your mind, in your imagination, and you use that to bring yourself well-being, right? So there's a process to it, but the idea is you dream it up in your imagination and it happens. Yeah, I agree with Hecate Goddess in the comments. She says if you purchase this diamond book is $851 on Amazon, I suggest to download it and print it. Yeah, definitely do that. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have the PDF, you can find it in the bio. PDF is in the description here. Just look underneath the video, you'll see it. And we are right at the beginning of chapter 1, as you can see. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Bunny Queen. This is the law of correspondence, as above, so below. So we're right in line with the Kabbalion. This is why the Kabbalion is so important. No matter where you go in the occult, you're not straying away from that concept. So here we go. Further upon the successful completion creation of such an image, by such a process in the man's imagination, the mental imagination image will become real and come into the daily life of man, and confer the above-mentioned happiness by its presence in his daily life possession. Up to now, endless books have been written, published, and sold describing this magical occult process, calling it by various names, but all names meaning the same thing. Such names as contacting God for your daily supply, or creating opulence through occult work, or consciously creating circumstances, or 7 steps, as one school puts it, and so on through other titles. We know it lately as the law of attraction, or that movie The Secret, or any of that stuff, right? The mainstream is always getting like the outside fruits, you know what I'm saying? But in the occult, we get down to the meat, right? We get the real deal, Holyfield. So let's continue. This book is another one of those kinds of books about those kinds of creative visualization systems. However, in this book, it is my intention to go much deeper into the subject of creative visualization that has ever been gone into before by anyone. I intend to give you all the knowledge and information and practices necessary to enable you to understand and use and practice successfully the great art of creative visualization. And I do this with the sincere hope that by your study of this book, you will be able to use this great art so well that you will be as happy as it is possible for you to be by arranging the physical circumstances of your life to your heart's desire. But before we go any further into a study of a system of creative visualization, I think it proper that we should stop here and ask first a big question. Can and does a system of creative visualization really work? That's the question you should ask every system that you embark upon. It's a question you should ask every teacher that tries to teach you anything about this thing. Does what you say work? How can I prove it to myself? And if, for now, we assume that the answer is yes, then some other questions are in order. Questions such as, how does it work? Does it work for big things or does it only work for little things? What is the reasonable truth about it? We can start our consideration of the idea of the existence of such a thing as a system of creative visualization by giving some weight to the old proverb which says, where there is smoke, there is fire. On the one hand, in our material life on this earth, you will usually find that if there exists some kind of an idea, even as a crude superstition idea, there is always some kind of a truth behind it. If there exists some kind of an idea, even if it's a crude superstition, there is always some kind of truth behind it. Therefore, you can make it tentatively that if a system of mental creative visualization had absolutely nothing behind it at all, the idea of such a thing would not even be in existence. Of course, on the other hand, the other old proverb, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride, modern would be like if I had a nickel for every time I heard that, right? Can give some weight to the contrary idea that a or any visualization system or systems would not work no matter of what they were or of what they consisted. It does not seem too unreasonable to point out that if such a simple looking process as merely visualizing what you want and it comes to you, at least it appears that way, would work easily, and there is the snag. There would be no poor people in the world at all, nor any unhappiness if happiness depended on material supply of wanted physical things. And there is another snag. In my years of occult research, I have found, as seems to be normal on this difficult, not understood at all physical plane, that the true practical working out of magical occult knowledge principles to and onto the physical plane from the inner planes is about in the center middle of what results can be expected. That is, in the middle of the two extremes, working, not working. Apparently, creative visualization systems work for some people, and apparently they do not work for other people. If a visualization system does work, it will apparently work for certain times, and apparently not work certain other times. Again, a visualization system will work apparently for some people instantly, and again for some people apparently never at all. And to sum this up, it can be truthfully said that systems of creative visualization appear to be a poor hit and miss preposition and cannot be depended upon for constant results, especially on the physical plane where results must be as expected and must work out properly, always to be known as something successful. Now, after much study and practice, I believe I am in a position to be able to elucidate an important statement as to the apparent whys of the above workings and non-workings of the occult creative visualization process. And that statement is, the art of creative visualization depends for its successful operation upon correct knowledge, correct understanding, and correct rigid following of definite rules. Okay, so now we're getting to the why it works for some people and why it doesn't for others. Why it works sometimes and why it doesn't work other times. Why it works instantly for some and why it takes forever for others. To be a little more specific, the art of creative visualization and all other occult work, pay attention, involves work done on other kinds of planes, the inner planes. Can you dig it? In addition to the work done in the physical plane, as above, so below, mental, spiritual, and physical, you feel me? And how to do inner plane work means knowledge, and more knowledge, and then practice based on that knowledge, and more practice and more practice. This is why we study and practice. This is why we read the books and try the shit out, not just one or the other, both. In creative visualization, work all the planes involved in our cosmic existence are used. The etheric, the lower astral, the higher astral, the mental plane, and the causal plane, and all these planes have definite rules and laws from which they will not deviate from one iota. Interesting. All these planes have their own laws, and if you're not paying attention to each one of their laws, you can expect a delay, or you can expect an interruption or something of that nature. And so the rules of all these planes must be followed closely if you are to expect good final physical plane end results from preceding inner plane operations. Then, even when and if these laws are followed closely and intelligently and correctly, there can be other local and cosmic conditions which can prevent occult techniques from working temporarily. Some of these will be noted later in this book and explained separately, and that's mainly, like astrological interference or the will of other people. I'm going to list a number of inner plane laws. I intend to treat each of these laws in the order of its importance as completely as I can. Then I will set up the operational technique for each law as completely as I can. Most of the techniques I will put into a section by themselves and treat as practices. I will try to sum up techniques of laws and practices at the end in such a way that you will understand them and be able to do likewise. Please pay attention to each law, technique, and practice as it is introduced in this book. Make a very strong attempt to understand and master each in turn. Your individual mastery of these laws and their practices will constitute your final mastery of the great art of creative visualization and prepare you to master the occult laws. Yeah, we're going in depth. Greeting, Wanda Wisdom. Greetings, Ade Odukoya. Inner knowing. This is the art and practice of getting material things through creative visualization. It's in the title. And if you look at the description, you'll also see that there's a PDF so you can download it for yourself. Here we go. The following laws govern the art of creative visualization. I will devote a section summary of study to each of these laws. The object of these studies will be to change the law into a personal technique for your use. Whoa. Make the best effort you can to master these laws. Never give up. This is for you, because I don't do this, but I'm highlighting it for you. Never give up. In the event you do not succeed in practicing these techniques so perfectly as a master would practice them, it would mean only that it will take you a little bit longer to accomplish desired results. I will first give a brief description of each of these laws and outline some details of its method of study. Law number 1, the occult law of physical visualization. How studied, it will be discussed and described. Law number 2, the occult technique of physical visualization. Practice with physical objects. Number 3, the occult technique of making the above physical visualization objects at end of the book, but connect. Are we still here? Yeah, how the hell you get a buffering emoji? That's crazy. I've never seen that before. All right, so who's still hanging in there with me? They're trying to shut us down, man. They're trying to get us, man. Illuminati, man. The white man. It's the YouTube man. Nah, it's just, you know, it is what it is. It's life. But as you can see, we're back. Persistence. Remember the book from yesterday, The Art of War. Stay several steps ahead. Anticipate for things like that. Yeah, everyone visualize a strong bandwidth. Thanks, James. All right, let's get back to it. This is getting good. I'm telling you, man, I love this book because it breaks the shit down. It tells you precisely what you need to do to get this process easily absorbed for you. I love it, baby. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Ay. Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Ay. All right, let me stop. I love that song. So, law number 1, the occult law of physical visualization. For a creative visualization to be successful, the first thing necessary is for the operator to mentally create a visible mental picture of the thing or the circumstance wanted. This kind of mental visual creation, the average person cannot do easily, but unless this mental creation is done, the creative visualization work cannot proceed to a successful conclusion. Interesting. There we go. For some reason I'm zoomed in. All right. So yeah, like we said, law number 1 is about your imagination. Mentally create a visible mental picture of the thing or the circumstance in your mind. That's key and that's crucial. Everything depends on that. If you can't do that, you're going to have a tough time. Law number 2, the occult technique of physical visualization. The technique law. Okay, so the first one is the law of physical visualization. The next one is the occult technique of visualization. The technique law is described in directions given for carrying it out. Most of the laws are described in this first section, and the practices are given in the latter part of the book. But in the second law's case, the practices are given immediately after the description of the technique. I do this so that you will have some work to do while you are studying the rest of the laws. That is, I give one kind of practice, and the rest of the practices pertaining to other symbols are given in the latter part of the book. Law number 3, continuation of the first 2 laws with more detailed directions for the making of the symbols for visualization practice and some additional instructions. Law number 4, the occult law of the sphere of availability. Anyone who's read this book already knows how important that is. And people who are like just now getting into the occult or whatever and don't know anything about the rules or the laws, they are completely oblivious to the law of the sphere of availability. You got to take that into consideration, right? Antonio, if you're still in this chat, you mentioned something about it, knowing how crucial this is. So yeah, this law is one of the most important factors in the magical operation of creative visualization. To my knowledge, this law has never been taught before. The lack of knowledge of this law is the cause of all failures in attempting to use the art of creative visualization. Let me highlight that. Again, the lack of knowledge of this law is the cause of all failures in attempting to use the art of creative visualization. The practices of this law will be found in the latter part of this book in connection with the case histories. Law number 5, the occult law of limitation. This is another important law, the lack of knowledge of which prevents the working of creative visualization. Art, but perhaps a little less than some of the other laws. However, I guess I had better stop saying this has never been taught before, because none of these distinct laws have ever been taught before that I can find. I do not mean that I am the sole discoverer of these laws or they have never been printed before. I mean that these laws existed before, but their direct connection with magical occult work had never been established as clearly as they are now in this book. Also, the practices of this law of limitation will be given in the latter part of this book in connection with case histories, as will all the rest of these laws and practices. So I will not repeat that again. He told you. Law number 6, the occult law of binding. This is another unknown law that greatly affects creative visualization work. Understanding this law and working with it can greatly assist your creative visualizations. Law number 7, the occult law of the barrier. This law governs the art of changing words into emotions and emotions into words. This is the magic right here. This is the mental transmutation part, right? This law is extremely important. All these laws are important. Attempting to work creative visualization with words alone or emotions alone is a difficult process. Understanding this law can make your work more effective. So we've talked about this in the form of affirmations, right? We've talked about this in your mantras, right? You got to turn those words into emotions, and you got to turn those emotions into words. You feel me? This is about getting you into a mental state. You want to get yourself into the mental state and the emotional state of having the thing that you're asking for before you get it. Right? It's the difference between saying, I'll be happy when I get that job versus imagining how happy you will be when you actually get the job and going ahead and living in that vibration. It attracts it to you. But let's continue. Law number 8, the occult law of the treasure chart. A treasure chart, or map as it is also called, is a visual aid to the creative visualization work. A correctly made treasure chart is of tremendous value in creative visualization work. Full directions are given for making this magical tool. Law number 9, the occult law of emotions. The part that emotions play in creative visualization work is usually referred to but little more. Here a full explanation is given so that you will understand the part emotions play and can take full advantage of them. Law number 10, the occult law of the reversal of planes. Ordinary English words are not very good when it comes to explaining the very fine metaphysical operations of inner being things. Thus, the fact that all the planes are reversed to each other is almost unknown to many occultists. What is going on one plane is coming on another. What is going on one plane is coming on another. And then this reversal also becomes reversed at times. The lack of knowledge of this reversal of planes is another reason why much ordinary creative visualization work fails. So you may know about this from studying the Kabbalah, right? How the top two spheres are filtering, how the top section is going up, and then the two below are coming down. It's like a reflection of a reflection and an afterthought. You may have heard Panic say something like that. In other words, the physical plane vibrates one way, and the astral plane vibrates almost in a reversed way. That's why you have to emotionally envision yourself as already being there, because the law of reversal will attract the situation to you. I know that makes sense, right? Instead of focusing on how you're going to get there, you focus on already being there. And the law of reversal dictates that it's going to bring it to you magnetically. But, we'll get to that. Summary and practices, mostly given through the case history type of instruction. In the opening pages of this book, I said, endless books have been written describing an occult process called creative visualization. And then I said, this book that you are now reading is another one of those books, another one of those kinds of books about those kinds of creative visualization systems. The next few paragraphs will be in the form of questions and answers. Imagine you asking these natural questions and I giving the answers. The first natural question you would ask is, if there are so many other books on this subject already written, then why another book? And the correct answer to that question is, yes, there are lots of books already written on this subject, but the instructions contained in those books do not always work so well. Or, let us say, do not work so well as to produce the introduction of another book on this subject, as to preclude the introduction. And your next natural question would be, if the instructions given in those other books did not work so well, then how did the authors get away with writing books that contain instructions that did not work? And the correct answer is, those instructions as given in those books did work, but only for the authors of those books. Right? Hence all these grimoires you get about the Goetia. Everyone gets them and reads them, and it's like, oh, this is great, but it don't work for me. This is why I say you have to get multiple books on the Goetia and cross-reference, read in between the lines, right? All the shit that I'm saying is starting to make sense here if you pay attention. What these questions and answers add up to is this. Due to a particular personality quirk, which these authors alone automatically naturally possessed, these authors unconsciously did all the techniques of the creative visualization work properly, and thus the process works for them successfully. In other words, people like me or others who have done this for so long, it's almost as if we've forgotten the baby steps that separate absolute beginners from masters, right? Or not, I won't even say masters, just people who are more experienced, right? If you're really good at a video game, it's kind of hard to describe an absolute newbie how to do what you do. They're still looking down at the controller when you say press A, right? And you're trying to do that, tell them to do this, that, and a third. Once these authors get a creative system working for themselves, they hasten to write a book about it, and, usually having money, they get the book printed. Then occult students hasten to buy the book to get the magic system to work for them. And the magic system works sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't, depending on how closely the student is like the author in personality, peculiarities of the same type. Are you getting this? Wonderful, wonderful. It never seems to occur to those authors that their processes might not work for others as it did for them. They publish their personal empirical system of creative visualization, and not a word is said about the principles upon which their system is based. In fact, so natural might their working of creative visualizations be that they don't even know about any of the basic principles. It is strange, but there are people like that in the world. People who do things right the first time they try without any previous training at all. However, I was never one of those kinds of people. I had to learn how to do things through learning their basic principles and then work them through, and by their principles. I cannot learn any other way. If you are one of the natural workers, then you are lucky. So now I'll repeat myself again and say, in this book, the laws governing the art of creative visualization are listed, and each of them are going to be explained to you in detail, and the basic principles of these laws laid out for you to understand. Then through understanding, you will be able to adapt these laws to your personal uses, needs, and use them. The existence of principles, techniques, and rules, which can be learned and practiced, used, shows that this work of creative visualization is an art, and an art of which we can all learn something. And many of us a great deal, and many of us can become masters of this art, right? There's some people who go out here talking about how this is only for a certain type of people or a certain brand or a certain flavor of people. But from what I've seen, anybody can do this if they've got the keys. You know what I'm saying? And there's no harm in spreading the information or the knowledge, because anyone with ill intentions, right, or fucked up intentions, they're going to weed themselves out eventually. But anyways, let's continue. Mastery of the art of creative visualization is a big step toward the mastery of the art of life. As a matter of actual fact, you are using creative visualization every second of your living life. None of us are very successful in living and having the kind of life we would like to have, and yet everything we have that we do not want, and possession of which makes us very unhappy, we created ourselves, for ourselves, and by ourselves by our own mental powers. Can't stress that enough. This is why the negative talk that you have going on in your head is so detrimental. Why sit here and tell yourself how awful you are, how stupid you are for making a mistake? Like, why repeat words like that to yourself? Why reinforce depression and these negative feelings? Why feel powerless, right? They're feelings. Just as easily as you can feel powerless, you can feel powerful. It's not the truth. It's a feeling. All feelings can be changed. Aetherius Knox asks, "Hey Travis, what do you mean that ill-intentioned folks will weave themselves out?" So the universe is predicated upon balance, and people who have intentions to hurt others will become hurt themselves. Whatever you put out into the universe is what you're going to get back. And again, like the book says, it may not happen instantly. It may take some time or whatever, but ultimately, as you get deeper into this, you start to see that, yeah, just like you said, Bunny Queen, you snitch on yourself eventually. Just like a person can't keep up a lie forever, right? Just like a person can't, eventually the truth comes out. The old saying goes, two things that can't hide, or three things that can't hide forever: the sun, the moon, and the truth, right? But yeah, ultimately, the universe is one thing, right? Consciousness is one thing. So if you're using your consciousness to harm, you are harming yourself. That's what I mean by that. You won't get very far. Unless what you're doing is used by the universe to help others evolve, then you'll be used for that purpose. But ultimately, it's not a fight that you can win. Wanda Wisdom says something excellent. Exactly. And as the elders used to say, what don't come out in the wash will come out in the rinse. Bingo. Bingo. Bunny Queen says, I heard a hit dog would holler. Yep. Like we said yesterday with the art of the war, your insecurities, they tell on your weaknesses, right? The things that you overcompensate with, it tells everyone what your weakness is. So get that shit settled. Let's finish up this chapter. Naturally, we did this creating ignorantly, but we did it nevertheless. As I said before, the time can come, and we hope this book will hasten it for you, that you can take and will take your own personal divine powers into your own hands and direct the right use of this power. And then only will you begin to use your divine powers as they should be used and as you should use them, in the right way and for your own benefit. What does using your powers for your own benefit mean? Basically, it means that we all use our basic creative powers every second of our lives, but we use these creative powers wrongly. What does using our creative powers wrongly mean? The most outstanding thing it means is using our creative powers ignorantly. Ignorance is the only true evil. Humanity, true evil. Our present daily use of our creative powers is like giving a baby a gallon of nitroglycerin to play with. Some other misuses of our creative powers are spasmodical use of the powers. No definite or sharp idea of knowing exactly what you want to do or to be or to have. Ooh, that's a killer right there. Let me read that again. Some other misuses of our powers are spasmodical use of the powers. No definite or sharp idea of knowing exactly what you want to do or to be or to have. And I'm guilty of that one a lot. Sometimes you have so many options and choices that it kind of makes you not pick anything, right? There are other endless misuses of our powers, but these two are enough to throw a monkey wrench into the best life in the world. How to handle your powers properly is the subject of this book, and will be explained as we go on. For now, all I want you to know and understand is that there are two things necessary for the successful use of this creative art, and they are: 1, the knowledge that you have great creative powers. Please know that. Please believe. And 2, the knowledge that you have heretofore used these powers ignorantly and hence wrongly all your life, But now you are to learn to use these powers correctly. First, I was afraid. I was petrified. If I knew the rest of the lyrics, I'd say them. So now, knowing that the successful use of the process of creative visualization is possible to all of us in some degree through the right use of basic principles, we can go on from here. Raymond L., I just made it to chapter 2, which is the laws governing creative visualization. In my copy, it's page 15. I'm not sure about the PDF. I started early. Maybe I didn't put the Eastern time part on there. So yeah, how are y'all feeling about this so far? Is everybody getting this? Does anyone have any questions? If you do, feel free to ask in these comments, because I'll be checking periodically, like Ophiel, to try to make sure that everyone's on the same page here. Wanda Wisdom says, all energy seeks its source, likened to card 49, the salmon swimming upstream. Why? To return to its source, likened to an adoptive child seeking its natural parents, even if their adoptive ones treated them well. They need to find their source, DNA source. Same with energy put off, auspicious energy and inauspicious energy. Karma is really science. Yes, absolutely. Bunny Queen says, so if you don't change your negative thoughts, guess what manifests in your visualization? Bingo, bingo. This is why I try to emphasize so much what you talk about in your head, right? That cassette tape loop that's spinning in your mind. This is the seeds continually planted in your garden of your subconscious. These everyday thoughts, man. Let's take care of them. Bunny Queen says, well, damn, author just roasted me. Yeah, I love Ophiel. He's got a great personality. It really comes through in his books. Oh, shit, 7 p.m. Kenya Taylor says page 17 on the PDF, I believe. Hell yeah. James, Trav, are you from Atlanta? No. When I was in the military, people always ask where you're from. You know, I'd say Georgia. So people would always assume just because I'm from Georgia or anyone from Georgia, they're from Atlanta. It never fails. All across America. Oh, you from Georgia? Oh, you from Atlanta? I love it. Q Billings, you say you're understanding. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Yeah, Wanda Wisdom, thinking of these positive things, they help to reinforce that good feeling inside of you. I mean, you think about it, when you're having a conversation with somebody, you never really think about you don't remember all the words, but you remember how they made you feel. That's how all life is. You don't remember the small logical details. You remember the feeling. Us humans are emotional creatures, not logical creatures. We make our decisions based on emotions. And after the fact, we rationalize with logic. Jeffrey Steck says, all these stuffs are easy to say, but hard to do consistently. Absolutely. But that's the work, right? We train ourselves to get better at doing this every day. James, seems like master teachers of herbs, occult knowledge, spirit, etc. are in New York or Georgia. Yeah, I've noticed that too. New York and Georgia. Yeah. It's pretty cool, huh? Tyler Leona Dreyer. Hey, I hadn't seen you in a while. She says, hey fam, watching from South America. Awesome, awesome. I hope you're being safe out there. No one. I have been negative for a while. Now it's addicting. Yes. Mind your mind. Mind your wants, because somebody wants your mind. Funkadelic. All right, let me get back in here. Let me get back in the book. Yeah, Micah, greetings. I'm glad you're able to tune in while at work. Moblas says, control that mind. Know what you want, and you will get it. Absolutely. So let's continue. Laws governing creative visualization. The first main reason why the creative visualization process does not work perfectly, as it should work for the average student, is implied in the title of this book, Creative Visualization. Half of the creative visualization process consists of a procedure called visualization. Now, exactly what is visualization? A glance into the dictionary gives the following definition: to make or to become visible, especially to see or to form a mental image of the natural ability. To be able to form a clear mental image of something in your mind memory is an ability that not every person possesses. Certainly, this is an ability that varies with different people and varies widely even with those who possess the ability naturally. Is this starting to sound like cyclomancy? Indeed. Here, then, is one of the main reasons why this mental creative visualization process does not and cannot work for all people as it should, because an ability to create clear mental picture images in the mind is required, and not all people possess this image creation facility naturally. Yeah, there's actually, I guess, a disorder that some people have where they cannot visualize things, or at least they haven't seen how to do it. Okay. I did not have this facility myself, and I had to work hard to get it in enough degree to get positive results from my creative visualization work. I have no doubt that those writers who wrote those previously referred to books about this creative visualization subject possessed those creative visualization mental image making abilities naturally. And it probably never occurred to them that others did not have that ability to in the same degree that they had it. We got a little asterisk here. I want to call to your attention again to this strange omission of all practical exercises on developing mental images made by the previous teachers on this art. Obviously, as the art succeeded with them, they just assumed that all other people had this ability too, in line with that recent joke. Well, doesn't everyone? The lack of a positive image-making facility is one of the most potent factors in the failure of this kind of creative work, and the omission of any kind of exercises. And those books to develop this ability in you is inexcusable. How could you possibly succeed in this work if you cannot visualize? That's crucial right here. Crucial. How could you possibly succeed in this work if you cannot visualize? All right. So let's go back here. If they did not think that everyone possessed the same ability as they did, then I am at a complete loss to account for the fact that none of these people gave any exercises to develop this ability in their students. One thing I can say for certain is that in all those books I researched on this subject, not one of them gave any of the following work that I'm going to give you. He's about to give you that work. Work to enable you to develop your visualization ability as much as is needed for your creative work. In the beginning of my occult studies work, I was not able to proceed in this art until I discovered and developed the following exercises. Practice with these exercises then enabled me to learn to create clear mental images of the physical things I needed and desired, and I can tell you that when my mental creations were clean cut and clear, then my creative visualization wish succeeded. Bunny Queen, I like what you're saying there about listening to music and visualizing yourself as the artist. Yeah, that's a powerful way to generate energy, and I've been doing that since freaking the 90s, man. Now that I have emphasized the importance of physical visualization, I will give you some work in it. It was my intention to explain all the laws one by one and then give practices in the use of the laws in the latter part of the book. I will do this with the other laws, but I will also give you this visualization work now so that you will have something to work on while you are learning the rest of the laws. The visualization work practice in connection with this first part of the mental, physical, creative visualization will be a magical ritual. In this magical ritual, you will use a great deal of mental imagination in connection with physical actions. You will first learn to work the ritual physically and then work it mentally, visualizing it as you work it. Finally, you will 1. First work it physically. 2. Then work it mentally. 3. Then work it both physically and mentally at once. Ooh, that's the key. So for all you people asking me about the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, do I need to do it physically? Can I just do it in my imagination? The answer is yes. You got to do it both ways. I do it both ways. This will be the first part of the practice of visualization in connection with developing this faculty in you. The second part will consist of work with symbols, which you will find in the back of this book. If you got the book secondhand and the symbols are gone, you will find directions for making your own symbols and coloring them. In the advanced part of this work, you should make up your own symbols anyhow. Check that out. In the advanced part of this work, you should make up your own symbols anyhow. Your own spells are most powerful. Your own entities you create are most powerful. Your own herbs, your own candles, your own whatever. Create your own shit. Start your first work in the following manner. Asterisk here says, all the work I give you is magical work of certain type. If you continue to buy my books and continue to develop yourself, as I am trying to help you to do, you're going to find more and more of these magical operations in these books. By the time you've been through several of my books, you should have at your command some very useful practical magical operations that will help you through life if you use them carefully. Oh yeah. Yeah, James, right on, right? I started getting to the point where I was starting to create most of my sounds instead of just using the sample bank. He says, where you at? But yeah, you get it, you get it. When I went to Full Sail, we had this one section on what's called Foley, and that's where you pretty much use your microphone to capture all types of sound in your environment, whether it's like the crickets chirping or you slamming something down. You pretty much build your own sound library. And I thought that was pretty damn cool, right? That's really how you can make music that no one else can create, because it's literally just sounds coming from your reality. For those of you who are producers and musicians, I definitely recommend not relying just on samples, but trying to create your own sounds. Yeah, let's continue. Start your first work in the following manner. The first work will consist of a very simple looking little ritual. Now, if you want to make a big mistake that will hold up your magical proficiency for a long time, just imagine, as I did, that because this ritual is so simple looking and sounding, it does not amount to very much, and so neglect to learn to do it. The simple looking little thing is very helpful and very powerful. Learn it and use it all the time. Uh-oh. It looks like we're getting to the most important ritual in all of magic, right? Overlooked because it's very popular. And I would definitely say this is the most important ritual in all of magic. It's the one ritual I've been doing for years and years and years and years, as often and as frequently as possible. The lesser banishing of the pentagram. I'm telling you, don't overlook it. I haven't made a video on it yet because I've been waiting for the equipment to make this excellent animated visual. I've already did the audio for it and everything, but you're going to find this ritual in most every book I write. So if you run across it before, just pretend that you never saw it and learn it all over again. Memorize the following material and memorize it so well that you will be able to recite it easily without stopping to think of what comes next. The ritual sounds easy, and it is easy, but it is a bit complicated, involving, as it does, some movements and word actions. If you continue in occult work, and you should, you will eventually understand the meanings of the words and actions. But for now, work the ritual as it stands. It will still work. Yeah, the beautiful thing about this ritual is it evolves, right? As you learn and accumulate more information, the symbols that you visualize and the words that you say, the meaning is just so much deeper. So step 1, touch the forehead and say, Ato. That means thou art. Number 2, touch the lower breast and say, Malkuth, the kingdom. Step 3, touch the right shoulder and say, Vigivura. That means and the power. Touch the left shoulder and say, Vigidula. That means and the glory. Clasping the hands and fingers together before the breast, say, Leolam. That means forever. Amen. Essentially what you're doing there is, thou art the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. And you're making the Kabbalistic cross on your chest. Sounds simple, but learn that ritual. This ritual exercise is the preamble to the next section, which is as follows. Stand in the center of as large a room as you can find to work in. Face east. Visualize a steel dagger in your right hand. Now here's your first work to do. Find a picture of a dagger, or find a real dagger, or borrow one, or do something to get yourself a real dagger model to visualize. Then concentrate on your model until you can recall the image of it to memory mind easily. The carefulness and the accuracy of your work in setting up this and the other models for visualization purposes is the degree of magical accuracy you will attain in your magical work. Hold your dagger, your image dagger in your right hand and trace in the air in front of you a large star according to the outline given on this page. Trace the star accordingly, as it is day, morning, or evening, night. Practice making these stars many times until you can make or trace a star without any jerky motions. You can practice making some stars on a piece of paper. Keep the proportions of the star good. Draw the star, making movements deliberately and slowly. It has here the picture of the invoking pentagram. And that's where you start at the bottom right and you go up, down, up, down, right, left, down, right? Then you've got the vanishing, which is where you start at the left. And you go up, down, left, right, down. Bunny Queen. That's funny. You can practice making some stars on a piece of paper. Keep the proportions of the star good. Draw the star making movements deliberately and slowly. If you want to get extra fancy, those of you who watched the Doctor Strange movie, right? Because we had that movie viewing last week. When I do my stars and all my sigils like that, I pretty much have always been imagining kind of like how they do with the circle to make that dimension thing appear. You know what I'm saying? Like trace the star and you want to imagine like a blue flame coming out with all your hand movements. Just imagine these sparks and shit. That's where the visualization part comes. Think of like augmented reality, how they did the Pokemon Go. Like you'd have your camera out looking at the real world, but on your phone, you're seeing like this animated character, this animation. That's what it means by physically doing the ritual, but also using your visualization. Imagining with your eyes open that there's some extra shit going on. Like this is one of the crucial keys to visualization. What's really interesting is when you talk to people who haven't met before about this kind of thing and they start visualizing the same things that you visualize. That's how you really know you're tapping into something. Dang, I want to catch up on these comments so they don't get too far away from me. Let's read through the comments real quick. Kezia M, welcome, welcome. Bunny Queen, yeah. I think a lot of us are starting to really tap into this astral plane. I'm seeing some new people up there, that's for certain. A lot of new people. That's exciting. Jeffrey Steck says, the most important to me is to be able to control your mood and elevate your vibration. The rest is secondary. Absolutely. Control and tame that human part of you so you can start operating on that spiritual part. Most people can't get past this human part. That's what's so crazy, right? But, you know, humanity can be used for your own purposes. Others are not advanced. You can use your power to help them or to just use them. It's your choice. There's no good or evil. Just remember, you get what you put out. 305 Capricorn. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this live up. I already did my research. I don't think that will have any legal issues. Plus, I know that the spirit of Ophiel absolutely condones this. Stray Panther says, I've been using Apollo stick to trace the stars. That's pretty awesome. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to use a dagger. I experimented, you know what I'm saying? When I was making music, I used a microphone at one point. You know what I'm saying? I used a paintbrush. I used a marker because I draw all my sigils, my goetic sigils with a Sharpie. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, use what works, man. But okay, let's continue. Let's continue. After you've perfected these star making movements, add the following material to the ritual. Take a spoonful of rubbing alcohol or whiskey and place it in a saucer. Light the liquid and note carefully the blue color of the flame. Don't waste the whiskey or burn the house down. Get this blue color flame fixed in your mind and also the way the flame wavers. Practice until you can visualize the color and wavering and recall them to memory perfectly. Now you can proceed with the main ritual. Face east. Take your steel image dagger in your right hand. Visualize the dagger outlined in the wavering blue flame. Make a pentagram star according to the time of day, and visualize the star outlined in the blue flame. Then pronounce the name Yod He Vav He. Now see through the center of the large flame outlined star a beautiful dawn, pink to rosy clouds. The east is the quarter of air, so feel air. You getting that? Involve all your senses, not just your sight or your sound, also your texture, your feeling, right? Imagine and feel a soft, cool breeze coming from the dawn clouds and passing over and through you again and again. The name of this east wind is Eurus. So call him out by his name. We got a spirit going on here. After you feel filled and satisfied with air, erase the scene gently from your imagination and continue around in a circle with your flame dagger to the quarter of south. The line of the circle between the stars is also composed of the wavering blue flame. When you have turned south, make the star and then pronounce the name Adonai. Through the center of this south star, see the following scene: a tropical island scene. Warm blue sea waters dashing the coral reefs. Beyond the coral reefs lie long white beaches, and beyond the beaches grow palm trees swaying gently in the hot tropical ground. Feel this hot wind pouring from the center of the star into you and warming you through and through. The name of the south wind is Notus, so name him and call him. When you're finished with south, erase it gently from your mind and continue to make the blue fire circle around to the west. There you make your blue flame star and pronounce the name Eheye. Visualize a waterfall tumbling down over a cliff and dashing on rocks at your feet, sending up a cloud of mist and spray. Feel this mist spray on your face like a gentle rain. Feel wetness and coolness through and through. The name of this west wind is Zephyrus, so name him and call him Zephyr Hills. When you are through with the quarter of the west, continue your flame dagger around and circle to the quarter of the north. Trace the fire flame star and pronounce Agla. The north is the quarter of the element earth. These quarters have no relation to the usual material ideas of air, fire, water, and earth, but are concerned only with the qualities of these elements. Hence, north, the quarter of earth, is not the north pole of the earth, but is north, the quarter of earth. It is in the north quarter of earth that all other elemental forces end. I will repeat this. All forces coming through to the outer from the inner end in the north quarter of the earth. Saw these hardcore. Peace, brother. Therefore, earth is the great end storehouse of all forces, which forces are all things. You will find in earth all the things that you are looking for and which you need to make you happy. Right. And my visualizations, when I picture earth, of course I see a voluptuous woman, right, with lots of hair and nice assets. I also see bountiful fruit, lots of trees, lots of mountains, lots of crystals, I see a utopia, right? Everything on earth that's like the best that it can be. And if you'll read Initiation to Hermetics and how he talks about the elements, the earth is like the end of the ritual. It's the manifestation of everything. And I think that's why Ophiel points that out here at that part. Mad Titan, greetings. Phoenix, greetings. Bunny Queen says, I'm going to cause an earthquake. Well, that's the whole intent, right? I say to Baron Samedi on this Saturday. Apollo stick sounds close to Apollo. That's right, that's right. All right, let's finish this up. Lotus Drake, peace, peace. As interesting as Dune sounds, I never really got into it, so I'm not too sure about anything there. But I hear they're making a new movie of it, so I'll be getting into it soon, that's for sure. All right, where are we? Yeah. So therefore, when you visualize the quarter of Earth through the blue flame star, you first visualize before you vast fields of ripened grain and vast fields of ripened corn and other cereals. Beyond these fields are vast orchards of fruit trees loaded with all kinds of fruits. See? Beyond the orchards stretch great areas of grasses on which graze great herds of animals. Beyond the herds start forests of trees, and beyond the forest there are mountains. And these mountains are full of mines of minerals, which we use in our daily lives. And the mountain tops are covered with snow and ice. The melting of the snow and ice makes an abundance of water, which flows down to water and nourish the living, growing things below. All is peace and plenty, full of all the things you need to make a full and happy life for yourself. Abundance, right? When you visualize the element of earth in your rituals, visualize absolute abundance, right? Take away all limitation and think about what perfect life would be like without any of the things that make you dissonant or uncomfortable, right? When you picture air in the east, you picture the blowing winds of change and how movement and the masculine entity of it. The same with fire, the activity, the spirit, the explosiveness, right? The generative properties. When you think of water, think about the depths of the emotion, of the subconscious, of the abyss. Think about being swallowed up and moved and how nothing is connected, but everything is connected, right? Just like the quality of water. And then when you think of earth, like it says here, you think of abundance, you think of prosperity, you think of having everything with absolutely no limit. If you don't have a place like that in your mind, how do you even believe that you'll be able to manifest a place like that in reality? If you don't even have a place like that in your imagination where everything is perfect, how difficult would it be to manifest in reality? Let's continue. When you have finished working with the quarter of the north, continue the flame circle around to the back of the east and end it there, where you started. Oh, excuse me. The name of the north wind is Boris, so name him and call him. But yeah, when you finish working with the quarter of the north, continue to the flame circle around the back to the east and end it there, where you started. You should then be completely surrounded by a circle of blue flames with a blue star at each quarter. Close the ritual by repeating the Kabbalistic cross exercise, followed by these words and actions. You are facing east. Throw out your arms in the shape of a cross. Before me is Raphael. Behind me is Gabriel. On my right hand is Michael. And on my left hand is Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram, and behind me shines the six-rayed star. The above ritual constitutes the first part of the practice in connection with the work of learning physical and mental visualizations. Mad Titan, thank you. Peace. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, so you just saw here the first practice ritual, which is essentially the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. And like I said, that's the most important ritual that I have ever seen in all of the occult. So it would certainly behoove you to memorize the words and then memorize the visualizations. And basically it's a 3-step process. It starts out with doing the Kabbalistic cross, which is when you pull down the light into the top of your head and bring it all the way down, you say, "Thou art the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever." Right? The second step is when you draw the 4 stars in the 4 corners in front of you, to your right, behind you, and to your left. And then the last part of the ritual is when you visualize the 4 angels standing around you. Traditionally, you wrap it up with the first part, doing it again, saying the Ata Malkuth Vigivara Vigibara Le'olam. Amen. So there's plenty of resources out there where you can learn how to do this. Ethereus Knox, peace and thanks for coming. But yeah, there's plenty of resources for you to learn how to do this. So I'll suggest memorizing it and practicing it as you go, because it's never going to get old. Abundance. It behoove you, right? All right, so yeah, let's continue. If you got the PDF, which is easy to find because it's in the description of this video below, just click it, download it, and read along. Take notes, because that would also behoove you. We are on chapter 3, which is occult law number 4, the sphere of availability. What's up, Ben Gosling? How are you this wonderful quarantined Saturday? I'm not sipping on sea moss this time. Page 21 for the PDF. Thanks, Phoenix. All right, sphere of availability. This is probably the most important law in the book, if you ask me. Please pay attention. Get out a pen or a pencil if you don't have it. Don't text on your phone. Actually write it down. Take notes with this part. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it in. We now come to the law listed as number 4 on our list. I have named this law the sphere of availability. This name designates one of the most important occult laws ever given out in any occult book. You see that? In all my years of occult research, I have never found any outright expostulation of this law. I like that word, expostulation. There were a few vague hints, but that is all. All the work you will ever do now or in the future along the lines of creative visualization hangs on the knowledge theory base of the sphere of availability. Learning this law here will amplify your results. You're welcome. Now, I sure do hate to keep on saying, give this next subject your utmost attention, but in this case, it is more true than otherwise, and the reason is that in the case of some of the other laws I will give you, in spite of them, you can still accomplish a great deal in creative visualization work, but a lack of knowledge of the sphere of availability is fatal when it comes to accomplishing anything through creative visualization. The one big single reason why mental visualizations fail to come true or do not reach physical consummation is a failure to know about and understand and allow for the existence of the law of the sphere of availability. Pay attention. Once this law is clearly understood, it explains why some students' visualizations succeed easily while other students' visualizations never succeed no matter what they do or how hard they visualize, except those who do the work naturally, as I said before. In the illustrations following, look for the examples where creative visualization work was done naturally. All right. For the technique theory of the law I am about to explain to you, as you have no doubt guessed by now, I have coined the name the sphere of availability. I did this coining of names even after I complained about others doing it. I feel guilty. Asterisk. I feel that I should mention here that it was my repeated failures to achieve success with visualizations that led me to the discovery of the law of the sphere of availability. Look, this should answer your questions on why you're not having success working with the Goetia, or anything for that matter. Why your affirmations don't work. The concept of the law of the sphere of availability is so subtle that I have that the best way to teach the understanding of this law is by means of case histories. I will give here a number of case histories about people who have succeeded in creative visualization work, and then I will point out the correct use of the law in these cases. I'm going to give here the very first story I have ever heard about creative visualization work. The following is from a book written by Richard Ingles. Mr. Ingles was a lecturer and occult teacher in his country at the turn of the century. He apparently died in Los Angeles about 1930, as near as I can find out. He and his wife wrote some books about the occult, and these are still quite good for beginners in this line, although a little outdated now. If you are a beginner and want to get copies of them, I have them, both new and the secondhand. Contact me through the address given in this book, and I'll advise you about them. Interesting, kind of like how we nowadays share PDFs and shit like that. I feel like Ophiel would be a a pretty awesome friend. Anyways, in one of his books, Mr. Ingles, talking about the law of opulence, which is his name for creative visualization, tells a story about a young man who lived in Paris many years ago. This young man came from a family of rag pickers. That is, he made a living by picking over the piles of Paris rubbish and salvaging anything usable. But from what I know of the French and their thrifty habits, I would say that the pickings were slim indeed. This young man attracted the attention of a person who was versed in the occult arts, and this person decided to help the young man. He gave the young man a manuscript and told him to study and practice the knowledge contained therein. And this the young man did. The manuscript contained directions explaining the art of creative visualization, or, as it was called in the manuscript, getting things through thinking. After reading and studying the knowledge contained in the manuscript, the young man decided he would attempt to practice the great art. The following is very important. The young man decided for his first visualization attempt that the first thing he really needed was a small piece of carpet to put bedside his bed to protect his feet from the cold stone floor when he got out of bed in the mornings. He proceeded to visualize for a piece of carpet, and in a short course of time, a woman came and gave him a piece of carpet. Does that sound familiar? This simple demonstration so convinced him. That's the magic of the value and power of the art of creative visualization, that he proceeded to practice it, and for the rest of his life. And when he passed on, he had many hundreds of thousands of francs, and francs were francs in those days. That was the money, in case you don't know what that is. We will now consider a case that I know about personally. Many years ago, I lived in La Jolla, California, and I used to attend a little theosophical meeting that was held there each week. As is somewhat common in the theosophical circles, there was a mixture of people there with different backgrounds and many different kinds of different ideas about the occult. I recall one lady who was active in semi-occult work. She used to teach in some kind of WPA group in San Diego how to make treasure charts, as you will get later, such as are taught by the Unity people in their work. She adapted her own ideas to these treasure charts and then taught them as a kind of creative visualization system of her own to a mixed group of people in her classes. The people in her class, having nothing better to do for the moment, took up the idea with a great deal of non-seriousness, and, much in jest, one man made up a chart for a bottle of whiskey, and another made up a chart for a blonde. It turned out shortly afterwards that someone gave the man a bottle of whiskey, and the other man was introduced to a blonde. The two men were so frightened by these happenings that they fled the classes and refused to have anything more to do with this stuff. These things still happen today. From two of my own cases. At one time, I owned a small rooming house that I had gone to a lot of trouble to fix up very nicely, and yet I did not seem to be able to get any outcome of it to amount to anything. I made up a chart, and I decided that I would be satisfied with an income of $200 a month, clear from the time being, and I soon had it. At another earlier time than I needed a small hand punch for some work that I was doing, but was not able to buy one for the lack of money at the time. I did some visualization work for a punch, frankly without much hope as I was new to the game. A few days later, I was accosted by a drunk man who offered me a punch for a small sum of money. I did not like the idea of the man being drunk and selling for less than it was worth, and so I refused to buy the punch, whereupon the man threw the punch down at my feet and stalked off in high dudgeon. You certainly could not ask for more of a miracle than that. I am not sure where I heard the next two stories. I don't think I read them anywhere, but I did hear them. So if I am using anyone else's stories, I apologize in advance. Both of these stories are about women and women's hats. A lady saw in a large department store a very beautiful hat that she decided she wanted for her own. She could not afford the price of the hat easily, so she decided to get the hat through creative visualization work. In order to get the creative visualization mental picture correct in her mind, she went into the store and, leaving her old hat on the counter, put on the desired hat and went into a mirror to see how she looked and to get the visualization picture absolutely correct in her mind. When she was going through viewing the hat, she returned to the counter and, looking about, could not find her old hat. After searching for a time, she called a clerk who called the department manager, who found that another clerk had sold her old hat. Whereupon the upset manager said she could have any hat she wanted in the department, and so she walked out of the store with the hat she wanted and visualized for. Does any of this sound familiar, like things that have happened to you? Another lady saw a very expensive hat in a store window and also decided to get the hat through creative visualization. She studied the hat and then visualized the hat on her head. Then she did not go near the window again because she felt that if she did look for the hat in the window, it might spoil the picture she had of the hat on her head already, which is a very sensible idea. For those of you who already do this. Some weeks later, she was visiting a rich friend, and this friend said to her, "A couple of weeks ago, I bought a hat, and now that I have got it home and I hate it, I would not wear it to a dog fight if I knew both of the dogs. If you want, you can have it." And she brought out the hat. I could give many other examples, but these are enough to illustrate the law of the sphere of availability. You think over all these stories and consider, what was the most outstanding feature of these stories? What was the one deep thing they all had in common? Other than the obvious fact that they all got what they wanted through a visualization process, is not the hidden fact that the desired thing was within the normal, reasonable reach of the person. Or shall we not call all these things gotten by these people within their normal sphere of availability? These people did not ask for Rolls Royces, mansions, huge bags and gold pieces, and the moon with a fence around it. Things nowhere near their present lives or their way of living. No, the things they asked for were a small piece of carpet, a bottle of whiskey, a blonde, a hand punch, women's hats. Things that are there now. My occult research has convinced me that the main reason why visualizations do not work for us all the time, as we want them to work, is we ask amiss. That is, we do not get the things we want because God does not want us to have them. No, but because those things are not in our sphere of availability at the time. Pay attention. The truths of divine metaphysics are so grand and divine and sound so right that a new student, hearing and reading about them for the first time in his life, is greatly tempted to throw caution and reason out the window and imagine that he can work miracles easily, especially after reading a few pages of a creative visualization book. The new student then proceeds to visualize for large things, big things, valuable things, things that are far beyond his ability not to visualize, imagine, desire, but far beyond his present ability to demonstrate, visualize. And all this is especially so if a man has a champagne appetite with a beer income. Ooh, champagne appetite with a beer income. Does that describe you? Well, a champagne appetite with a beer income is no joke to the one who has it. To reinforce your understanding of the law of the sphere of availability, I am going back to the story of a young French rag picker and compare his story with another I will give. You will recall that the first thing the young rag picker visualized for was a piece of carpet to protect his feet from the cold stone floor in the mornings. This young man had nothing but absolutely nothing. In his case, having nothing was a great blessing. He did not have something that he could have traded for a carpet. He did not have a little money so he could have bought himself a piece of carpet. He had nothing. So therefore, having no resources at all, he was able to decide on the piece of carpet as what he needed and wanted, and to most concentrate full on the creative visualization of this piece of carpet. And as the carpet came to him through his work, it proved, among other things, that the carpet was within his sphere of availability. Now I will tell you another story. This story concerns a man who had a positive genius for running large department stores. He had terrific ability to sell goods and to manage efficiently such a business. He was employed in a very large store, but not in the top capacity. The store being a family affair, the top jobs were held by family men who were content to use the man's ability without giving him the top responsibility and salary. Under these circumstances, this man was not able to move to the position that he was entitled to, no matter how much he tried to get ahead where he was. This man came into contact with a metaphysical worker whom he allowed to do some work for him, and through his metaphysical work, he secured a position in one of the largest stores in the world, where he was soon at the very top spot and made a terrific success of everything he touched along his line. Now, I want you to think, do these two cases have anything in common? And if so, what is it? At first thought, there seems to be no connection between these two cases, but a closer look shows that they have one very important thing in common. Both of these people had the things they desired, or as could be said, were ready for the things they desired, or creatively visualized for, in their sphere of availability. Read that again. Both of these people had the things they desired, or as could be said, were ready for the things they desired, or creatively visualized for, in their sphere of availability. Trav, what demon do I need to summon to learn how to fly? What demon do I need to summon to... You get the picture. You get the picture. I will repeat, and you please read this over several times. The things the two men desired and which were creatively visualized for, one doing the work himself and the other having it done for him, but meaning the same thing. Those two different things were in the sphere of availability. So look, you either do the work or you pay someone to do the work for you. But the key is not to be going out for some outlandish shit that you couldn't get anyway. If you don't manage your money very well, and suddenly you're sending me messages like, Travis, an emergency, what demon can I summon to pay my rent tomorrow? It's like, what do you expect me to do? Why didn't you have, you know what I'm saying? Let me stop, because I ain't trying to talk about people. We all get the message, right? Okay. In order to make absolutely clear what I'm driving at, let us assume that the young rag picker had, instead of visualizing for a piece of carpet, visualized for the top manager's job of the largest department store in Paris. Now, although everything taught about creative visualization is true, and the work is very powerful to bring us what we visualize for, quite common sense, law of the physical plane will tell you that the young man would not get that job easily. Or if he did get it, he could not hold it. Imagine that, getting the thing that you do magic for and you can't even handle it. Hey, Trav, I'm trying to get with this model chick, man. No, you ain't ready for all that. Right? You're so insecure, you're not going to be able to handle the fact that all these dudes are messaging her every day, all day. And she's responding to, because part of her job is to, associate with people. But anyways, again, no matter how powerful the magical creative visualization work was, the fact remains that he was not fitted for the job. For this reason, and this reason only, the job is definitely not within his sphere of availability. Oh, yeah. I hope y'all getting it. Anybody who's watching this video, don't ask me how to do something that's clearly not within your sphere of availability, because I'm going to tell you, work up to it. Right? That's how you get around to it. It's not saying that you can't get these things or you can't achieve these things. It's saying that it's a process, right? You first achieve something that's why you have your end goal, and you work backwards step by step, and you use your magic to get you there. So if you came here looking for a miracle, I'm happy to let you down. The miracle is you do the work and you get the results. Yes, you can most certainly expand your sphere of availability, Ade Odukoya, and that's exactly what I just mentioned. You expand your sphere of availability step by step, right? It's not like the dude got the carpet and the next thing you know, he was a millionaire. No, you do something, you achieve a result, you gain that confidence, and then you aim a little bit higher each time, right? That's how you do this thing. It's not an overnight microwave. You feel me? Okay, Infernal Star Angelo, you're asking me about aphantasia. I don't think this video is about aphantasia, so I'm going to continue with this. It would not be the creative visualization work that would be at fault, but the complete lack of common sense and the complete lack of obedience to the laws of the physical plane. All the things that you know about the physical plane and its limitations are the laws of the physical plane, and certainly not the least of the physical plane laws is the law that the young man must be fitted for that job. And if he was not fitted for the job, he could not do the work, even if the creative visualization forces brought him the job. You You couldn't do it even if you got it. The fast food mentality. Man. Or, to put it another way, we can say truthfully that before the creative visualization work could have brought him the job successfully, a tremendous amount of work would have to have been done first to have prepared him for the successful holding of such job. So, that being said, sometimes when you ask for something, things happen to you in life and you're like, oh, everything's chaos and it's going crazy. Sometimes the thing that you asked for is bringing you experiences to prepare you for the thing that you've asked for. This is why I say all of life and all of reality works in your favor if you can see, right? It's not, oh, this person's doing this to me. Oh, that person's doing that to me. No, you're getting what you asked for in one way, shape, or another. Even if you want to believe, the higher self, everything has a purpose, mission, whatever. Looks like somebody with a champagne appetite and a beer budget gave me a thumbs down on this video. Hey, you continue to suffer, not me. Where we at? And this kind of work would have taken no end of material time, no matter how you look at it. In the case of the young rag picker, this amount of work is so large that he could not have got it done in one lifetime of considering the late start he had. Mr. Ingley speaks of people who visualize for things beyond their present sphere of availability and did not get the things until their next reincarnation on Earth. Ooh. And at that time, they did not want the former things anymore, but wanted something else entirely different. And so life went on in one vicious cycle. Check that out, man. Check that out. And that just goes to show how non-important the shit in this world is, right? You wanted it, you begged, lusted for it so hard that you get it in your next life. But at that point, you don't even want it anymore. That's happened with my own magic and rituals. I've worked so hard for certain things that I thought I wanted. And by the time I got it, it was like, this ain't even what it's all cracked up to be. Right? So the only thing of real importance of achieving, the real treasure, is knowledge of self. That's the only thing of value. Anything in this material physical world is of no value, right? Because by the time you get it, you're not going to want it as much. Or even if you do, you got to realize the fact that it's going to fade away at one point. You know what I'm saying? It's going to melt away at one point. It's going to deteriorate at one point. Then what? You got to keep working hard for it. And that sucks. All right, let's continue. So now you can ask another natural question. How then did the creative visualization process work for the young man so when he passed on, he had many thousands of francs, and francs were francs in those days? Very important. Study the following very hard. Study it hard. What happened in his case was, as said before, the first successful demonstration so encouraged him and convinced him of the workability of creative visualization powers that he determined to practice his art for the rest of his life. Check that out. Check that out. It encouraged him and it convinced him. That's why I pointed that out when I first read it. His little piece of victory, his small win, his little piece of one win gave him the confidence to keep going. That's why you aim for small victories consistently. That's how you grow in power, right? The next thing he did was to select another thing object he needed or wanted, which thing object happened to be in the sphere of availability. And when that thing was demonstrated, he went on to another and still another. So that's how you expand your sphere, right? Each successful demonstration added something material to his life and thus enlarged his sphere of availability. Boom. So it's not like some fairy tale wiggle your nose and wink and you got it. It's a process. As the sphere of availability enlarged in size, other things formerly not possible became possible. Or, as should be said, the sphere of availability increased in size until in full course of time and growth, endless, Formerly impossible things became easily available and were on hand almost automatically. Right? So when you see people that have effortless success, it's very likely that it took some time to get there, right? You see the celebration, but you don't see the sweat. You know what I'm saying? You don't see what they put in to get to where they are. All you see is where they're at now. It's the same thing with this magic. You really think you're going to wake up and suddenly, you know what I'm saying, you levitating, you're a breatharian now. You talking to spirits and you healing the sick and you turning water into wine and drinking it. And when you need to be sober, you snap your fingers. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you got to work up to all that stuff. The following subject matter is so important that I'm going to risk boring you to tears and repeat it, some of it, in another slightly different form. Please absorb it and successfully use it for your benefit. To sum up the foregoing case history, the young ragpicker, having no money or resource at all, and having decided to practice the art of creative visualization, picked out, with good common sense, an article he needed, viz. A piece of carpet. The young man did not do creative visualization work for a palace or 1,000,000 francs or for a yacht or for any of these things that persons sometimes try for the first time. They use creative visualization process. Oh yes, we're all guilty of this sort of thing. All the young man asked for was a simple thing that he really needed. A palace, for example, was not needed. And because this thing he wanted was within the sphere of availability, he got it in a relatively short time. Asterisk. It says, our lives are so constituted, so there is a big difference between what we really need now and what we would like to have or dream of having. Our lives are like a puzzle of many pieces that we must fit together ourselves, and only we can work out our lives. So you must start to build up your life a piece at a time, and you must find out and decide what piece is to be next fitted in your pattern. You can dream about other things, but the first work you should do should be for what you need next. The next step is the most important step. Have your end goal in mind, but always be working on that next step. What can I do today that'll get me closer to my goal? And that's not just in magical practice, that's in everything. You want to start a business? Great. You're not just going to wake up one day and have a business. You don't know how to run a business, so you're going to have to learn. You're going to have to go step by step. So what's the next step to getting you to where you want to go? Keep this in mind with what we read last night with the art of war, right? You got to think ahead before you go into battle. Don't just jump out there blindly. Step by step. The second step the young ragpicker took is equally important. He did not, upon completion of his first successful demonstration, then jump to palaces and millions of francs or other things, but proceeded to select another object that he needed for his immediate comfort and well-being, and proceeded to demonstrate for and to secure that thing. Mr. Ingles does not tell in this book what the next article actually was, but I'm assuming from the nature of the first article selected that it was something simple and necessary and very probably of the same nature as the piece of carpet. As said before, the young man continued this process for the rest of his life, and in his life became a process of gradual growth and acquirement, the possibilities of further acquirement increasing with each new asset acquired, as explained before. Now, what about you and I and our use of creative visualization? We should have a reasonable belief that the system does work if for no other reason than we use it wrongly all the time. Now we want to use it right, so how do we, you and I, go about using it? Let us go back to the rag picker. Now, I do not want to use the system to get a piece of carpet. I do not need a piece of carpet. I do not need to use the system to get a piece of carpet. I have lots of pieces of carpets about me now. I have some extra money available so that I can buy many pieces of carpet if I wanted them. So pieces of carpets are not my problem, as it was to the rag picker. However, while I do have many things now that I am not completely satisfied with, what I now possess, and I do not want to use the system of creative visualization to get the things, circumstances, situations, possessions of those things that I would like to have or do want or think I want. On the other hand, from what I have found out about the sphere of availability, I do know that many of the big things that I would like to have are not in my sphere of availability. Let's face it at this time. Also, let us face the fact that we are dealing with definite planes of manifestations, each of which have definite laws, each law of which plane must be obeyed. And of course, the laws of the last plane, the physical plane of matter, and that plane is very hard to move, to understand, and to operate on. What then should I do? And you do too, in order to make the creative visualization process work for us. Clearly, it would seem that the very first thing we middle class, whatever that is, people must do is discover exactly where we stand and where we are in regard to what we want on the physical plane. We have to pinpoint our exact position and know where we stand exactly. We must find out exactly the things we want and find out exactly where they are in regard to our sphere of availability. We must find out exactly what things are missing in our lives and how these things stand in relation to our sphere of availability. To sum this up, the intelligent and accurate appraisal of your present life's position in regard to your wants and needs and desires is the first step in the right use of creative visualization. And the second step is the accurate appraisal and understanding of these things in relation to your sphere of availability. It can be said, quite truthfully, that we middle-class people are the most difficult subject for creative visualization work. We have many things on hand now, and many other things automatically coming to us. If we should start creative visualizations for something that is automatically coming to us, it would be a waste of time and effort. In all occult work, you have to look out for a situation wherein you use occult powers to accomplish something that could be accomplished in another, more natural way. Ooh, did you hear that? Let me read it again. I know it was kind of long. In all occult work, you have to look out for a situation wherein you use occult powers to accomplish something that could be accomplished in another, more natural way. Is there a natural way that you can do it? Trav, I got this spirit, and this guy keeps calling me, and I don't want him to call me anymore. Use the magical block. Use the magical unfriend button. For example, by using ordinary planning, you might find that you could trade something you no longer want for something you do want and need. To have done otherwise than this natural method would have been a waste of the art of creative visualization and a waste of time and effort. Ordinary planning. We must use good common sense. Yes, that is always good advice. Even though this book was written in the 60s, sense isn't common anymore. And think hard of what exactly we should work for by creative visualization methods. We must consider the state of growth we are in, and the state of growth our sphere of availability is in. Few people will demand too much of a beginner, so don't demand too much of yourself in the early stages of your work. Don't demand too much of yourself. That's why I always say to people, be patient with yourself. You're not an expert, so of course you're going to make mistakes, or it might take a long time or whatever. Just flow with it, man. It's life. Don't be hard on yourself. It doesn't help you at all to punish yourself. It doesn't help you. Just learn from it and keep it moving. Keep it pushing. Hopefully you get to the point where you realize you're not making any mistakes. It's not possible. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing, even if you don't like it. Bunny Queen says, be water. Yes. Awakened Grace says, common sense magic. Absolutely. At this point, shit, common sense is a superpower. Greetings. I'm common sense man. Repair man. Later on, when you have achieved some success on the work, you will guide yourself by the development of your sphere of availability. You will guide yourself by the development of your sphere of availability. What is wrong with attaining your goal in several easy steps instead of doing it in one hard jump? What's wrong with that? I will refer again to Mr. Ingles in his book. Mr. Ingles is the only teacher I have ever found that taught, in connection with creative visualization, a system of gradual growth. Gradual growth. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I think it was Lil Wayne that says slow paper is better than no paper. He called his idea creating a center from which to draw the things that you want and need. Every other teacher that I read always strongly stressed the idea that in your visualization work, under no circumstance must or should you designate from what source your desired things should come. That's very crucial. Let me say that again because I kind of stumbled it up. Every other teacher that I read always strongly stressed the idea that in your visualization work, under no circumstance must or should you designate from what source your desired thing should come. So when you're working with a spirit and you want a certain thing, you're not supposed to say, oh, I want $500 and it's going to come from this place over here. No, 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 no. Because what you're actually doing is you're limiting yourself. You're limiting the ability of the energy, right? You request the thing that you want and you leave it up to the energy to bring it to you in the best possible way, right? And then you do the physical work to open up that sphere of availability. But you never should designate exactly precisely where this thing's going to come from. That's kind of limiting on yourself. That idea never did appeal to me because I'm a natural planner and I like to know at all times where I stand and what I am doing. Control issues. Mr. Ingles tells in his book a story about a woman who built up a center gradually. She is supposed to have come to San Francisco a long time ago. In some way, not explained in the story as I received it, this woman acquired a facility in the art of creative visualization, and she used it in the form of, and she used it from the start to build up a gradual growth center. So first got a job through visualizing it. Then she got several promotions in the same place. Then she visualized herself going into metaphysical work, and after that, she visualized herself receiving compensation worthy of the effort she had spent in doing work for others, and someone gave her a large sum of money in gratitude for work she did, etc. I will admit that this story does not follow the pattern as laid out by many other teachers, but it seems to me that the system of gradual growth is far more sensible than doing a lot of general visualizing without any idea of anything definite and not knowing if the thing desired is in your sphere of availability or not. But I will also admit that you should not, for example, concentrate thoughts on some person with the idea of forcing them to give you a chunk of money. Nor does it seem sensible to concentrate on getting things that belong to other people now. Nor should you visualize your rich uncle being dead so you could have his money, etc. I really believe that these are the sort of things that the other teachers were thinking of when they said that you should not designate where the visualized object should come from. It would seem rather foolish in this day and age to attempt to designate from where your supply should come from exactly when there are so many unknown ways in existence and many more coming every day. That's it right there. That's why you can't say, I want XYZ exactly from this place. Because there's so many unknown ways in existence and many more coming every day from which your supply can come. And then again, in this day of multiple manufactured processes, it would indeed be silly to want the exact things others have. That too. There is nothing that cannot be improved. Why should you want his car when a newer model would be better in all ways? Look, I don't want a Rolls Royce. I want a nice shiny Volkswagen just because I like them. So therefore, I cannot find anything basically wrong in building up a center of supply according to approved visualization methods, as long as you leave the channels open so things can flow into your center of supply, come from what source they may. I would suggest that you do not picture yourself doing work in exchange for things, as you might find yourself working more than you should like. Ain't nothing wrong with visualizing things coming to you effortlessly. Nothing wrong with that. When I was a Christian getting into this kind of thing here, the preacher would talk about proclaiming sweatless victory, right? So that's a concept to think about. I would suggest that you do not picture yourself doing work. I already said that. You can start out at first by doing some kind of work, but you should shift your pattern quickly to doing work that you know you will like to do and thus not seem like labor to you. There's an asterisk here, and it says, I regret to have to warn my student readers that if you have gotten so far down the sphere of possession that you are in actual physical want for food and shelter, necessities of life, this process of creative visualization is not for you. Bingo. Bingo. For everyone, unfortunately, for everyone who's coming and sending messages about, how I'm about to get kicked out, or this crucial, dire situation is happening right now and I need magic for right now. That's not the kind of thing I deal with. I deal with a process of transforming your life. You know what I'm saying? But here, this talks about that right there. I regret to have to warn my student readers that if you have gotten so far down the sphere of possession that you are in actual physical want for food and shelter and necessities for life, this process of creative visualization is not for you. It would take a student of terrific powers to instantly create things needed for you, and a beginner in this art could not do it. This process is too slow for that, even under the best circumstances. In the case of such dire physical necessity, to try to use this process of creative visualization would be like trying to grow a tree in a flood to get wood to make a boat to escape the flood. Damn. Imagine that. It's a flood and you're trying to grow a tree so that you can have some wood. That's what it's like when you're asking me, hey, what demon can I summon to pay my rent tomorrow? I wish I did not have to say this, but you must make allowances for the physical plane. If the arrival of this book finds you in dire need, you must be sensible and accept the aid of the government for immediate assistance. That step taken, then turn to Christian Science or Unity practitioners for immediate help. They have been in the work for many years and they can help you until you can help yourself. When your immediate needs are taken care of, then come back to this book and work to make sure you never get into such a state again. Please don't set yourself up for failure. Like if you're in an extremely down and out situation, you need to get that taken care of first, right? There's levels, right? And the level of power, it's predicated by a level of peace. We learned that from the Magician or basic magic. There's peace and power. You got to have your basic needs met. You got to have your insides settled in order to move mountains, right? You can't move a mountain if you yourself are a raging storm, right? But there are resources. Be practical. You know what I'm saying? Especially in times like this. You may feel like shit is going crazy and you have no answer. Just calm down. Get out of your emotions first. I know that's difficult, but... Where was that asterisk at? Oh, yeah. For God's sake, combine inner spiritual knowledge with earthly common sense. The two are needed to make a good whole. The creative visualization mental operation is a true magical operation. True magical operations are things that are not too well known and understood. There has been no real expostulation of magical operations in books for students, and then the main reason for this is, as I've said before, that people qualified to teach these things are few and far between, because they receive their training in secret schools under oaths of secrecy and cannot give them out to the interested people freely. Only a person like myself, who gained these things through his own work, through hard years of striving and inner meditations and study, can give them out freely, because I am under obligations to no one for them. Therefore, I am able to give you the former secret knowledge teachings freely. For heaven's sake, use them. Goodness. Let's take a look at some of these comments before we continue. Accumulated quite a few before I stopped last. Wanda Wisdom says, hence what the elders used to say, inch by inch is a cinch, but the yard it's hard. Hell yeah. All right, all right. Bunny Queen asks, is this a scientific version of someone yelling, know thyself? I believe so. Ben Gosling says, you're a smart guy, Travis Mages. Thank you. Craig Warren says, it all works together for you. Indeed. Indeed. Jeffrey Steck says, joy is the process, not the end result. Absolutely. Not just the result, but yeah. Adeo Dukoya says, I'm not entirely convinced that asking outlandish won't manifest. I have asked for some outlandish, it was manifested. And sometimes I don't even ask and it's given to me. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? One thing you'll learn is that none of this is hard, cold fact. Just because the book says that or I say that doesn't mean it doesn't apply or it applies to everyone universally. This is a strange universe. Nobody's figured this shit out. I've had outlandish shit happen to me before. I still have outlandish shit happen to me before. This is a general guideline for someone who doesn't know jack shit to get started on the path of making things work for them. So, hey, do you, man. Whatever floats that boat. Some people heal themselves with peach soda. Nice. Infernal Star Angela says my tarot deck has the magician as a DJ. I think I've seen that one before. Bunny Queen says skipping steps, then wonder why you broke your neck, right? Critical thinking lad. Okay, so I believe I'm going to take a little bit of a break to re-up on my CMOS tea. And I shall be back shortly. Most indeed. Most indeed. Beetlejuice confirmed. What do you mean by that, Bunny Queen? Yeah, now's the time to put your tea in the microwave. All right, so check it out. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. For those of you just tuning in, we're about to get into the occult law number 5, which is actually chapter 4. No, we'll do it differently. I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So won't the real Slim Shady please stand up? Please stand up. I don't even listen to rap or none of that, but lately I've been having this whole 2000s thing going on here. Will Smith done got a cuss in his records to sell rap. Well, I do, so fuck him and fuck you too. Oh, that's so funny. All right, guys, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Check the link in the bio if you don't have the PDF already by now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. All right. Yes, I did bust my ass on that downstairs run. This hot water's taking long as hell. Give me just a second. All right. Back again for the first time. Back again, back again. Back again, back again. How y'all liking the book so far? Questions, comments, concerns? Welcome, Ananya. Good to see you. Good to see you. If you're just now joining us, we are on chapter 4. Right? We're on chapter 4. You can easily get the PDF in the description, right? But we're on chapter 4. For me, that's page 45. For you, that's probably like page 47 or 46, something like that. But yeah, this is one of those books that is definitely worth rereading. This isn't the first time me reading it, but I'll be honest, I haven't read it in probably at least 2 years, maybe a year. But I've always flipped through it, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. So let's continue with where we left off. Baby, baby. If you don't know, now you know. Okay, so we were talking about the different laws. We just got finished with one of the most important laws, in my opinion, which is the law of the sphere of availability, which is pretty much make sure that you are using your magic towards things that are within your grasp, so to speak, and to consecutively work outward, right? Getting stronger, getting better, achieving bigger things. Oh shit, Bunny Queen. So you called on Biggie this morning. Yeah, man. Biggie's been visiting me for a little bit. And like I said, I don't even listen to rap like that. He said some pretty funny quotes in some of his songs, but I can't remember. One of them about how rapping is not your forte, but don't get mad because the post office is hired. I thought that was hilarious. But whoever's a big Biggie fan might be able to tell me what song that is so I can pull it up again. So here we go. Occult law number 5. Occult law of technique of limitation. One of the main parts and the most essential part of a true magical operation is the part which is called the limiting of the object of the operation. That's called the limiting of the object of the operation. What does this mean? It means, first of all, magic operations involving as they do the forces of the inner planes deal only with forces. Interplane forces are subject to interplane laws and are certainly not subject to physical plane laws. This fact practically everyone knows, of course, but few persons realize the implications of that fact. Basically, when you deal with interplane forces, you are dealing with forces that have no confinement of any kind, right? We're dealing with spirits, we're dealing with energy, right? These things don't have confinement. That's for the material plane. Two interplane forces occupy a single space at the same time. Interplane forces fly off in all directions at once. Time as we know it is not the same for them. They exist both start and finish at once, beginning and end at once. This sounds like some quantum physics, right? This sounds like some, what's the word? Superposition, right? Well, yeah, we're getting quantum with it. Now, do you see why it sometimes says in the Bible, I am the Alpha and the Omega, ooh, the beginning and the end? And yet, in order to obtain your outer desired physical in-plane results, you have to work with interplane forces first. And so, to handle these interplane forces, you must know something about their nature and how to work them. Ooh, Dion Fortune, one of my favorite authors for sure. Okay, that was the Flavor in Your Ear remix. Okay, yeah, I gotta write that down. Biggie was a Gemini son. Uh-huh. Tupac was too, and he was born on my birthday. Uh-oh. TMI. Yeah, so all three of us are Gemini. That's pretty dang cool. Phoenix says, what's the magical definition of force? Force is the essence of change. But we will definitely be getting into that here in this chapter. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Entanglement, yeah. Okay, here we go. Dion Fortune did say something about it, but did not explain the full implications. You have much to learn, and I will give it to you in time, and as we go along. But for the present, all you have to know is, at the start of any magical operation, a limit must be set to designate the extent of what you want to accomplish in that particular operation. Unless you do this, you're going to have trouble in getting the forces to make the transition from the plane of force to the plane of form and stay there put. Damn. I hope y'all are getting that. I hope y'all are getting that. That was in all caps because it's serious business. When Ophiel's talking serious business, he puts it in all caps, just so you know, if you haven't figured that out. But check that out. Check that out. Dion Fortune, in her book, Basic Magical Mystical Kabbalah, talks about the tree of life and how it operates on two essences, which is force and form, which is essentially what we were talking about in the beginning of this book and in Dharana Darshan, matter and mental states. Matter is the form. Force is what animates it. Force is the energy. Force cannot be contained. Well, it can be contained, but force in itself is not contained. It's force. It's free. It's everything. It's outside of time. But in order to get force to move in the world of form, we have to contain it. We have to set some type of limit for it to exist in. And that's what Saturn represents. The energy of Saturn, the limiter, the punisher. Let's continue. You are able, by means of ordinary mental magical daily operations, to contact and gather forces together quickly. But unless the gathered forces are quickly conducted into a form here on this physical plane, they will fly off as fast as they are gathered. So yeah, you can come in contact with all types of energies. You can contact all types of spirits. You can do all that. You can have wild, fantastic dreams. You can do all the psychic. You can do all this stuff. But to have proficiency, you've got to learn how to bind that energy. Gots to learn how to contain that stuff. That's why we create servitors and we have a physical housing for them to exist within. You feel me? It acts as somewhat beacon. It's just like an altar, right? Just like an altar acts as a beacon to a certain type of energy in your home. Check this out. What she never mind. I won't show you that. Where's the asterisk at? Yeah. The object desired by you in your visualization work is the form that limits the forces your work gathers. Check that out. So we talk about, but unless the gathered forces are quickly conducted into a form here on the physical plane, they will fly off as fast as they are gathered. The object desired by your visualization work is the form that limits the forces that your work gathers. That's why the visualization is so important. The imagination and symbol is how we get in contact and how we communicate with the subconscious mind, right? And the subconscious mind communicates through symbols. So even though you're visualizing these fantastic things, you're actually speaking with your subconscious mind. You're communicating with energies. The visualizations is a form that you're putting the energy into. So when you're visualizing this event or this object, that's the form that you're telling this energy you want it to manifest itself as, right? This is a form of an energy, and it manifests itself to me in my life in this form. That's how I know this energy is communicating with me, because it manifests in this form. And you talk about granular data, right? Some people may say unicorns, and they might see all unicorns as one thing. But when you get more detailed and detailed, you know, I got the white unicorn with the purple. That means a certain thing. I got the white unicorn with the pink. That means a certain thing, right? With the blue, that means a certain thing. With the green, that means a certain thing. So when people see, or when I see these things happen in physical reality, I know what type of energy I'm working with based on the form that I've contained the energy in, right? It gets deep. It gets as deep as you want to. But yeah, let's go. Now appears two of those seemingly endless factors that influence magical creative visualization work, and I trust that you are not going to blow up at their endless appearances. We will come to an end of them sometime, surely at the end of this book. It is the lack of knowledge about these things that makes our work so futile when it comes to helping ourselves through magical work. We might as well get it over with. One of these factors is something that you could call too much of a good thing. Now we're talking about that Jupiter energy. To state it briefly and quickly, it is a law of the inner planes that once you have succeeded in getting an inner plane force to work for you or to flow into your life, right? Because this is a symbol that I use to have the energy flow into my life, the way you want it to work, this force then has a tendency to keep on flowing and keep on working. That's why you keep seeing unicorns, because you have channeled that energy into your life, and now it continues to manifest, and it will continue to do so until you continue to limit it. If you don't limit it, it will continue to flow unrestricted, unimpeded. That sea moss tea. Dr. Sebi told me it would make me invincible. Make me immortal. Bunny Queen says, what does purple and white mean? Shit been popping up a lot asking for a friend. Well, I could tell you, or you could look into your own correspondence. Look into the color purple and what it's associated with. Look into the chakra. Look into the planet that it's associated with on the Kabbalah, right? Or look into your own memories of your past and see what it's associated with. And this flowing working will keep up long after you or any other operator has achieved the original objective of the original starting of the flowing working. I note an apparent contradiction in the above and what I said before, but there is none really. I told you that inner plane forces do not operate in the same as physical plane forces. It is true that inner plane forces can be gathered together quickly, and they do and can fly away quickly. But with long persistence and other unconscious magic techniques, a person can succeed in getting the forces to flow for him, and then they keep on flowing. Abundance. Abundance. So when you unlock this energy properly, you can bring down as much of it as you need for transformation. You just have to be able to channel it into a certain route. Yeah, I did do it. Consider flow the same as work. So when you see the word flow, also consider that as meaning work. But with long persistence and other unconscious magic techniques, a person can succeed in getting the forces to work for him, and then they keep on working. This automatic overflow can cause as much trouble and disappointment in results as no flow at all can cause. The simplest form of trouble this overflow can cause is to create a condition of tension in you after you have received the original thing visualized for, and in this tension, you are vaguely dissatisfied with the whole creative visualized matter operation, and you feel that you want to go on demonstrating the same thing object over and over. And the other factor is some people do yield to that continual flowing in pressure and go on accumulating the objects first wanted beyond all reasonable need of them. This happens in the case of people who were once very poor. Yes, I've seen this with my own eyes. That's why a lot of people who grew up poor can become hoarders, because now they have access to the things that they didn't have. So they wished and wished and wished to have things for so long. Now they accumulate too much stuff. Yes. Shakira Griffin, the book is in the title, the PDF is in the description. It is called Ophiel, the art and practice of getting material things through creative visualization. Welcome aboard. That looks like a good question. Aetherius Knox asks, in regards to entities, Barton lists many beings with highly advanced skills that they can teach the magician, such as levitation, and yogic cities, but why is it that many dismiss advanced phenomena? Because most people lack an efficient way to explain this phenomena. And since the majority of so-called intelligent people on this earth are extremely logical, if you're unable to present them with clear-cut, repeated logical instruction, they dismiss it as false. Books like this are probably as close as you're going to get to clear-cut logical instruction, because we're dealing with things that aren't logical, right? They're very abstract. It takes imagination to fuel these things. And just a plain scientific, logical person is going to have a lot of trouble accepting that. So they dismiss it as not real. And furthermore, an advanced occultist might dismiss cities and powers and stuff like that to newer occultists because it will confuse you. You're going to focus on trying to levitate now instead of learning how to perfect yourself, how to attain your soul, right? And that's what you'll find. Most people that just want to have power and not really understand what the purpose of power is. So I hope that answers your question. Let me know in the comments up here in this chat. Wanda Wisdom says, Trav, if you like, hear Gemini Season on my channel. Warning, it's long, hyperbolic, lend an ear while cooking or on a road trip. Ruled by the third sign. You may find my take on the twins cool. Okay, I'm down. I'm an ace of diamonds, she says. Interesting. I'd like to know where you get that from. That sounds pretty cool. Biggie was a jack of clubs. You can hear it in how he rhymes. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so an ace of diamonds would be an ace of swords, is it? So yeah, that's an air sign. Initiator of intellect and thought and logic. That would make sense. I'm reading the comments here from Wanda Wisdom. Jocelyn B, welcome. She says, Aquarius in the house, Taurus moon. Bring them thoughts down on earth as it is in heaven. Big plans for the full moon. Thanks for sharing, Trav. I thought Biggie was a Taurus. I could be mistaken. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, Micah says, I got too many figurines, not enough space. Yeah, it's getting to that point, man. Greetings, Open Heart 24. Trav, ever read that book, Stuff? The stories they shared therein. This hoarder in New York City lived in a brownstone circa 1940s and died there. He had so much stuff it took days to find him. Wow, that's wild. Instagram, I talk about Doom and Dilla. Oh, I didn't know you may beat Stray Panther. Yeah, post your Instagram tag in this chat if you want to. Jocelyn B. Thank you. Thank you very much. Much love. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Bunny Queen says, I feel like a crone who's found a new path. You know, well, do like the moon and reinvent yourself. Right? The crone, I'm pretty sure she represents the new moon, so you can only go up from there. Nice, nice, nice. No, May 21st, 1972, Biggie, Gemini Sun. Right on, right on. Yeah, so I guess he's a cusp. That's right on the cusp. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Aetherius Knox, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. This is awesome. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. I really enjoy doing this. This feels like a labor of love. So I'm very happy that you guys appreciate this as well. Thank you for your donations. Truly. Phoenix, you say you make beats yourself. Well, with a name like Phoenix, I would hope so, right? That's the goetic spirit that definitely helps with that type of thing. You wouldn't happen to be Jordan, would you? I like that. Gemini rules the cusps, the middle. All cusps carry a Gemini energy no matter when their birthday is. You'll hear the Gemini season video. Interesting, interesting. My baby mama was a cusp and she's an Aquarius Pisces. I definitely feel the Gemini aspect as well. Wow, Stray Panther, thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Awesome, awesome, you guys. Thank you so much, for real, for real. Thank you so much. I love this. I love this. And I know that this book is extremely beneficial if you apply what he's talking about. Like, you can easily put this to work. It's not mysterious and deep and you can't get it unless you think about it for 12 days. Like, it's straightforward. And that's what I love about this. So I'm very happy that you guys are deriving value from this, right? This is incredible. While everyone else on the internet is afraid and fear-mongering and talking about forced vaccinations and martial law, we're talking about stuff that we can apply to our lives today and make our life better today, right? We're forming up the X-Men here. We'll be able to mentally move the rest of them into a place of harmony if y'all want to. Yeah, we're all drinking tea in a book. Bunny Queen. Phoenix says, Trav got that magical memory. Well, I mean, I try not... No, I'm not going to say that. Exist outside of time, right? Ade Odukoya. My daughter is a Cancerian Leo born on a cusp too. Oh man, look at that. Look at that dichotomy of fire and water, right? Leo is such strong fire and water. Like, those are like two polar opposites. That kind of cusp is very intense. Bunny Queen, why do I keep getting images of old school nerds from like the 80s? Well, that's probably because I'm an old school nerd from the 80s. All right, so let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Where are we? I forgot where I'm at. Oh yeah, we're getting to the good part here. And the other factor is, some people do yield to the continual flowing in pressure and go in accumulating the objects first wanted beyond all reasonable need of them. This happens in the case of people who were once very poor, I just said that, and in great need of money a large part of their life, and who, by a sort of mental, natural, personal, creative visualization system pertaining to themselves, as explained before, started money coming to them, but having set no limit to their objective, at least for this one visualization creation, the incoming flow, once started, kept on coming, and in the end, the incoming flow took over their lives, and they continued to do nothing but get money. Are y'all paper chasers out there? All their other objectives in life were lost sight of, and some of these people actually starved to death because they could not control the incoming flow of money to divert some of it to spending patterns. They were gripped by the power of the forces they had set in motion. They could not spend the money for that they had what they originally wanted it for, a good time to be had in and out of life. Damn, son. Being taken over by the things that you are doing magic for. That's one of the traps, one of the many, many traps. Belladonna St. Clair, welcome. That's a very interesting birthday you have there. Very interesting. You're the end of a cycle. You're probably the one in your family who is breaking generational curses, as they say. Let me know if I'm right about that or wrong. In the paper, This morning was a story of a woman who dropped dead on a San Francisco street of starvation, and over $1,000 was found on her person by the street. Another example of this sort of thing is the story by Charles Dickens of Ebenezer Scrooge. This man turned to the making of money because of the great love, disappointment in his life, and he felt the needed money to make up for what he had lost. Scrooge, having once gotten a flow of money started this way, was not able to control it thereafter, and the massing of money took over his life to the exclusion of all else. This concludes the theoretical discussion of the occult law of limitation. I will give a few directions here to guide you in the practices, and I'll give more detailed directions in the later part of the book. So for the time being, what has come to be done to make your creative visualization work come out right? The first thing to do is to figure out exactly what object or thing or circumstances you want to bring about or acquire by creative visualization practices. Having made this decision, you then set down and write out in exact detail describing the object or circumstance desired and stating clearly that this is all that you want from this one operation. Make the end of the operation as clear as the beginning. This is where a lot of people kind of slip up, right? Because we have like a vague, cloudy idea of what we think we want, and if you're not able to put it into words, that you're attracting a big cloud that's really indistinguishable. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a big mix of a bunch of random stuff. You want to state clearly what it is that you want. Make the end as clear as the beginning. And I highly recommend, like the book says, to write it down. Don't open your phone and text it on some app. Get a pen or pencil, right? What we used to use back in the day, and write it down, right? And put it somewhere where you can see it. And if you're not clear on what you want, spend some time fleshing it out. Spend some time actually breaking it down. October 4, 10-4, affirmative. As an example, let us assume that you are working for a piece of carpet, as the Paris rag picker was. You would write this down on paper exactly what you wanted and what you wanted it for. You can also add a description of how you expect the carpet to be used and how you expect it to feel in use. This part is important. More of this later. How you expect it to feel in use, right? Engaging those senses in your imaginations. Now conclude your writing by pronouncing some statement such as, and for the purposes of limiting the effects of this operation, I hereby state that the sole physical desired result of this operation is the piece of carpet. And also for a psychic result, I expect a deep satisfaction from the use of this piece of carpet. So check that out. He's writing exactly what he wants and makes it as clear as possible. He visualizes how it makes him feel. And while he's doing the whole visualization, he's putting himself in that point in time where he has it, right? And he gets the details of how he feels while having it. And then you write as well, for the purpose of the limiting effects of this operation, I hereby state that this is the only thing that I want, right? You put the end to it. This is important. I know it may seem somewhat counterproductive, but trust me, it will work in your favor if you limit things, because you can always start something new after you get it, right? But like I said, most of the time when it comes to material things, it's based on a temporary mental condition, right? You're wanting something because you feel like you don't have it. You're feeling lack. It's coming from a place of lack. And once you actually get it, hopefully you've matured enough to the point where you realize that it's not really the thing you want. You just needed a symbol to feel secure in yourself, right? But once you learn abundance, you understand that you already have everything you need, and you always will have what you need. Lack is the illusion. And when you buy into the lack, it starts to become your reality, right? Because you're visualizing it all the time. Look at that. Look at that. People are hearing about martial law enforced vaccines. They're hearing about that. They're hearing their friends talk about it, and some Facebook people post about it. They're putting themselves in the future where that's a reality. They're feeling it, right? They're feeling the fear. They're feeling the anger and the anxiety, right? They're visualizing it. They're creating it. They're making it happen. They're putting themselves in the future where that's a reality. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's so stupid. When you have the ability to visualize anything, right? That that is something that's outside of your sphere of availability, right? But since you're manifesting it, you're drawing yourself towards steps of making it happen. You've got these other brilliant people out here that are, connecting dots for you to make it a reality. Well, all they got to do is do this, and then we on martial law, right? So now you're imagining these small steps. Like, we're the ones that are in control of what's going on here. That's what people don't understand. Ay, 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 ay. All right, yeah, let's keep it going. We're on occult law number 6, the law of binding. And this should be chapter 5. In magical operations of all kinds, there are always two kinds of forces involved. Actually, any kind of an operation, any action of any kind, physical or interplane magical, involves two kinds of forces. Yes, right? We're talking about the masculine and the feminine. I'm gonna have to make this part a clip. Yeah, I hope you got the timestamp. I'm gonna have to go back and put the chapters in here. Y'all might hear some stomping upstairs, but kids don't have school, so that's what happens. Little ones like to run as hard as they can. Something I call it. Phoenix says, but since I'm an actor as well, I use all the minor arcana as personalities. Yeah, I remember you asking about this on the Magus Society website. Which, by the way, if you haven't been to the Magus Society website, go ahead and set up an account there. It's free. We can chit chat about this stuff. So most of these online groups are filled with people who are like super elitist and retarded and religious, and there's no real growth there. There's no advancement of this science because everyone's so busy trying to look smart and cool and wise and deep and edgy. In the Magus Society Facebook or the website, the focus is the work, it's the text, it's the message, the lesson. So I'd recommend joining up if you'd like to converse with other people about this type of thing. Emily Lee says, I would love more Goetia videos. How come? Oh yeah, Straight Panther says, that's why when someone mentions martial law, I say the guy from Tekken. Yes, go ahead and redefine that word, right? That's a part of the whole thing. The word martial law inserts fear into people. They get scared automatically. But see, when you envision the dude from Tekken, now it's funny. So when you hear martial law in your universe, you get this funny image, right? So it redefines the whole meaning of the thing for you. Our reality is literally just composed of words and our memories attached to those words. So in controlling those, really you control how you interpret reality. And how you interpret reality is how reality manifests. Walmart, nice. But yeah, another thing I say is even if that happens, so what? Like, okay, so let's say it's happened. Let's say it's the reality. Boom. Now what? Are we dead? Are we alive? What kind of life are we living? It sucks. Like what would you do at that point? Better yet, what can you do about it now? Nothing. So chill, relax. We all gonna die. Exactly, King David. All that jazz 3, do thoughts become deities? They can, and they do, most definitely. Like I said yesterday in the Art of War audiobook, there's a coronavirus physically, and there's also a entity, right? That when someone evokes it by saying its name in vain, they suddenly go into fear and panic, right? And every emotional stimulation that a person feeds it whenever they hear that name only makes it stronger across the world. So yeah, I'm tired of this church, right? Let's continue. Occult law number 6, law of binding. In magical operations of all kinds, there are always two kinds of forces involved. I already said that. Actually, any kind of an operation, any action of any kind, physical or interplane magical, involves two kinds of forces. Or to say it in another way to make it as clear as possible, any and every force in our physical cosmos is really a double-acting force. The image of the Kundalini energy with its two serpents rising comes to mind. Every force is dual in nature, always has been dual, and could exist in no other form than dual. There is not a thing in the physical universe that does not have two sides to it. Even God has two sides to him. However, in our physical life, we use both sides of things, so naturally that we have completely lost sight of the other side of the things we use. Do you ever stop to think that every time you cover yourself with bedclothes, you are using one side only, and that there is another side to the bedclothes? Could the sheet exist without the other side, the side which you do not use? Not too good of an illustration, but it will do to enable you to think about it and to keep the concept as simple as possible. Here's a different illustration. Do you realize that every time you drive your automobile forward, you are exerting an equal force backward? If you will study some physics about the laws of motion, you will find this to be true. So again, I say, when we use a physical plane force, we do not only use one side of the force, or only one aspect of the force, but we use both sides of the force at once. As in the simple illustration of the bedsheet and the more complex operation of the automobile, we must use both aspects of a force or we can't use it at all. In fact, a force could not exist, even on the inner planes, if it did not have two sides to it. Right? Oh shit, hell yeah, Gemini style. This is my chapter. This is my year. 2020, you feel me? 444. Happy 444, everybody. Or 42020, whatever. 442020. However, in the use of interplane forces, to accomplish something on the physical plane, we want to use only one aspect of the force and not both aspects. And the reason for this is, one aspect of a force will bring a thing to us and the other aspect of a force will take it away. This is why when working with any of the goetic spirits, you look at what thing that goetic spirit controls and realize that he also controls the opposite, right? So one entity may control sickness, but he can also control healing of that sickness. Right? Or to say it in another way, a force can bring something to us, and the same force can take it away. The good Lord giveth, the good Lord taketh. It follows naturally then that if we want a certain thing, then the aspect of the force we want is the aspect of that will bring the thing to us. If we want a certain thing, then the aspect of the force we want is the aspect that will bring the thing to us. Therefore, it is imperative in all magic works and in all kinds of other works that you must first recognize the existence of the other side of the force that you are invoking. Remember, when you contact a force, you contact both sides of it at once and at the same time, and both sides have equal power. Ooh. It is the lack of knowledge about the secret fact that causes so much trouble in the magical workings of would-be magicians. Either your magical operation works like mad, I mean literally, or it does not work at all. Therefore, when you want to use a force to accomplish a certain kind of work, you must use the side of the force that you need to accomplish the work that you want to do, be it constructive or destructive, and bind the other side of the force that you are using so it will not function in the operation you are performing. That's key. Yin yang, balance. You got it. And oh my gosh, they can go so deep. How we talk about the four elements? And what is the fifth element? It's so hard to conceptualize. Well, when you look at Hermeticism, you imagine like this. All of reality, like if this were the Matrix and everything's just ones and zeros, the ones and zeros would be if something is turned on or off. So imagine every literal piece of matter and air and everything, the whole matrix you exist in is akasha, is spirit. But depending on the vibration, that akasha can manifest as air, earth, water, or fire, because they all exist within that same principle. So depending on what energy is present, that molecule is going to manifest as what needs to be there. Almost like a Rubik's Cube, right? And if you think about it hard enough, it starts to go into a certain order or pattern, right? The ether, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Wanda Wisdom. The ether, yes. So abundance is really real, and these things that are triggered, these things that trigger the on and off switch between these elements is consciousness, right? That's why all of existence is really empty space. That's why they've got that double slit experiment, how things manifest depending on if you're observing them or not. Why do you think sometimes you burn things to the ethers? Right. Giving it back. Burning ancestor money and whatnot. Let's continue. If you do not bind up the one side of the force that you're using, the side that you do not want to operate, then in any particular operation you perform, you will invoke, contact both sides of the force at once, and they will nicely cancel each other out. Maybe some of y'all are too good at evoking spirits and you end up canceling them out, right? Or to enable you to understand it better, I will put it in a little different way. When you start a magical operation without a binding, you can, and often do, use the aspect of the force that you want to use. But as time goes on, the one-sided use will build up a strain or a pressure. And this pressure will sooner or later bring the opposing force, now concentrated by the removed dilution of its balancing opposite. So this is for those people that are working with spirits and everything's going good, and all of a sudden things seem to be falling apart. And now it's, oh my God, the spirit turned on me and it's attacking me, and I'm under attack. I'm under spiritual attack. No, you're experiencing the opposite side of the force because you didn't bind it properly, right? Goodness. Force, now concentrated by the removed dilution of its balancing opposite, back into operation with the results, harmless enough when said this way, of completely neutralizing all the previously done work and bringing back all conditions, physical and otherwise, to the same condition prevailing before the magical work was started. Or to say it another way, make a hash out of the whole thing. Fuck it all up. That was a super long sentence. Let me start that again. When you start a magical operation without a binding, you can and often do use the aspect of the force that you want to use. But as time goes on, the one-sided use will build up a strain or pressure, and this pressure will sooner or later bring the opposing force, now concentrated by the removed dilution of its balancing opposite, back into operation with the result. Harmless enough when said this way, of completely neutralizing all the previously done work and bringing back all conditions, physical and otherwise, to the same condition prevailing before the magical work was started. Or to say it another way, make a hash out of the whole thing. So yeah, eventually working with a spirit or whether it resolves itself. So when you do these banishing rituals, it's not always to send the spirit away. It's to quickly neutralize the energy. But eventually, if the binding isn't done properly, it's going to neutralize itself because the nature of the universe is balance. I'm almost out of my invincibility sea moss tea. Dr. Sebi said it would make me invincible, immortal. All right. There was an asterisk there. A way to see this quick reversal in action is to watch the people at racetracks. A man will win a large sum of money. Which was done by successfully invoking pressure on inner planes forces. Even if it was done ignorantly, the power of the will, even of an ignorant man, is very great at times. And then a few minutes later, the man will lose all that he won. The force gave and the force took away. If the work you are attempting to do does not involve too great a dislocation of your surroundings, if your sphere of availability is ready to supply you with what you are working for, setting a sensible limit on the size of the operations you are conducting will be sufficient for all normal purposes. I skipped ahead. If you will look carefully, you will see this cycle repeated time and time again in the history of the nations and the world as far back as you can go. You can see it operating in our daily lives every day, and all our little disappointments and breakdowns in daily living. So now that you know about the occult law of binding, what must you do to make your magical operations come out right? I think that's the question you are asking, Ananya. Yeah, Micah. The operation of the mental magic work you will be doing by using the art of creative visualization as given in this book to set up a limit on the extent of each operation you perform will have the same effect as a binding of the opposite force in this case. If the work you are attempting to do does not involve too great a dislocation of your surroundings, if your sphere of availability is ready to supply you with what you are working for, setting a sensible limit on the size of the operations you are conducting will be sufficient for all normal purposes. If you are creatively visualizing for something really big, or if you are attempting real magical work of a big kind, it will be absolutely necessary for you to bind the opposing dual force. For binding in connection with anything of an advanced nature more than the mental magic I give here, contact me through the address given in this book, and I think I'll be able to direct you in the source of information. Well, we can't do that now because he is passed on to the inner planes, if you will. Greetings, Saturn's Guru. How are you doing? How you doing? I suggest that for a long time, you confine yourself to the type of specialized operations that I have given you so far, going one step at a time and gaining slowly what you want. I can tell you truly that if you get too large a thing by these creative visualization methods, unless you protect yourself by binding, you are apt to lose it all back again when the reaction takes place. Build up your life by the slower, careful, well thought out methods I have given you, one step at a time, and you can expect to hold on to your gains and increase and use them in the right way. Gaining a thing through creative visualization, not too large a thing as to cause the dislocation as aforesaid, and starting to use the thing is another form of binding. Let me read that part again. Gaining a thing through creative visualization and starting to use the thing is another form of binding. Interesting. So gaining it and then putting it to use is another form of binding. That's a lot like converting the force into form, putting it to use, right? When you get these new spiritual techniques or these new books, go ahead and open it up and read it, right? Bunny Queen says, sounds like this is what paganism took from because they focus heavily on binding and banishing. Yes. Yes, indeed. So yeah, the sphere of availability, like we talked about, is very crucial because not only do you get things that are within your range of handling, you get used to the process of building yourself up, right? Slowly but surely, instead of jumping into something too large for you to handle. And likewise, in using this law of binding, you learn to understand the balance that every energy has a creative and a destructive side. Every energy has a positive and a negative side. Fire, right? It can help or it can destroy. Water, it can drown you or it can give you life. Air, earth, all these things have a positive or a negative aspect. So you got to remember the law of limitation, the law of binding. Let's continue to occult law number 7, law of the barrier. This is chapter 6. For me, it's page 57. For you on your PDF, which is in the description, it's probably like page 60 or something like that. Bunny Queen says, when you go through every religion and subgenre, you start to see everyone has a piece of the puzzle. Hence why you study everything. Bingo. Bobby Hemmett used to say, he who knows one book knows none. PDF is page 34. Thank you, Phoenix. Thank you. Yeah, let's continue. Again, in this section, I am introducing a new subject, law, which pertains to the art of creative visualization. I have never found this law in this exact form before. I have no good name for this law, and so I have to give it a name myself. I named this 7th law of creative visualization the occult law of the barrier. An understanding of this law will enable you to work the art of creative visualization a little more perfectly. All right, so pay attention to this one because this one really involves the science of the mental transmutation of your affirmations, right? Of the words that you tell yourself every day. Of the mantras that you create yourself because you want to create change in your life. That's where this is talking about. Wanda Wisdom says, Bobby, love, I met him in person. Awesome. One of the best moments of my life in this life. That's awesome. Yeah, Bunny Queen says, I'm tired too. The round table is fun, though, if anyone is tapped in via third eye, right? Saturn's Guru asks, how do you get in the vibration state of creativity? What do you do personally? Well, I like to surround myself with imagery that inspires me, right? Obviously, like things like this and all the books and everything. And when I see them, it reminds me of who I am and what my mission is. So when I start to get tired or distracted or jaded or disillusioned, I see these things and it kind of triggers thoughts and memories of what I associated with them. So long story short, when I see these unicorns, I remember my mission. I remember what I stand for, right? And it inspires me to continue. It's another way to answer that question. What I also find is that sometimes when I know there's things that I want to do and I go forever distracting myself, sometimes if I just think about myself doing it and then actually do it, I realize that the apprehension that comes with being distracted, it's like a false wall, right? Because like when I actually start doing it, I'm like, well, damn, what was I procrastinating for? This is easy. This is fun. I love this. Why was I not doing this before? Sometimes just taking that extra step and just doing it puts you right back into creativity. And also remembering that you're limitless, that you're boundless, that you live in abundance, even with ideas. And I don't put the pressure to come up with ideas on my own. I understand that the universe delivers them to me. Uh-oh, you can hear it? I better keep talking. All right. So, in the use of the art of creative visualization methods to get what you want, much confusion exists about the use of verbal words as against symbols or pictures. There appears to be two schools of thought about the use of verbal words as against picture symbols, and neither of the two schools seem to know too much about it conclusively. In the past 30 years of occult study work, I ran across first one school of thought and then the other school. They seem to run in cycles. First, there would be schools and books dealing with words, mantras, and chants, etc. And then there would be schools dealing with mental visualizations, pictures, etc. Certainly, you have heard all of the Q and his day by day, I'm getting better and better. No, it's day by day in every way, I'm getting better and better, right? People arguing over how you say it, right? Also, you must have heard of Eastern mantras, chants, and the fairy tales are full of words like enchantment, in, which means in, chant, which means sing, ment, which means the state of. It also means mind, right? And invoking, which in means in, voke means voice, and speak means speaking. There's a key right there to what invocation is all about. All these things pertain to word sounds. It appears that states have to be gotten by words, and things have to be gotten by mental pictures. Okay, let me say that again. It appears that states have to be gotten by words. We talk about the trance state, the theta gamma sync. States have to be gotten by words. That's why the Goetia have ends that you repeat. And things have to be gotten by mental pictures. That's why we visualize. That's why we have the vision board. It probably could be said that the East is interested in states while the West is interested in things. True. Therefore, I presume the choice is up to you. If you want things, then follow the instructions as given in this book. And if you want states, then follow the Eastern type of instructions, or work out your own system of the knowledge you've been given here. Speech, in the sense that we use word sounds to convey ideas to each other, is the evolutionary existence of man, a recent invention. In thinking of speech, you must never confuse human speech with the speaking of a god. As for example, where in the scriptures it says, God spoke. The speech of God is an entirely different thing from human vocal sounds. But as this is the only kind of speech we know about, we're apt to mistake the one for the other. The creative speech of the divinity is connected with the Tattva Akasha. See, we're getting all up into the whole Indian philosophy here. Dharana Darshan. I must have to read that book next. The creative speech of the divinity is connected with the Tattva Akasha, sound granules, which sound granules are vibrations, and these vibrations shape the astral light. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier about all the creation being the Akasha, but depending on what the vibration is, it's turned on to whatever element it is. Okay. All right. So, the Logos into all things and then change these things to material things by an entirely different process. However, as all things are connected together in more than one way, these connections are treated for another purpose in another book of mine called The Oracle of Fortuna. You can find that on Amazon. I suggest you get this book and read and use the divination system therein to help you through life. The divination system therein is good, strong occult knowledge and practice. Thus, this human speech of ours, due to its recent invention, does not pertain to the depth of our being or inner subconscious mind, but rather speech pertains to our outer conscious mind only. You should know from your occult studies that you have two minds, an inner one and an outer one. The outer one is called the conscious mind, and the inner one is called the subconscious mind. The existence of these two minds in you is what makes all the trouble in the world. Or maybe I should say the separation of these two minds makes all the trouble in the world. There's an asterisk here. For those of you who are ready for higher things, I will drop a big fat juicy hint as to what illumination really is. Becoming a master, becoming an adept, becoming like a god, becoming a living god, means the two minds fuse into one. What? Did y'all see that? Becoming a god means the two minds fuse into one. Enough said. Some further information is available. Contact me through the address in this book. Attend to the following knowledge carefully. Words, speech are the language of the conscious mind, whereas feelings are the language of the subconscious mind. We've been saying that, right? We've been talking about that for the past year. We've been talking about this. Words, speech are the language of the conscious mind, whereas feelings are the language of the subconscious mind. Oh, I just had deja vu. Oh my goodness. So I'll repeat it again. All the trouble we have in the world in living this material life successfully and fully comes from the differences in communications between the two minds. This is why we've been talking about repetition, symbols, and trauma, because these are the three things that affect the subconscious mind. So check it out. You're now communicating with your two minds. The inner mind is communicating. We still buffering? No, we good. But yeah, basically I was saying, oh my gosh, what was I saying? Oh well, I guess that one's for the archives. Let's continue. Communications between the two minds. The inability of these two minds to talk to each other, to get ideas and commands over to each other. Conscious you to talk to the unconscious you. Hardly in your whole life have you been able to tell yourself what you really mean. In studying this book and learning therefrom the art of creative visualization, you're entering upon a new phase in your life, a phase in which you can learn to communicate properly to and with your subconscious mind. That's it. Becoming like a god, becoming enlightened, becoming advanced, becoming initiated into the mysteries is the connection between your conscious and your subconscious mind. You can learn to give your subconscious mind positive directions and have them obeyed by it in order to get things done for you. At this point, I believe I will part with a couple of big occult secrets. Might as well share a couple of big occult secrets, for those who've showed up to the book reading. Big occult secrets that you would never get except from some secret society, and then only under some big oaths of much secrecy. And you would never be able to use them for your own benefit or tell them to another person so that the person can help themselves. Oh heavens. Again, for heaven's sake, use these secrets for your benefit and then for the benefit of others. That's what this is about, sharing the information so that we can make a better existence. First big secret, your inner you is connected almost directly with the inner forces of the physical cosmos. Ooh, message. Let me read that again so you can really hear what I said. Hear what Ophiel said. Your inner you is connected almost directly with the inner forces of the physical cosmos. Stray Panther says it sounds like Hidden Power from James K. Van Fleet, right? Book flexing. Buttering. I like it. Yeah. And also this is something that you'll find in the book Basic Magic by Philip Cooper, right? The reason that these symbols and these sigils work and the astrology and all that stuff is because the inner mind already knows. That's why you can meditate on a symbol like this and automatically begin to pull information when you go deep into trance. That's why you're able to look at a sigil like this one, which the Queen Unicorn sits upon, and it is a sigil that represents the key to all of language and communication on planet Earth. I'd show you a better picture of it, but you could really break down what that sigil is. It's every letter and every number. Let us continue. Raymond L. No, I like buttering her. That's funny. Go out and come back in helps with buttering sometimes. Yeah, it's absolutely my phone. It's not you guys. It's my internet, or I don't know. I don't know what it is. But yeah, let's go. Let's go. The second big secret, right? The first one is the inner you is connected almost directly with the inner forces of the physical cosmos. And the second big secret, the inner forces of the physical cosmos are the emotions and feelings of God. Oh, wow. Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Hence why it's so important to control your emotions and make sure that they don't filter your magical operations, right? You can't mix the feelings of God and the feelings of man together. People talking about God is a jealous God. Who's jealous? The people running the show or the actual entity that's created everything, right? We get ourselves mixed up. Bunny Queen, that's awesome, right? She says, I'm a little sad. I have nothing to really add because the book is so straightforward with everything many teachers have been saying for years. That's great. You know what I'm saying? I have nothing to add either. None of us should want to have anything to add. You know what I'm saying? That's the ego stuff, of course. I'm just, you know what I'm saying, just sharing it. Right? If I was full of ego, I would have tried to been passing this off as if I came up with this shit so that I can get fame and glory. But I feel the same way. I like these practical books because they're straightforward. It's not a mystery. It just tells you straight up. I think that real religion should be this way. The Upanishads was written thousands of years before the Bible, and it is so much clearer talking about your connection with the Most High. But why does the Bible got to be so confusing, right? A lot of people are like, oh, the Bible is basic instruction before you leave Earth, and it tells you about this, that, and the third. Well, why is it so difficult for the common person to understand, right? Wild. The word emotion means moving, something moving. Movements on the inner planes are vibrations of different kinds and different forms. These inner plane vibrations, as soon as they come in contact with your inner plane subconsciousness, become visible to you as your emotions. The word emotion means moving, something moving. Movements on the inner planes are vibrations of different kinds and of different forms. These inner plane vibrations, as soon as they come in contact with your inner plane subconsciousness, become visible to you as emotions. In other words, you are a lot like a receiver and something is transmitting to you, right? Oh my God, no way. And the converse is also much more importantly true to you. Your subconsciousness emotions generated by you reach out and contact these inner plane forces and influence them to your benefit. Precisely why your inner dialogue is so important to keep track of, because your thoughts and your feelings affect the universe. You're literally calibrating existence as you go, right? That's why it's not a good idea to blame stuff on other people. Oh, my life sucks because this person did this to me 5 years ago. No, what's going on right now, right? What's going on right now? What are you thinking, feeling, and repeating to yourself right now? Oh, I lost because my team sucks. Maybe, but what is your part in the whole thing? Oh my goodness. Bunny Queen, yeah, I get you. I'm just talking. Satan's Guru says, can you explain the minds, conscious mind, subconscious, Others say 3 minds, added a superconscious mind. So yeah, there are many definitions, right? This is where we also get to the granularity of definition. And when I say granularity, I mean being specific about things. Some people just say there's 2, right? Conscious mind and subconscious mind. But if you really want to get granular with it, there are several layers, right? I did a video a while back that talked about, I think, 7 different minds, right? There's some books that talk about 3, like you said, the superconscious. Honestly, it's limitless. We just chunk it into these categories for us to understand what we do, and science calls it the alpha, the beta, the theta. You might hear these isochronic beats in the background right now, but science classifies it as different levels as well. But what we can agree on essentially is that there is a conscious mind, which is right now us paying attention, us being in the present, us aware of our stimulation and our reaction. And then there's another mind, which, to be blunt, we're not in control of, right? There's another mind that is a thing that gives us feeling, right? When I see the Apple logo on my computer, my subconscious mind feeds a feeling to me after seeing that. I'm not in control of that. I mean, I am, but the reaction happens before I have a chance to assign it definition. And there's an even greater mind when you really pay attention, right? When you go outside and everything just falls into place. You look up and you see a bald eagle flying across. You know what I'm saying? You get to the store and somebody gives you some free shit for no reason. Or you get in your car and you have all green lights. You didn't plan that out, not consciously, but there is a greater mind working, right? It's just different levels. I try not to get too stuck on the categories themselves, but just understanding that there's a deeper thing going on. I hope that answers your question. Yeah. Yamaika says the id, even psychology has their definitions of it. There's different categories, different interpretations, just like there's different schools of thought in this whole magic stuff. Saturn's guru says inner cosmos would be the all, or that superconscious mind. 3 minds, the mind of the cosmos which I am in, with 2 minds, and then matching together connected with the all. Yeah. So almost like an egg or an onion with layers, you know what I'm saying? With the outside layer containing the inner 2, the inner containing less, you know what I mean? Like the conscious mind. Then you've got the subconscious mind, which also contains the conscious mind. Then you got the superconscious, which contains the subconscious and the conscious. And you've got something greater. And I imagine it continues to go out until you realize that it's all just one thing, just different levels of perspective. But let's continue. Now, with this imperfect and incomplete explanation of the basic foundation of this creative visualization art out of the way, the reason I use the words imperfect and incomplete is that modesty forbids me to claim, as others do, that I have given you the whole truth and the whole truths of being. All I have given you is enough theory, knowledge to enable you to proceed with your work in this art. We can proceed. Yeah, and that's pretty much what I'm saying. I don't know it all. I don't want to know it all, but I know enough to make it work for me. And you know enough to make it work for you, right? And you can take from this what works for you or leave what doesn't or not. But yeah, if it works, it works. The art of creative visualization would be a terrifically simple matter if we could just talk our desired visualizations into physical existence. But that simple thing we cannot do. You could spend a lifetime talking about what you want and still not get one word through to the subconscious mind. Talking, words must be linked with emotional feelings in order to work. Haven't we been talking about this? Words must be linked with emotional feelings in order to work. Yet we cannot think or even communicate on the physical plane without the use of words, and it is by words that our outer has to communicate with the inner, right? However, I'm glad to be able to show you that through all these contradictions between words and emotions and words, there is a path that does go right through it all. To explain this path, I have invented a name for it, a practice I abhorred when others did it, and here I am doing it again. The name I invented is, wait for it, the barrier. Imagine a place inside your mental being where there exists a a sort of fence. This fence or barrier separates your outer being from your inner being, separates your conscious mind from your subconscious mind. You, your conscious mind, is outside the barrier, and you, your subconscious mind, is inside the barrier. This is not too good a way of explaining it, but this explanation is only to describe a theory, and that only so your mind can have something to grapple with. Don't demand too much from a theory. As soon as you get used to the idea, you will not use the conception anyhow. That's right, that's right. Imagine that the barrier works in the following manner. Words come up to the barrier, strike the barrier, sink into the barrier, and then emerge on the other side, the inner side, as emotions. Conversely, imagine emotions coming up to the inside of the barrier, hitting the barrier, sinking into the barrier, and emerging on the outer side as words. When you can visualize work with this operation, you have made a great advance in the mastery of the occult art. So check that out, the barrier. That brings to mind an image. Let me grab that book. There you are. The barrier, the abyss. Check that out. All right. It's as if divine light comes down and hits that barrier, and then it emerges and filters out as something else. And likewise, when you go up to this tree of life, you hit that barrier of Doth and come out differently on the other side. Interessante. Let's begin. Party people! All right, where we at? All right. This theory of the barrier may be only an invention of my mind to help you understand these important occult operations. But you can see for yourself that something like this must be so in order to seal off your inner being from your outer being. If this barrier did not exist, the least little word could raise a perfect hell of emotions that could not be controlled. And if the barrier did not exist, the least little emotion would raise a storm of words that would be meaningless to you and all others, like schizophrenia. The barrier slows down both of these transfer actions and allows proper living to proceed in a halfway orderly manner. Understanding of the above instructions and the barrier process enables you to deliberately control the barrier actions, going and coming, or as might be said, control the traffic both ways. You can now consciously link your words with emotions and your emotions with words. So this illustrates the importance of maintaining your frame, of understanding what words you're saying in your inner speech, because those words that you speak and the words you listen to penetrate into your subconscious mind, and they become emotions, and they gestate, right? They ferment, they grow, right? And then they push back out more words. The Bible says, out of an abundance of the heart flows from the mouth, or something like that. Meaning, there's no mistake when you speak your mind. It's coming out of your heart, out of what's in your head. What you fill yourself up with is what you're going to put out into this world. It's not an accident. It's not a surprise. It's not a mystery. Oh my God, I never would have thought that he would have done this, that, or third. Yeah, well, people will show you who they are if you just pay attention. But likewise, if you want to become something greater, then take the effort to speak greater into your life and do it on a regular basis so that it becomes you. You feel me? Let's continue. Phoenix, if you're still with us, what is chapter 4, occult law number 8? What's chapter 7? What page is that on the PDF? Well, this is occult law number 8, law of the treasure chart, chapter 7. This is where we're going to get into like vision boards and that sort of thing, and why they're effective. Okay, Bunny Queen says page 37. Perfect. Thank you so much. Phoenix, she got to you like 60 seconds ahead of time, man. She got you slipping. Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? The occult law we will study here is called the occult law of the treasure chart. We will now consider another tool which can be used by you in your creative visualization work. This treasure chart tool is a rather well-known device, being an application of some very old magical principles. I have reason to believe that the pictures and decorations on Egyptian tombs were early treasure charts. As soon as a royal child was born in Egypt, a tomb was immediately started for him. On the walls of the tombs were painted pictures of his life up to his death, and this while he was still an infant. What do we call that in our current magical stuff? Narrative magic, narrative sorcery, something like that. The hyper sigil. Anyways, these pictures show the child as having all the good things in life right up to his death and even beyond that. The pictures show him winning all the wars and capturing large numbers of prisoners. In other words, setting up a fine life for him in advance. These pictures were painted on the walls of the tomb and made alive and powerful by the magic of the priests. In all cases, unless the priests withdrew their magic protection, these pictures preserved him throughout his whole life, and he lived this protected path his whole physical cycle. Still earlier, in the history of man, pictures of game were drawn on the inside of walls and caves. These pictures showed a hunter killing food game successfully and bringing it back for food. It can be said that the treasure charts or maps are oldest of man's magical devices to help him through life. At the present time, I find that the Unity people are using this magic tool in their work. It seems a little strange to find the Unity people using this magic device in their work, as none of their other teachings have any connection with magic that I can find, being mostly metaphysical, mental teachings. But be that as it may, we can be thankful that the magical tool still exists and that its use is open to us all. I just called the Unity office in this city, and the lady there tells me that the treasure charts are still used in their work, only she called them treasure maps. If you feel so inclined to get some of their magazines and see what additional things they have to say about the technique of this magical tool, perhaps you will find additional data that I do not give, which will help you in your work of getting the best out of a treasure chart for your benefit. If it works for the Unity people, it should work for you as well. You will be using additional magical techniques that they do not use. So I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. Give me 5 minutes. So what's the scenario? Oh Lord. Did everybody tune out? Oh, you heard that? Wow. Who else is in the table talk in the astral? Oh yeah, we back. The CMOS, y'all. Where we at? Where we at? Checking the conversation while I was out. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, Moldvox, as soon as you pop up, here we go with this Tree of Life. I find it interesting that you and Saturn's Guru both commented here. He says in 17 he did a ritual in Moldova, Eastern EU, and invoked a Goetia. And he says he was beckoned to DM me randomly. So at that point, I was in higher mind, which my seeking manifested. That's where I got from it. In Moldova, and right underneath you, this guy's name, Moldvox. I mean, you know, I think that's pretty interesting. Oh yeah, no timer, right? LOL. That 5 minutes gonna turn into 10. Did it? Almost. Not quite though. Movox says, I've heard that the jump from third eye to crown chakra is spontaneous and happens mysteriously, like a leap of faith into the unknown. Absolutely. Like we were talking about in the Magus Academy class, it's almost impossible for us to conceive the next level because we have no idea what it looks like, right? And when we reach it, we look back at our conceptions of what we thought the next level would be, and it's nothing like it. So that's one thing that makes it kind of difficult to help others if you don't remember the pathway that you took to get to where you are. Belladonna St. Clair says, muy interesante. Miss 99999. Yeah, Moldvox says, reminded me of only being able to reach the supernal triad after death. Most definitely. That barrier is in effect. Brooke Jemerson says, consciously consider the polarities and the entities summoned or used. Most definitely, right? Most definitely. Because like I said, they contain the power of both. Vinaya helps you to build up your defenses. He also helps you to tear down someone else's, right? That's a perfect example. Hellboy 9, what's good, what's good? Bunny Queen says, only seems like 7 to 10 other people in the group. And that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's usually how it happens. No matter what, this type of thing here, this higher knowledge, higher conversation, it's always going to be the minority, right? You're not going to see this mainstream. And the mainstream version of it is going to be pretty pathetic. So, I mean, enjoy the company of the few because there are only a few of us. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Cass E, greetings, greetings. 305 Capricorn, how you doing? How you doing? All right, let's continue. Xavier Schaffer Bay, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying this. Justina B, how are you today? How are you today? We are on the law of the treasure chart. I think somebody said that was page 30. If you got the PDF, then scroll up. They got the page number in here. 13 keys. What's good? What's good? That 0.0013%, right? The point. Yeah. I was gonna convert that to something else, but fuck it. Hecate got us the same with the Magus Academy. Only a few of us. Yes, indeed. Purple Haze. I remember you from before. She says, or he says, I'm not at you guys' level, but always enjoy reading and listening. Right on, right on. Hell yeah. Page 37, that's where we at. Okay, Aldic, AD777XX. I appreciate you as well, my friend. Hell yeah. Saturn's Guru says the lower mind can only intake 5 sensory data, maybe sees 10 outcomes, where the higher mind is infinite. I can see that. I can see that. Logical sensory data. All right, let's keep it going. You will recall that in the earlier part of this book, I told you about the lady in Lahala a long time ago who had taught a class of people in this treasure chart system, and how one of her students had made up a chart for a blonde and another made up a chart for a bottle of whiskey, and how both of them got what they wanted, and it scared the wits out of them. These students were far more sensible in their askings than many occult students who ask for the moon with a fence around it the first time they use a creative visualization technique, right? Or people who want to use the Goetia to learn how to fly to Mars and blow up Donald Trump or whatever they want to do. The technique of preparing and using a treasure chart is basically rather simple. The first thing to do is to get a large sheet of paper or cardboard or some other large surface on which you can fasten things, say 15 inches by 15 inches or larger. The surface of your chart should be kept as private of a place as possible. The chart should not be in a location where others can view your chart freely, and you should show it to yourself. You should show it yourself to others very sparingly, if at all, and then only to those who are in complete sympathy with your aims in life. A man and wife team might make a chart together for their mutual benefit, but that is about the only exception to this secret rule. So for your chart, let it be very private and hidden. After you have selected your chart surface and mounted it somewhere away from prying eyes, the first thing to do is to place a boundary line along the edges of the chart. Keep that in mind. Why? Your answer is to invoke the law of limitation. Boom. Of course. I think at this point I will add some more material. As occult students, you should have some knowledge about planes. The inner planes are treated somewhat more fully in my book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection. Hey, I've got that one. It's pretty short, so I mean, maybe we could do this one pretty soon as well, if you guys are up for that type. Saturn's Guru. My wife this morning handed me divorce petition. I accept it with love. She can't handle this path I've been on. Yes, that sounds very, very intense, my friend. More power to you. I know there's a few people right now that are going through a similar situation. Lean on your strength, man. We know that everything happens the way that it's supposed to. Everything happens in balance. And because you've got the knowledge that you have and you're on the path that you're on, my brother, you know, you already know. More power to you, my friend. 305 Capricorn says, Travis, is there anything that upsets you emotionally, or do you know how to perfectly contain your emotions? Yeah, I'm pretty straight on that. Like, nothing really gets me anymore. I mean, if the only thing that really like could, but I mean, I've worked on it to the point that it's not really a thing anymore, would be like my ex, you know what I'm saying, when she's giving me drama about my son or whatever. But it's been years, really. Like, I've got that under control as well. Like, I realize when you look at life as an experience of you with yourself, there's no enemies and there's no one that can make you upset. All emotions are temporary, every last one of them. The happy, the mad, the sad, all of it is temporary. And if you analyze what triggered that emotion, just the process of analyzing it alone kind of takes you out of it. So nothing anyone can say can piss me off. You know what I'm saying? If I spend an hour cooking a sweet ass dinner and I drop it all over the floor and it gets all types of shit in it, that sucks. And I might get a spark of anger. That's natural. But I'm not going to sit there and dwell on it and get pissed off. I understand that literally everything happens the way that it's supposed to. Everything, right? Even if I step on a piece of glass and cut my foot and I bleed all over the place, right? Even if, you know what I'm saying, something happens to me, I get hit by a car or I catch a deadly virus and die. Like, it was supposed to happen. There's no accident. So I can't get upset about anything. And I don't hold on to anything so hard that if it gets gripped away from me, I get upset. Like, I can't do that. I know too much to do that. You know what I'm saying? I hope that answers your question, 305 Capricorn. Yeah, the path is sparse. Saturn's Guru says, "Oh, I'm smiling because I know my projection is trying to keep me in the illusion." Exactly. Exactly. It's just like when you are taking medicine to purge yourself of parasites, the parasites act up and you almost seem like the symptoms are getting worse, but it's actually clearing your system. And I'm not comparing anyone to a parasite, but I'm just saying usually things are darker before they get brighter. But our mindset is the thing that carries us through, you know, and being unmoved as much as possible really helps you to see that life is crazy around you. But as long as you stay at peace, nothing can take you out of that peace. You have to choose to come out of peace. Wanda Wisdom says, emotions, emoting, transitory, true. However, Sonia Barrett wrote in her book that emotions are chemically addictive. Thus, some may be addicted to certain feelings. Absolutely. It's addictive to be depressed, right? People who have been depressed for years know that it's comfortable to sink into that state of sadness because that's what we know, right? It's easy. People who get mad easily, it's addictive, for sure, for sure. Straight Panther 79 says, I've been practicing that at work. Think I see my emotional triggers and observe them and let them go. Precisely, right? When you see them, you can start to see people using them against you. It's a leash. You know what I'm saying? It's a chain. And people who know of those chains will yank on them and pull them and try to control you. But yeah, let's continue. Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, yeah. After you have selected your chart surface and mounted it somewhere away from prying eyes, the first thing to do is to place a boundary line along the edges of the chart. Why? Your answer is to invoke the law of limitation, of course. I think at this point I will add some more material. As occult students, you should have some knowledge about the planes. The inner planes are treated somewhat more fully in my book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection. In that book, you were shown how to enter the inner planes and thus become familiar with them firsthand. But until you're familiar yourself with the inner planes, you will have to take my word for it for now. I respectfully suggest that if you do not have the book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, that you get a copy and study it thoroughly. I think this is where I put the bookmark because I immediately went to go buy it. LOL. There is also much ordinary occult knowledge material in there which you will use in your occult work and occult studies for the rest of your life. All my books are written for one purpose only, and that purpose is to help you help yourself. I have said this before, and I may say it again, and I repeat this because I mean it. So placing a border boundary line on your chart surface not only places a physical boundary line mark on your physical chart's border surface, but also places an astral boundary line on the astral plane counterpart of the chart. That's key. That's why, I mean, you can make your vision dream board thing on your phone, but I would suggest against it. I would suggest putting as much physical effort into it as you can. Whether you're going to cut out from magazines, whether you're going to draw it or write it, do it physically and actually put a border around it. I can't show you mine because it has nudity on it, but still, you want to get it physical with paper. I have this Bible verse in here for some reason. 2 Corinthians 10, 4 and 5. For the weapons of our warfare are not fleshly, but powerful divinely for the demolition of strongholds, overthrowing arguments and every high thing lifting itself up against the knowledge of God, and taking captive every thought into the obedience of Christ. Yeah, I think I was using this when I was working with that magical warfare book. Yeah, who do you know that combines Bible verses with Goetia magic, right? Let's continue. Oh, was it buffering? So placing a border boundary line on your chart surface not only places a physical boundary line mark on your physical chart's border surface, but also places an astral boundary line on the astral counterpart of the chart. Everything on the physical plane has a counterpart on the inner planes way up to the top of creation. Now, do you see why you should place a boundary limitation on your work? For example, I'm told that the designs of a rug are all duplicated on the astral plane, and it seems logical that they would if the idea of counterparts is true. Correspondence as above, so below. In Oriental countries where these things are automatically known or sensed, when a rug is designed and woven, breaks are left in the pattern of the rug for any elementals who happen to get into the astral pattern to escape from the design of the rug. That is all I know about it. Why the elementals cannot get out of the design sideways is beyond me. I have heard that they can move only in a straight line. Doesn't make much sense in the absence of positive knowledge. Maybe they are as dumb as I have also heard. It could also be that they're two-dimensional instead of three-dimensional. Just saying. Uppity Unicorn says, I just bought some unicorn pins. I'm wigging out right now that you have them too. Oh yeah. Always on point. Anyhow, placing a boundary line on your chart will limit the boundary of your operations by placing a boundary on the counterparts of the pictures that you put on the chart to express your desires. Remember, your desire pictures are attached to the real physical object things in the inner planes. And this attachment is the basic reason your chart will work and can be used to bring you the things you desire. Know what I mean? After the foregoing preparations are finished, you can then start to search your desire representing pictures material to place on the chart. What you are to look for and look everywhere for are pictures that embody your desires. Pictures that embody your desires. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, pretty easy to understand at this point, right? Where do you find these pictures? Naturally, in our modern civilization, you will find these pictures in magazines, sales pamphlets, brochures, illustrated books, and other similar things. It is fortunate for our search that every well sought after desired thing in this life is represented by some kind of magazine or the trade. Bunny Queen says, I'm considering taking a nap while listening to the rest of this, but that low key is dangerous. Maybe, right? It all depends. For an example, if the things you desire are some special kind of thing, then find the trade magazine for the thing you desire. Let us say, for example, that you are interested in horses, in which case you would secure the trade magazines for horse owners, and in those magazines, you would find pictures of horses, which pictures would embody your desires. What I want to emphasize here now is that it is the search and research that you do to find your basic desires, objects, pictures that assist greatly in influencing your submind to start the inner plane currents forces to working to bring about your desires. Boom. So what does that mean? That means it's not so much the picture itself that you're finding. It's the process of going out to search for these pictures, the process of building this vision board, right? The intent is what it's about. So you even going to seek the magazine and the pictures, on one hand, is actually going to bring them to you, right? And on the other hand, on the inner planes, it's going to get that water churning, right? To bring what it is that you're seeking into fruition. And this is the whole point of the law of manifestation. By your intent and doing it properly, you watching this video with the intent to actually learn how to do this is stirring up the waters within you to start bringing into pass the things that you're trying to get. So when you find a picture or illustration that gives you a thrill, arouses desire in you, then clip it out and fasten it to your chart. I found that the best way to fasten these cutout pieces to the chart was with a small piece of Scotch tape. Use your own personality, imagination, desires, ideas, emotions, and everything, basically you, in making up your chart. Here are a few basic directions you can use on your chart as follows. If you feel like following any of these ideas, you can do so. But if you don't feel like it, then do as you please. You can place at the top of the chart a picture of something inspirational and place at the bottom of the chart a picture of something that expresses thanks. You might, in general, say that big things should go at the top of the chart and smaller things near the bottom of the chart. You might consider the bottom of the chart as nearest the present time and the top of the chart as farthest away from near time. You might consider the left side of the chart as where things might come from and the right side as where things already arrived or near arrival. Now again, I want to say if you don't like any of these ideas, then follow your own ideas as what you feel might be right for you in a special way. Basically, he's saying you can arrange that vision board how you see fit. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want the bottom to designate things that are about to happen quickly and the top to represent things that are going to take longer. If you want it to be things that are coming and things that are already here, things that are more important, less important, whatever. But make sure you're giving a little bit of symbolism to everything. You're personalizing it. You're making it work for you. You feel me? Q Billings. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I'd speak on that, but I'm really not at liberty to give people's business. But man, it's like I'm working 24/7. I'm in people's dreams like you would never believe. And it's always the same three themes. It's either teaching, sex, or the apocalypse, but mostly all three at once. Teaching an apocalypse or sex during the apocalypse. There's even been teaching with sex. But you know, we can speak on that a little bit later. Therefore, select pictures of the things you desire and place them on the chart accordingly, but do remember the sphere of availability. That's key. Now you see why that's key. Also keep in the background of your mind the other creative visualization laws that you have learned about. Now, in the case of the treasure chart, it won't hurt to put on the chart somewhere pictures of fine things, pictures of Cadillacs, Rolls Royces, jewels, fine homes and estates, so that you can have something to look at and admire and arouse your emotional desire for better things and to develop your taste for better things and to get in the habit of thinking of the best things only at all times. It's very key, very key. Thinking of the best things in the world is not going to hurt you as long as you see these things in the correct perspective. So yeah, you can fantasize about yourself being, you know, that rapper or that millionaire or that galaxy devouring unicorn that all of existence is at the mercy of, as long as you put it in context, put it in its place. You know what I'm saying? I know that I'm not going to become any of those things tomorrow, but, I'm on the way to, right? Just as you're on the way to becoming whatever it is that you want. It wouldn't be in your head if it wasn't possible in some way, shape, or form. Call this section your dream section, or a dream boat, or anything that you like, as long as you do understand what it is. Remember that all the finest things in the world can come to you, but they have to come through the laws of the physical plane, usually in exchange for money, which means money comes to you in some way. You see how that works? One thing is certain, these things have to come to you through an increased sphere of availability, but you have to give this increased sphere of availability a chance to grow, time to build up. All right, again, now we're seeing how important understanding the sphere of availability is, right? And also understanding that, yeah, all the nice things in life come with money, but as long as you focus on the sphere of availability and gradually increasing the thing that you want, money's going to come as a byproduct. All right. I've found that everybody sets up this chart differently. So this is the reason I am giving you so much leeway to follow your own personality pattern in these instructions. Buffering. Every day I'm buffering. I'm back. Okay. I think I stopped here. It is the hunting out and the searching of these embodied desires that stir your inner being to activity first. And then it is the constant reviewing of these pictures afterwards that reinforces and steps up inner plane activities to bring you the things you desire. Right? So that's very crucial. It's the actual search that inspires the energy to start moving. And then once you get the pictures in place, you constantly reviewing them. It's like watering the seed that you've planted. You know what I'm saying? Greetings, Michael. How are you? Highlighting backward, bypassing direct input. Hell yeah. Bunny Queen, I can't. I'm cracking the fuck up too much in this live. Every day I'm buffering. All right, let's continue. View the chart every day. In a few weeks' time, you should be able to recall the pictures' images to memory very easily. Once you recall these pictures, you should be able to manipulate them about to suit yourself. Referring again to my book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, the last section of the book is called The Symbol Method of Projection. After you have studied this section, I call to your attention the fact that you can use the same projection method to project yourself into these pictures on your treasure chart. You will find this a curious and rewarding experience. This type of projection can be of great assistance to you in stirring your inner being into greater activity and getting what you want. So check that out. Not only do you create your vision board, but you go ahead and project yourself into it. Have you ever heard of something like that? Bunny Queen says, I found the PDF. I will post it after the live stream. Well, I mean, shit, if y'all want, we might be able to do that one next. Know what I'm saying? Mob Deep and all that. Ophiel has plans to write another book as soon as he can, dealing with the subject of projecting your consciousness into these pictures more fully and in greater detail, but more particularly projecting into those kinds of pictures called talismans. However, talismans are more powerful instruments than those picture symbols you are to use in the treasure chart, and these talismans projections have to be treated differently. Ophiel suggests that you look for this book and get it when it comes out, but in the meanwhile, get Ophiel's other book and study it and use it. This book is The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, which contains much occult dynamite. Ophiel's only object in writing books is to help you and to give you the means of developing your hidden powers for your benefit first, and then when you're all set, to help others. Hence why we have this live stream. Don't worry about Ophiel making too much money from the sale of these books for two reasons. Number one, every cent Ophiel gets from these books goes back into the work. And number two, all the money he could get from the sale of these books would never pay Ophiel for what he has lost and the time he spent in getting ready to be able to write these books. So go to it. I love that. I love that. And I follow that same philosophy. You know what I'm saying? I don't worry about money too much. Number one, because I know that everything works out the way it's supposed to. And just like he says here, every cent that I get from what I do goes back into the work. This is what I do every day. You know what I'm saying? I might take an Xbox break or some shit like that. But most of my time is spent digging into this material and trying my best to articulate what I can to people who want to study it, who are in my sphere of influence. You feel me? So yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. And another thing, I know that this author in particular would be thrilled about this audiobook creation. Even though on Amazon right now this book is listed as $900, that was not his intention. He would not want to sell this book for $900. That's somebody price gouging, somebody trying to get a quick hustle. Ophiel, if you look at all his books, wants nothing more than for people to understand this occult information, and I'm right there with him on that vibration. All right, so appreciate you guys being in this with me for the long haul. You know what I'm saying? It's been 4 hours, it seems like. We still got 47 people watching now, right? I think at the peak we had about 66 or so. So that's pretty damn good for y'all to be on here for 4 hours. Y'all must really take this information seriously. I applaud you, most definitely. And to those of you who have donated, I thank you very much. Like I said, that money goes back into what we're doing here, what we're creating, what we're building here, which we do have some things in the works. Wow, copyright 1967. We are currently on, for those of you who got the PDF, we're almost about to wrap this up. We're almost done here. We're on occult law number 9, the law of emotion. This is chapter 8. All right. So if you don't have the PDF, again, it's in the description. Jeffrey Steck says you're highlighting a $900 book. What's important is the information, not the piece of paper. You feel me? Let's see, checking this out. Bunny Queen says 1 hour break if we do. Chance to charge the phone and digest the first book. Oh, yeah, most definitely. Yeah, suggestions like that are definitely appreciated. We can do that. This is developing as we go. I actually like this. We can make this a regular thing if you guys are interested for that. It helps me because I get to finish the whole book in one sitting. Yeah, Micah, the society page. Yeah. It just went off the free thing today. I have to go back in and set up the domain. If you give me a moment after I finish this video, I'm gonna go back and set up the domain. But it's definitely themagissociety.com. Yeah, it'll be back up shortly. Moblas says worth every minute. Thank you. Straight Panther 79 says appreciate you reading this. Most definitely, my friend. I appreciate you appreciating. Brooke Jemerson says thank you, Travis. You're welcome. Yamaika says here I was wanting a hard copy. Hey, and if you want one just for collection's sake, that's cool. It's the information that's important, right? I think everyone here can confirm as they're reading along with the PDFs that the PDF information is the exact same as this physical book. So, I mean, as long as you're getting the info, you're getting the info. Like I said, I believe that Ophiel would want this info to be out. He's not even around to collect the money. So this is literally somebody hustling. So, yeah. Bunny Queen says physical book don't matter. The information does. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so let's get back to it, shall we? Queen Toddy says, I have been here for all 4 hours taking notes quietly. That's awesome. See, that's what I love, man. I love to see people taking this seriously because, like, I'm so used to people in my personal life not giving a damn. You know what I'm saying? Looking at me like I'm crazy. And they're the same ones panicking over the Rona. But yeah, to see somebody like you taking this seriously, I truly appreciate that. Green Tidy says, I'm down for another reading session tonight if you are. I mean, don't tempt me because I'll be on here all day at night. Some of y'all know I don't sleep. Well, if y'all were in class last time, I kind of couldn't fight it that time. Q Billings, yeah. Post the name of that book in the chat here if you can. Jeffrey Steck says you can always go to a printer with your PDF, and I will make a book of it. I do that a lot. That's a brilliant idea. I need to go ahead and hook this printer up so I can start doing that. Queen Bunny says tap in and pour libations to Ophiel. Fuck it. Hell yeah. And by the way, if you read some of his books, you'll notice that Ophiel is very similar to Travis Magus and LVX777. Ophiel is actually the combination of the man and the angel that is giving him this information. Pretty interesting. Gerald Sombright, laughed my ass off. I deadass went outside and played a basketball game. And you were still on. Yeah, man. Got to do it. Okay, let's get back to this. Whoever's got the PDF, please share the page number that we're on. For the physical copy, it's page 75. All right. Occult law number 9, the law of emotion. The word emotion comes from the same root as the word moving, and emotion is alive. The truth is that there seems to be evidence that an emotion is actually a part of your being, the real you. We can't go too far into psychology here, and I never did fully understand the psychological connection myself, but it does appear that a strong emotion is really a deeply connected part of your ego in some way. For example, if you should have a strong emotion that is repellent to you for some reason, and you reject it, split it off from your personality, and you have a real demon in the background of your mind that is raising Cain with you to get back into with you. Interesting, right? Interesting. Years ago, when I was first studying the occult, there was much glib talk in occult circles about a thing called the dweller on the threshold. Ooh, any of you guys who studied Crowley or, what's his name? I keep forgetting that dude's name. Kenneth Grant or any of those homies. The dweller on the threshold. No one knew what it was exactly, but all spoke of it with bated breath and with great fear. I was never able to find out exactly what it is, and as time passed, I forgot about it and heard no more about it until I started practicing occult works. When I had completed the preliminary work that led up to the writing of this book, The Art and Practice of Astral Projection, I feel like I'm plugging some of my own material. I didn't even write this book. Or did I? I had, by that time, settled many of the conflicts I had welcomed back into me most of the things that I had formerly rejected. Sounds like he's about to start talking about shadow working here. And therefore, when I started to project by the different systems, I encountered no dweller on my threshold. So it's almost as if the dweller on the threshold concept, if you get deep enough into the occult, you're going to have to face your shadow. You're going to have to face him. What do they call him? Karanzan, I think? Those of you who study Thelema and all that stuff, I think that's the Karanzan. But anyways, us working with shadow work now, we deal with that entity so that once we start to advance, that's not something that we have to face because we already faced it. Okay, page 41, says Cassie. Bless asks, are you reading this entire book? I don't know, you tell me. Oh, there were a few things as described in the book. Those noises and various images came to me, but I recognized them for dream projected images, and as soon as I started to work with them, they disappeared, which was when I took them back into me. Although I will admit that I did not recognize them at the time as projections of me, which I had formerly rejected, and I am just now connecting these different things up so I can understand them and their relation to occult work. I cannot give a course in psychology as I am not qualified to do that, nor could I do it long distance in this little book. But in considering this occult law of emotions, I'm getting close to this threshold business. This threshold business is where the emotions come in. Of course, in referring to creative visualization work, I am referring to new emotions and not to the old ones, such as your projected, rejected projections would be. Projected, rejected projections. Homie. Of course, in referring to creative visualization work, I am referring to new emotions and not the old ones, such as your projected, rejected projections would be. I'm concerned here, least the old emotions should interfere with the new emotions. Now, for heaven's sake, don't be suggestible and yield to any suggestions from what I have said so far and be afraid of this work. We probably all have these rejected projections to some degree in our lives. Will you do this? If you feel any deep-seated emotional upheaval when you start to do this work or encounter an upheaval later on, you feel that you cannot handle, then you had better stop occult work and go to a psychologist and ask for assistance, as you might have serious repressions that you are contacting. If you're scared, go to church or go to a psychologist because you might have some deep-seated issues. This does not happen very often, and in fact, I cannot think of a single case that I know of personally, but since there are so many screwballs in the world, always hollering about the dangers of the occult, they're not easy to miss. I would rather warn you this way than say nothing. The whole idea of doing occult work is to clear up or resolve your rejected parts of your personality and get them back into yourself, and then go ahead to greater things. There we go right there. That's the shadow work. So now a lot of you see this phrase being passed around the internet, and no one really tells you what it means, right? But we think that, I'm sure you've got your definition of shadow work. But this is what it's about. The whole idea of doing occult work is to clear up or resolve your rejected parts of your personality and get them back into yourself, and then go ahead to greater things. And this is when you start to realize you don't have any enemies. There's no war going on, right? The war is you coming to terms with yourself, who and what you are and why you are. But you can't tell that to some people because they're still on the level of disharmony. Yamaika says, for what? All a psychologist does is sit there and listen, but you can do that for yourself. Exactly. Or even better, you can pick up a psychology book or a neurolinguistic programming book and, physician heal thyself. But, everyone operates differently. Bunny Queen says, I talk about it almost every day, damn, but the masses don't like the truth. Yeah, the masses weren't, I ain't got to tell you. Masses of asses. Bobby Hemmett said that the masses are good at one thing. I would say two things. He says dying. I would also say consuming. Okay, Q Billings, the book on talismans you have is Secrets of Magical Seals by Anna Riva, a modern grimoire of amulets, charms, symbols, and talismans. I don't have that one, but it sounds interesting. Dying and reproducing, right. But let's get back to it. So, right now, oh my gosh, like this whole book is talking about everything that I've been talking about, from the affirmations to working with the spirits, right? To now we're on the shadow work. Like, it's just called different things. But what you'll start to understand is the occult is wrapped up with certain aspects of mental psychological works. The whole idea of doing occult work is to clear up or resolve your rejected parts of your personality and get them back into yourself, and then go ahead to greater things. As I said before, I don't understand the rejection and was using it, and he would get it in due time, right? That's the method advocated by former teachers. That's what he's saying. And this is one reason why people aren't getting it, because, they're not getting the full process. I'm on page 77 now, if Nida's on here. Probably not. This idea seems to have originally been based upon one of the few genuine portions of the New Testament. The purported Jesus is supposed to have said, whatever things you want, believe that you have them already, and you will have them. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever you desire when you pray, believe you have received them, and you shall have them. That's Mark 11:23. Straight Panther 79 says, sounds like left hand path on Luciferianism. Yeah. Q Billing says, I'm going to post in the Magus Society. Thank you. I'll definitely scoop that up. Right. Jeffrey Steck says, funny to know the first book on NLP is called The Structure of Magic. Somebody knows their Bandler grinder. Oh, where is it? Yeah, I don't feel like digging that out, but I've got that one too. Frogs into Princes, right? Young Snow says, what book is this? Cassie says, you have to have insight to change your mental health, and most people don't have insight. You can't change what you can't acknowledge. That's very true. You cannot change what you cannot acknowledge. That's why when you go to AA, they talk about, the very first step is admitting that you're an alcoholic. How can you help yourself if you can't even admit that there's something to be fixed, something to help, right? Creative Visualization Magic by Ophiel. I guess I could show the cover of the book. That'd be kind of nice, right? Young Snow, there is a link in the description that talks about that gives you the PDF if you're down to read it. 747. What's good up at the unicorn? Doing a reading on some work I just buried at the cemetery while I listen. I see. Bunny Queen, you mean the cover that's on the damn video? Y'all clicked on the video. Fuck yeah, thank you, my dog. You're welcome. Okay, so let's get back to this. All right, so we just talked about how Christ says to us, therefore I say unto you, what things soever you desire, when you pray, believe you have received them, and you shall have them. Straight Panther 79, The Structure of Magic by Richard Bandler. Yes. Very, oh my goodness. Kind of hard to follow, but you start to learn when you start to follow the Bandler and Grinder fellows. I think you were here with us last night when we were reading The Art of War, and I mentioned how sometimes the best way to learn a thing is to go through it, right? The best way to learn how to hustle is to be hustled. The best way to learn internet marketing is to be marketed to. Well, if you try to learn from these masters of NLP, you start to realize that you're being NLP'd, but that makes you come out of being simply responding to everything and helps you get into observing what's going on. But let's get back to this. Bunny Queen, sometimes you have to learn the hard way. Yeah, and in the future, going through things, it becomes fun, right? Knowing that, like when I play video games that I really like, I know that I'm going to suck and it's fun and I enjoy it because I know that I'm also learning and I know that I'm getting better with each loss, right? Whereas some people, they lose, they can't take it. Oh, this game sucks, right? And they don't play it anymore. Life is like that. You have to start out from the bottom. When you join the military, you start out from the low ranks and you got to work yourself up, right? Bunny Queen says, hard head is a soft ass. My mom always used to say that to me in childhood. Precisely. LC, greetings. LC says, I always learn the hard way. Crystal to my skull way. Yeah. Rod the Destroyer, you were actually the first one in chat. Greetings. All right, so let's get back here. Of course, the above directions are greatly simplified and are directed to those who are able to work with the creative visualization laws naturally. You now know from your reading study of this book that there are many other factors laws to be taken into consideration to make creative visualizations work than the use of just one single law. However, these other factor laws you now already know, and knowing them, you can use them all together properly to get the best reinforced use out of all of them. How then do you go about using the emotion technique lawfully? This part properly belongs in the section of practices, but I will include some of it here now and give some more of it in the section later in the section of practices. We can go back to the case of the young Paris rag picker, as the story is the most simple to illustrate the principle, which is the same in all cases. You remember that what the young man first worked for was a small piece of carpet to put on the floor beside his bed to protect his bare feet from the cold stone floor when he got up in the morning. He knew what the cold stone floor felt like, so he did not have to imagine the feel of that. Therefore, from the standing point of the occult law of emotion, as applied to the rag picker, having allowed for all the other laws, the use of the law of emotion would consist, in this simple case, of the young man feeling his feet already protected by the rug under his feet, and allowing that feeling to generate the feeling, emotion of pleasure and satisfaction. I will repeat, the feeling of pleasure of the desire fulfilled is to generate the emotion of happiness and satisfaction. The feeling of pleasure of the desire fulfilled is to generate the emotion of happiness and satisfaction. The feeling of pleasure of the desire fulfilled is to generate the emotion of happiness and satisfaction. Delicious. There is more to this emotion work, however. Let us consider emotion in terms of another kind of an emotion we're all familiar with. Let us consider the emotion called desire. A would-be occult teacher once told me that this word, desire, meant D, which is of, sire, which is father. So the word meant of the father. This is not true. Etymologically speaking, as a glance at the dictionary will show, but the idea is not a bad one to consider. It has been argued that all desires are basic, come from a basic cause, which can be equated with the central divinity idea. To extend this idea further, the basic divinity desires are all good for all, and it implants the desire in all beings to cause them to reach out for this good thing the divinity has already created for all to use and to have. Let's say that again. To extend this idea further, the basic divinity desires all good for all, and it implants the desire in all beings to cause them to reach out for this good thing the divinity has already created for all of us to use and have. Abundance, prosperity. Certainly without desire, we would all do nothing. Gee, that sounds fun, right? I trust you see then that desire is an emotion greatly to be desired, to be cultivated, and developed and practiced. Naturally, the best and proper practice of desire is to link it to something you want. You have ideas all the time as to things you want, circumstances to be brought about, and this is what you have been studying in this book. Use your treasure chart to the limit. Load it with pictures of things you desire and feast your eyes upon them. Everything helps. The sky is the limit. Go to it. You guys liking it? What are you thinking about it? Right. Occult law number 10, the law of the reversal of planes. All right. So it looks like we're getting into the Kabbalah type of energy aspect here. This law of reversal is of some importance, enough that you should know about it. But in actual practice, but in actual practice use, it would do little more than perplex you as you note the effects of reversal as you go through the planes, if you are viewing them clairvoyantly. You might have flashes of this while you are following the other directions as given in this book. In case you do have a clairvoyant flash and notice something like a name or signpost on something, you will notice that the words are reversed as in a mirror. How many of you guys have had lucid dreaming or astral travel and you look at the clock and it's weird, or you look at words and they're backwards and shit like that? So yeah. Wow. Yeah. And that's a little tip also. If you're actively lucid dreaming and projecting, if you work with this law of reversals, you'll understand that to do the opposite in the dream can affect the opposite in the physical plane. But like this book says, in actual practice use, it would do little more than perplex you as you note the effects of reversal. But, we'll try to decipher this and break it down. Never saw a clock astral traveling, says Straight Panther 79. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe you will tonight. Or you will tonight. And then you'll remember it, and then you'll message me in the comments. Okay, in case you do have a clairvoyant flash and notice something like a name or a signpost on something, you'll notice that the words are reversed as in a mirror. This is about the only time you'll notice the reversal, as the scene is not always so clear. A reversed street, for example, looks much like an ordinary street, and it takes some examination to notice the reversal of it, which close examination that you do not usually give a dream scene. And it doesn't even have to just be clocks or words, guys. Like, how many dreams have you had when you were an adult in elementary school, right? Or you were a child in your present life, like a child in your present home or apartment. That's a reversal too. So these symbols can appear in multiple ways. Multiple ways. I'm a Gemini. Last night somebody had a dream of me teaching as twins, right? Let's keep going. Then again, in this clairvoyant flash, you will probably be passing through a plane, and by the time, no time over there, you stop to see why the sign is reversed, you will be through that plane and in the next plane. The words will be right again. Now, the reason for this is, in relation to our plane, the next inner plane is reversed to this one. Then the next inner plane is reversed to that one. And so on down the end of the planes as far as the physical cosmos is concerned. Holographic universe, right? Let's try to keep up with this. I'm going to try to read it without breaking too much, because this takes a little bit of the thought process. Spooky stuff, right? Or to say it in a more simple way, each inner plane is inside out to the other. So right now we're in the physical plane. The very next one is the lower astral. The higher astral starts to reverse again, and that's the one that looks most like this plane. What is coming here is going there. Here's a simple illustration, rather too simple in a way, but try to understand it thoroughly. Let us, for example, say that on our physical plane, we plan to go for a picnic. As you well know, we would start at the beginning here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. We plan the picnic, we buy the food for the picnic, we cook the food, then we prepare it in other ways. We pack the food in baskets, we travel to the picnic grounds, we carry on there all day, and then come back home. Now, if there were such things as picnics on the etheric plane, the plane next to this plane, to go on a picnic, we would come home first, spend the day at the picnic grounds, pack the food in baskets, prepare the food in other ways, we would cook the food, we would buy the food, then we would plan the picnic out in reverse. You see, I can hardly make sense in writing this down, and yet this is the way the plane next to this plane functions. Which is precisely why when you're doing your visualizations, you start at the end. You visualize the end. You visualize how it would feel as if you're already there, right? In the section previous to this one, I told you that in one of the few genuine portions of the New Testament, Jesus is supposed to have said, whatever things you want, believe that you have them already and you will have them. Now, in view of this reversal process, can you see why you start out getting something by feeling that you already have it? By doing your creative visualization work this way, you are working with the laws of the inner planes and not against them. It can be argued that thinking belongs to this lower physical plane, and feeling, motions, belong to the next plane, whatever you're going to name the planes. So now I trust you see how you use thinking and feeling together to get what you want. This is so deep, you can't even see how deep it is. We have now come to the end of the sections devoted to the study of the laws of the art of creative visualization. We now come to the last section of this book. In the first part of this book, I dealt with the subject of creative visualization. Then I introduced 10 different factors, which I said were occult laws and practices that were directly connected with the art of creative visualization. I first outlined these laws and practices and then described them later in greater detail. Although I had said that I would give the practices of these laws in the latter part of the book, I did give some practices in the first part. In order to go further in the use, practices, illustrations of these laws, I am going to have to repeat some of the things I partly covered before. My friends have accused me of repeating myself, and I know that I did repeat myself in my last book. I was sort of expecting the book reviews to say something about it, but they didn't, thank heavens. I can and will say, as I said before, that the occult is a very difficult subject and not foolproof, easy to teach under any circumstances, more especially when the student is working alone, as you are, when working from a book like this. I'm not writing glorious literature that will go down in the history as perfect prose examples for all to read and copy. No. I am writing down very difficult material of a very difficult subject, and I feel that I must put down occult knowledge and occult practices as exactly as it is possible to do, and in as clear a language as it is possible to do. And when I think that the presentation of some obtuse subject point is not too clear the first time when I wrote it down, I repeat the material in another form or another way, on the same way, until I feel fairly certain, that the material is understood and or could be understood by repetitive reading on the part of the student, which is what I expect him to do, and to do as many times as necessary to master it, right? We read these books and we read them again, and each time you read them, you get a deeper interpretation. You feel me? Bunny Queen, yeah, I love how he talks in this book too. I like this guy a lot. I think he's here now helping us to understand his material. Everybody who feels Ophiel in the house say yeah. Yeah. At least, okay, yeah. And to do it as many times as necessary to master it. At least he should do it if he wants to understand and use the occult art in an effective manner for the development of his true inner powers, to help himself through this hard physical life and make this physical life easier for him. Ha. Bunny Queen, you said that made your candle go out. Nice. Tammy Blake, you must have heard what I said about the VW. Passat. Okay. So yeah, the material that I am presenting in this book has never been given out before in this way, to my knowledge. When the outlines of this material were shown to some occult publishers, I was urged to write 3 or 4 books and divide up the material among these books and not give out so much new and valuable material and techniques in one book. They said, "Nah, man, that's too much sauce. That's too much sauce. Dilute it, cut it, break it down. You can get you about 3 or 4 books out of this, man." However, I have much more occult material on hand now than I will ever be able to use in my lifetime. And so you get all of it in this one book, as you always will. I will hold nothing back. I love this guy. I feel the same way. When you live in abundance, there's no need to feel like you have to limit things, at least when it comes to your creativity and your dissemination of art. I will now go over some of the 10 laws again and give additional material and practices. Here we go. The occult law of physical visualization. For those who were not gifted with natural visualization powers, and I was certainly not, the presentation of this law and its practices is a godsend. Certainly the ability to mentally visualize is absolutely necessary for creative visualization, and yet not one teacher that I know of has treated this matter with the importance it deserves, let alone give any directions as to how to develop the visualization ability. I had to work this whole visualization matter out myself from the ground up. I found that there were several ways that your mental image-making capability could be increased. I have developed several different methods of doing this. The second law I called the occult law technique of physical visualization. 1 and 2 laws are very closely related, but I decided to divide them into 2 laws because the whole matter of visualization had never been treated before, and the importance of clear mental pictures never emphasized in this way before. For your first work and practice of mental visualizations, you were given a ritual to learn and practice both mentally and physically. This ritual is very old and very potent when it is done right by a student. I hope you did not neglect your work on that ritual, right? The lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. I gave this to you in the first part of the book so you would have something to be doing while you were studying the rest of this book. If you followed my directions and did the ritual, you should have developed some marked visualization ability by now. The ritual in itself helps to build your visualization capabilities. You should be able to work the whole ritual while seated. That is, you should be able to run over the whole ritual in your mind's imagination, making all the motions and making all the movements back and forth with your imagination. If you haven't done it, then don't get discouraged, but start to do it when you feel like it. Now I'm going to give you some more visualization work practices. On the inside covers of this book, you will find, in outline, 4 symbols. Elsewhere in this book, you will find the same 4 symbols in color. You can cut out these colored symbols and paste them to cardboard for your first work with these symbols. If you get this book secondhand and the colored symbols are gone, you will find directions with the outline symbols as to how to make them with a compass and ruler and ink pen. To keep up your work with these symbols, you should make them yourself, first on paper, then later on parchment. Keep them very private. Keep them protected so that other people will not see them or have a chance to handle them. It should come about as you continue to use your own private symbols that the symbol should increase in power, becoming successfully charged with your magnetism and the magnetism of the forces you invoke. For now, you can use the colored symbols given in the book as visualization objects to develop your visualization ability only and not for the other purposes, the more advanced work. Some additional uses were given for these symbols in my book, Art and Practice of Astral Projection, and I refer you to that book for work of an advanced nature. Use of the symbols for visualization practice development work is as follows. In starting the work each time, I urge you to work the ritual first, probably physically, as you're going to do the other work mentally, and the physical ritual will serve as a good balance exercise. If you have time to do the ritual, do it. If you do not have time to do it, do not do it. But do not feel guilty if you don't do it all the time. Start your work by making yourself comfortable. Use a table and chair of convenient size. You can have some soft music playing, but it should be definitely soft and non-stimulating, soothing and soft. Place the yellow square blue border card, the card of the element Earth, before you with a good light falling on the card from behind if possible. Look at the card quietly. Do not strain or force your eyes in any way, shape, or form. The first day, look at the card for about 3 minutes, and then gradually increase the time up to 5 minutes, but only 1 time a day. If you feel any strain, skip a day or 2. When the time interval is over, close your eyes, and you will see on your inner vision a duplicate image of the symbol on complementary colors. Watch this image quietly and make no mental effort to interfere with it. It will grow strong and then fade away, then reappear again each time weaker. Watch it until it's gone. Do not force any action against the image. Just watch the image fade away. Repeat this work with all the symbols, each in turn for a week each. But do not put any pressure on yourself. After you have done this work for some weeks, then try to bring the image back into your memory, your mind's eye. I am sure you will be pleased to discover that in about 2 or 3 weeks of work, you will be able to bring the images back into your imagination, vision, easily and in color. When you reach this result, you will know that you can visualize properly if you go about it right. All that you have to do is to look at what you want to visualize long enough to get it fixed in your memory. Mm, 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 mm. Goodness. That is not what really happens. You do something quite different than merely learn to recall, visualize just by looking long enough. The looking affects the inner plane forces. But for now, all you have to do is know how to do it. The occult reasons for this belong to advanced work. And part of the reason for that, guys, is that it's not just memorization. You're learning to reconstruct it in your memory, not merely recall it. You're constructing it from scratch. So it's one thing to memorize something and just bring up that memory. But when you're able to reconstruct it literally from nothing, you're using your own essence and spiritual energy. You're becoming God, you're becoming the all, and you're creating something out of nothing. So that's part of what they mean by the advanced work behind that. You can now practice looking at pictures or the real things of things that you want using the same technique as given above. You've been told about treasure charts, and it is in the use of these charts that you can practice your visualization work extensively and profitably. Nothing is truer than the old saying, practice makes perfect, at least here. And my uncle, who was a pastor and very influential, used to say, it's not just practice that makes perfect, it's perfect practice that makes perfect. So really focus on doing it right. New policy. Welcome. Name of book. Can you write the name if I miss it? Maybe. But if you look at the screen, you can read it, and then maybe you can write it. It is also in the description. There's also a link to download it in the description. So let's continue. You can now practice looking at pictures. I said that. Practice makes perfect. Yeah. Now, let us consider the presentation of the concept called the sphere of availability. This concept opened up an entirely new dimension to creative visualization work. Heretofore, the raw assumption of creative visualization was that anything would work if you visualized for it or thought about it long enough and hard enough. And this is true, but with different people, the creative process worked differently. Sometimes it worked one way and sometimes another, but it seemed to work for different people in different ways at different times. New policy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. And hopefully you're able to learn something here that can really enhance your practice. I guess I'll stop being mean. This is Ophiel's The Art and Practice of Getting Material Things Through Creative Visualization. You'll find it in the description, as I said. Ra the Destroyer says, I seen a woman with a snake. I'm assuming that was snake. I've seen a woman with a snake body jump out of a swimming pool. She was as black as night. Dream was so lucid. Now, that symbology brings up a lot of things for me, but it's probably better if you decode those symbols. Yeah, it's better if you decode the meanings of those symbols. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think about the serpent, you think about the fact that it was black, right? And also coming out of a pool, water, the abyss, Leviathan, right? Tiamat, because you said it was female. So we're mostly dealing with, you know, the serpent of chaos, she which everything was created from, you know, also Nuit from Egyptian mythology. Emily Lee says, whoa, there's so much I want to learn about this. It makes me frustrated. Don't be frustrated, because even that negative feeling will start to program this information with negativity because you're getting frustrated when you think about it. Be open and understand that all you got is time, right? And as long as you stay focused on this path, you're gonna learn it. Be easy. You know what I'm saying? Feel exuberant, as cyclomancy says. Feel good. You know what I'm saying? Be happy about this. Be happy that you've been introduced to this, because there was a time before where you knew nothing about this. You feel me? So always find a reason to be in good cheer. You feel me? But don't be frustrated. Don't be upset. Let's keep going. Sometimes it seemed not to work at all. Other times, with some people, there would be long delays. For other people, short time intervals was the rule. Any of us who have tried these methods know what I'm talking about. And yet, for some kind of an explanation for the erratic behavior of the visualization law, there was no one to turn to. The New Thought teachers who used this law considered it blasphemy to question in any way any of the New Thought methods, which attitude made it very hard to get a reasonable analysis of creative visualization and its limitations, or to even work out some kind of an operating technique to explain why, when it did not work. The fact seemed to be that many students found the creative visualization methods did not work for them no matter what they did. You'll also see that nowadays in this occult world, how people are very dogmatic about the occult, right? And they're all like, it must be this way, and anything deviating from what Crowley said is wrong, and you're stupid on top of all that. Try to stay away from these groups, people, because most of the time they don't really have much to offer other than a bunch of funky ass human egos. Go to where the work is. Go to where people are actually trying and experimenting, and where there's not these hard rules telling people what they can and cannot do, right? Places like the Magus Society, I'm just saying. You'll never find me telling anyone that they cannot do something, because everyone's subconscious mind is simply an interpreter, right? And this is all symbols that we're interpreting. So there's literally no wrong answer. But there are patterns that the universe follows. And if you learn to recognize these patterns, you'll begin to see how different things correlate. So the only way that a human's going to tell you you're wrong and you're doing this wrong and you can't do it, that's if you're following a human system. But we're not following human systems. We're working with occult techniques, spiritual technology, right? So let's keep it going. Let's get it started. Even though we're already way past getting it started. Black eyed peas would sound good tonight. Yeah, I got rice. All right, where are we at? There we go. After I discovered the sphere of availability concept, I was able to resolve many of the former difficulties that students had had with creative visualization methods. The simple non-occult answer is that all people are different, and obviously, what works for one does not always work for another. Boom. That's what I just said. People are not mass-produced so that one part of a person fits into another person exactly all the time. And this is more than true of the lives and experiences that make up people's lives. In spite of all the platitudes of the contrary notwithstanding, all men are not created equal. Every man's life and resources are different from all other lives and resources. So this means that each student's approach to securing good results by means of a creative visualization has to be different. We might get much better results with creative visualization methods if we were all as destitute as the Paris rag picker. The Paris rag picker was so destitute that he knew exactly what he wanted because he needed a thing like a small piece of carpet. And starting from the exact need, he was able to build up, step by step, a sphere of availability that, in the end, was able to supply him with a tremendous amount of material things. I hope you will read the above over until you understand it completely. Jeffrey Steck says, the occult world is full of crazy, dumb people. I'll do you one better. The world is full of crazy, dumb people. Raymond L. says, you told me I can't levitate on Tuesdays. Well, brother, what you got to understand is the magnitude or the platitude of the melanin as it activates under the sun's rays when it's adjunct and prejunct under the precinct of the house of Mars on the 12th house of astrology, which represents you and I, my brother. When it comes to Tuesday, ain't gonna be no levitation, no mastication, or no proliferation. Check. Emily Lee says, someone who practiced with magic spirits and summoning demons, what would they be called? They could call them what you want, you know what I'm saying? People call people all kinds of things. You can call it whatever you want. Hotep, my niggas, Hotep. All right, where we at? Where we at? We're almost done with this book, man. Okay. Now, we come to you and I and our work with creative visualization. As we are not the same as the Paris rag picker in matter of our resources, our problem is much greater than his was. He knew exactly where he stood, and we do not know exactly where we stand. Most all of us have something. I said before that most of us were middle class, although there is a lot of argument as to what that means. I mean that we are neither rich nor poor, but all the way from fair off to affluent. If you are normal, then you want to better yourself. That is better your material conditions. To many of us, having only a little is almost as bad as having nothing. Dang. That's like when somebody leaves that little sip of juice in the container. That's worse than someone drinking all the juice. You know what I mean? Or when you drink and you leave just like a little bit, just a sip, like that's enough to piss you off next time you go to grab the bottle. All right, where we at? Yeah, to many of us, having only a little is almost as bad as having nothing. Your problem then is difficult, but it is not insurmountable. Using the information already given to you can restate your present problem in this way. Your present sphere of availability is static. You wish to increase your sphere of availability so that it will grow to supply you with the things that you know, that you now think are necessary for your happiness and physical well-being. So that's much better to do magic to increase your sphere of influence, your sphere of availability. So the problem now restated becomes this. You are to find the exact point in and from which you are to construct, organize your work on your present sphere of availability. And this point is just short of this side of your first desired built up objective. In order to do this, then you must find out exactly how your present sphere of availability stands. You must size up your present sphere of availability in a hard-headed manner and not fool yourself by wishful thinking in any way. That's a very hard thing for regular humans to do, to not fool yourself by wishful thinking. You're going to have to start with your present sphere of availability and build it up to the point where it will supply you with the things that you want. It's like playing these apps and these games where you want to have all the armor and all the powers, but you got to start from the bottom and get all that EXP, all that experience. Before you can start this work, then there are two things that you have to know how to do. The first thing is you have to know exactly what it is you want to do with your life in the future, what you want to happen to you for the rest of your life, at least in a general way, if not an exact way. Try writing it all down as best as you can. Now that you've got this written down, and as you look at it, you are to understand that what you want has to come to you through your sphere of availability. So now you take a long, hard look at your present sphere of availability. So I love this because I don't really do magic for specific things. I kind of do magic for my general lifestyle. And I find that things start to fall into place piece by piece by piece. And I think that's better magic than just focusing all of your energy and effort on one thing, right? One specific thing. It's better to increase your sphere of availability gradually. Because like it said earlier in the book, you're able to handle it, right? All of us can't handle a super fancy, expensive car because the maintenance for it, right? Getting a foreign car means you got to go to a foreign shop to get it looked at. That's an unforeseen issue. But yeah, let's keep going. Your work now becomes so personal that I cannot advise you any more about it. I will have to leave it up to you in your examination to show you where you stand. If you need advice, you can contact me through the address given in this book, and I will attempt to assist you in any way that I can. But first, try and make some kind of appraisal to yourself. Saturn's Guru says, their ego gets the BMW and it becomes their worst financial mistake. Yes. Becomes an object of ruin, right? The thing that you're seeking destroys you. It's crazy how that happens. And earlier, I mentioned to somebody that I wasn't worried about people with ill intentions getting this magic because they're going to manifest what they want and it's going to end up destroying them, right? So this shouldn't be hidden from anyone. This should be available to those who actually want it. And hopefully they go through the shadow work process first so they don't end up fucking themselves over. But yeah, the ego gets the BMW and it becomes the worst financial mistake. That's like someone, like the book called, with a champagne desire but a beer budget. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Here you are. I can give you a few examples as an illustration. Let us say that your appraisal has convinced you that for the immediate time being, your job is your sphere of availability. Obviously, to supply you with the things you have outlined as your desired objects in life, your sphere of availability has to be increased. Make a close examination of your job. I know this is a trite saying, but are you really putting out a good job? Are you doing the very best you can on your job? As long as you have, for the purposes of this example, decided that your job is your present sphere of availability, then improvement of this source supply is the start of your enlargement of your source supply. As I said, your work with your life and your resources now becomes so personal that I cannot treat it further here. Contact me if you need me, and I will help to the best of my ability to do so. Let us now consider the fifth law, the occult law of limitation. Stray Panther 79 says, I'm getting a feel Ophiel wants to be channeled. It's crazy you said that, because I was just thinking that. It's like, damn, this dude keeps repeating this in his books. Oh, yeah. Excellent. If you so get a wild hair, feel free to channel Ophiel, because it seems like he's in our midst here. I feel the presence. Ooh. Saturn's Guru says, this info is in a dimension that they can't see, even if it was stuck up their ass. Most definitely. Alex Cuckoo says, depends. For me, example, I've dreamed of a Mustang since I was 8 years old and got one last year and didn't give me happiness, but boosted the one I've already had a little bit, the accomplishment. Yes. That's manifestation right there for sure. For absolute sure. Bunny Queen says, Ophiel, I say. Oh yeah. Ophiel's hanging out tonight. So let us now consider the fifth law, the occult law of limitation. Some of the practices connected with many of these occult laws are little more than good use of common sense. I'm telling you, common sense has now become a superpower. So congratulations, we are the X-Men. Little more than good use of common sense, coupled with some understanding of the nature of the inner planes. The main idea we all seem to get about the inner planes is that they are free of the limitations of the physical plane, and that is true, but that freedom pertains only to the inner planes. As soon as these forces are grounded onto this plane, they then become subject to this plane's laws, and that is what we want. Some ideas about the actions of the forces of the inner planes can be gained from the following words of an occult writer of the turn of the century. I have in my possession a book written by Arthur Edward Waite, printed in London in 1898. In the opening chapter of his book, Mr. Waite makes the following statement about the inner planes, but in a rather jocular mood. That name may sound familiar to you because he's the mind behind the famous tarot cards, of course, and also the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. But he said, do not take this too seriously. There, in the inner planes, all paradoxes seem to obtain actually. Contradictions logically coexist. The effect is greater than the cause, and the shadow more than the substance. Therein, the visible melts into the unseen. The invisible is manifested openly. Motion from place to place is accomplished without traversing the intervening distance. Matter phases through matter. There, two straight lines may enclose a space. Space is a fourth dimension, and further possibilities move beyond it. Without metaphor and without evasion, the circle is mathematically squared. Their life is prolonged, youth renewed, physical immortality secured. Their earth becomes gold, and gold earth. Their words and wishes possess creative power. Thoughts are things. Desire realizes its object there. The hierarchies of extramundane intelligence are within easy communication. There, the law of continuity is suspended by the interference of the higher law of fantasia. Very interesting. Yamika says, I am the one invoked. Oh, yeah. Talking about the bornless one? Okay, so yeah, basically what he's saying there is that, he's describing a dimension of reality where the impossible is possible suddenly, and the possible is impossible, right? And this is what we get in this astral plane, right? In this fantasy plane. What is Ophiel's sigil? Yeah, I've seen it. It's in here somewhere. Saturn's Guru, it was amazing being in this live. I'm about to do sacred geometry shirtless in the sun in a closed park in Corona. Interesting, right? I saw that picture posted of the city of Corona you have there. Moldvox, are we invoking angels in the chat or evoking? It would be cool if we evoked him and he showed up in the chat. Maybe he is. It's all about your parameters of what evoked and invoked mean. If your definition is tight and rigid, chances are you won't see it. Dang. That's funny. Wait, did I do that? No, it wasn't me. Okay. Hecate Goddess says, what the fuck? This is old English like. Yeah, it is. Because A.E. Waite was this was printed in 1898. And he was one of the guys that started the whole Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. So yeah, it does sound like that. Hecate Goddess, so fancy coming from a Hispanic woman here. Yeah, invocation. Yeah. But yeah, all paradoxes seem to obtain actually contradictions logically coexist. I love it. Let's continue. As I said, Mr. Waite was speaking rather jokingly, but the above statements do give some ideas of the differences that are considered to be so between the inner planes and this one. For the purposes of your work in creative visualization, the main idea for you to remember is that the inner plane forces are not subject to any kind of lower physical plane form of confinement until they are grounded in some way. Once grounded in and on the physical plane, they are then confined and cribbed so you can handle them. KP says following rules in a path where rules are being broken, right? The paradox. Bunny Queen, we're on page 49. Almost said your government, right? We're on page 49 of the PDF. Wow, page 49 of the PDF, but in the physical copy, it's page 94. And we're talking about the reversal of planes. Can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up. Do you see that? Wild and crazy kids. All right, where are we at? 94.49. 94.49, reversal of planes, physical copy, PDF, right? Reversal of planes. You see this, man? You see this shit? Man, where we at, man? Thank y'all for sticking around. We still got 53, 54 people in this chat for 5 hours. Holy shit. You guys are serious business, and this makes me want to continue. I love it. This is awesome. Okay. So the forces have to be grounded, right? For the purposes of your work in creative visualization, the main idea for you is to remember that the inner plane forces are not subject to any kind of lower physical plane form of confinement until they are grounded in some way. That's why when you're making your servitors, you've got to give them a physical body to be focused on. Otherwise, they're just ideas floating around in your head, right? They're just ideas otherwise. Let's continue. In the mental magic type of work you will be doing, in the mental magic type of work you will be doing, you can easily gather the inner plane forces, but they fly off in all directions at once just as easily. However, there is a way you can hold them. For the purposes of the simple work you are doing, It will be sufficient if you can conduct these forces into a form, and the form will be your visualized picture object form. That's how Rough Riders roll. Or, if you will make a declaration before starting your creative visualization work, it will usually be sufficient to bind the forces to the extent of the particular operation you are performing. Try to get into the habit of writing down beforehand what you want to accomplish and put a definite end to each separate section of the work you are doing. Do not run all your creative visualization work together with no end in sight. That's a ritual that will go on forever. It is exhausting. Trust me, you probably don't want to do that. I've been there. Split up your desires work in sections and work to get each section done at a time, completing each section and closing off that section. These procedures will act very effectively as binders of the inner plane forces that you capture for your work. Keep in mind the stories I told you about misers who got money started towards them and then could not spend the money for anything when they got it, not even for food, and ended up starving to death. This is more or less common when a person has creatively visualized for money instead of for things or circumstances, right? We're not doing the ritual for money. You want the thing that the money can provide you with. So it's not going to behoove you to visualize about stacks of money. Better to visualize what the money gets for you. I had a peculiar experience along the lines just recently. I'm writing this material on an IBM executive typewriter. Wow. Do y'all know what a typewriter is? Ever since I was aware of this typewriter, I wanted to own one. I did not do any real visualizing work to get one because my sphere of availability was just about able to supply one. That is, one not from the company, but one not new. So the work I did was to find the best secondhand typewriter that I could for the best price. I worked myself into quite a pitch doing this, and it became a sort of enjoyable game, which is another thing you want to incorporate into your work. Make it fun. Make it fun, not stressful. Don't beat yourself up because it's, difficult. Have fun. I ran across one at a place in Hollywood and I almost bought it, but I didn't quite like it. The price was just over the price I felt I could pay for it. Then I discovered that the woman was not the owner of the machine, but was selling it for a store, for some reason, and I suppose the reason was that as a private party, there would be no question of state sales tax, which they would save. That is, I suppose, this was the reason. The woman, assumingly enough, used some new thought statements like, "You were led here. It must have been for you," etc. After some thought about the matter, I decided to let it go. However, on my next trip to Los Angeles, I did find a splendid typewriter with an extra long carriage, which is what I really wanted, at a price very close to what I had decided I could afford to pay and would buy. Now, however, I still find myself looking at the papers and looking at prices for typewriters and such things, and I still have a feeling of buying a typewriter when I have two now. In my case, the feeling is not too strong, but it is there, and if it ran away with me, it could make trouble. I could end up by going on buying typewriters without needing them. I might even buy some more typewriters at a very good price and then resell them at a profit, which is an acceptable course to follow. So watch out for the continuation of your desire feelings after the desire has been filled. Turn it to something else as quick as you can. Yes, that's very key. And RT, if you're still in the chat, I remember some time ago you asked me about Andras, how I was able to cancel the energy after I'd invoked so much of it. Like, how was I able to get rid of it? And I mentioned how I diffused it into something else. The energy was so concentrated on a certain person. The only way for me to make it stop, right? Because now it was starting to filter over into my personal life. It was starting to affect people that I knew, people that, like I said, had similar name to the target, right? Or people that even had a similar name, like not even their name, a similar name. What I was able to do was redirect that energy toward a different objective, a different goal. I directed it towards something else and made it so broad and so wide, a concept instead of a person, that it kind of dissipated. So yeah, that's very crucial right there. Watch out for the continuation of your desire feelings after the desire has been fulfilled. Turn it to something else as quick as you can. Okay, let us consider the occult law of binding. This seems to be a popular one. Our whole physical cosmos is governed by polarity and much more than we realize. In fact, being able to realize the polarity of the physical cosmos and being able to recognize it is an art of illumination. For heaven's sake, look about you from now on and take the dual nature of the universe into account. For heaven's sake, remember that what goes up must come down. It takes a well developed man to recognize polarity, and a still more well developed man to take advantage of it. Even such a mundane thing as the stock market shows this effect very clearly. When the stock market goes up, the less developed man is attracted by that effect and is drawn into the raising market. And when the market goes down, he is deeply discouraged by that fact and gets out. The people follow effects and do not note the causes. That is a common pandemic in the human race. The people follow effects and not note the cause. I'm seeing a reflection of a lot of the 7 Hermetic principles in this work, by the way. I cannot remember the name of the very rich man who said frankly that the reason he was so wealthy was that he bought when everyone was selling and sold when everyone was buying. I think that's Napoleon Hill that said that. Of course, no one believed him and went on just as they were doing. The point of all this is that all forces that influence the physical plane are dual. They have 2 sides to them. Every force that you contact to do work for you has this double-sidedness to it. And when you contact the force, you contact both sides at once. Now, although you may get the force to work for you for some time, the way you want it to work, the time will come sooner or later when the opposite side of the force will take over and you will, by its reversal, lose all that you have gained. And that when you least expect it. Now, how may you protect yourself from this reversal effect due to the dual nature of all forces? In your creative visualization work, it will probably be sufficient if, keeping the dual nature of all forces in mind, you add, when you write down, your limitation statement. A further statement, something like this. I also desire that the object of this particular creative visualization work, having been attained, that no reversal take place, but that the opposing force of the force that I am invoking be bound, and that I possess the object gained as long as I can use it profitably and successfully. It might be well to also make the statement to the effect that I am to possess the object gained until it can be replaced with a better object. Most any statement like that will act as a binding. So boom, that's an example for your binding when you're doing your workings or your rituals, when you're bringing down a certain energy, when you're cultivating a certain energy in your life, right? I'm doing this ritual for this specific thing, and I will have this thing and use this thing until I'm able to receive a better version of that thing. Warren Buffett, Jeffrey Steck, possibly. Almost any statement like the above will be all right to use as long as you use it with common sense and mean it. It is not the possible powerlessness of any binding action that you might take that makes the trouble, but it is the ignorance of the existence of the reaction of dual forces, or that all forces are dual, that makes the trouble. One of the most outstanding cases I have ever heard of concerning ignorance of this dual nature of forces is the case of Miss Eddy, the discoverer and founder of the Christian Science Church, to whom every believer in metaphysics must be grateful to for her pioneer work along these lines. It has been said that during the latter years of Miss Eddy's life, she suffered from strange attacks at night times, during which she suffered acutely with great distress. No one has ever diagnosed these attacks correctly. Miss Eddy referred to them as malicious animal magnetism. I feel rather certain that these strange attacks were due to the other side of the forces she invoked and taught others to invoke without binding the other side of the force. Which leads me to think about, the priests, right, who take a vow of celibacy and don't marry, yet get in trouble for their sexual acts, right? Every man has that essence in him, and if it isn't binded properly, or if it isn't directed properly, it's going to manifest in something else. Usually when you see the word malicious animal magnetism, it has sexual connotations to it. Animal magnetism. But yeah, without binding the other side of the force. Everything points to that being true. The malicious animal magnetism could have been the unbound side of the force called divine love, which she invoked so much. What do you think the opposite side of divine love is, right? What is the other side of it? Animal lust, maybe? I mean no disrespect to Miss Eddie, and I do not want to start any argument about this. I regard Miss Eddie with the great respect, and I give her full credit for the great work she accomplished. Yeah, man, and you'll see those videos, those Christian videos about, how to stop masturbating or how to get over lust. And most of those videos are so ineffective because they're not addressing this point. People that view lust as a sin, like, that's so counterproductive, because sexual attraction it's a human thing. You literally cannot get rid of it unless you cut off the organs that produce those hormones. So it has to be dealt with. To tell somebody that they're going to be punished for dealing with it, you're setting yourself up for failure. But I got over that while I was a Christian, so thankfully I didn't develop any crazy ass complexes. Who thinks you're actually going to go to hell because you desire to have sex? Why would God give you that if he was going to punish you for it? That's crazy. Left of Bang, Modvox. Yeah, that's a great book. What is the context for you typing that? I wonder. But yeah, let's get back to it. The occult law of the barrier. Words and emotions are the twin tools that you use in creative visualization work. Words and emotions. Like KP, you're in the chat, I see you. This is what we were talking about the other night. Basically, words and the memory that you attach to it, the feeling you attach to it, right? The emotions you attach to the word, that predicates our entire existence. We got these words and what we feel about them, right? Brother Panic uses Hotep in a certain way, and you got all these others that use Namaste and Hotep and all that shit. 4%. Girl, you better plug that thing in. All right, but yeah, we're almost at the end. Where we at? The occult law of the barrier. Words and emotions are the twin tools that you use in creative visualization work. You should be well equipped in words and well equipped in emotions for creative visualization work. However, if you have only a few words at your command, that is still all right, as long as those few words are connected with strong emotions. It is the strong emotions that do the inner plane work, and not so much words. Bingo. So it's not just the words, it's the feeling behind those words. A strong emotion of desire is very necessary for this work. A strong emotion for desire is very necessary in this work. Remember, desire is an energy, and desire can be directed towards anything, right? Yeah, speaking of energy, let's all send our desire to Bunny Queen surviving on her 4%. 72 likes. Many people are afraid to allow themselves to feel strong emotions of desire, and yet it is desire that is the driving force of our lives. Without desire, we are nothing. Many people, when they lose their desire to live, actually lie down and die without more ado about it. Damn, son. Yeah, let's get some lightning bolt emojis in the chat for Bunny. Let's see if she can convert those emojis into battery energy. And tell me if your percentage goes up to 9%. Wink, wink. KP asks, so when trying to change that emotion, how do you know the right emotion is being used? You know what I mean? Yeah, so a good way to tell that it's working is what type of effect is it producing, right? What type of effect is it producing? That's how you know whether it's the right thing. Does the effect line up with your intention? And if it doesn't produce any effect, then maybe, you're not really, maybe it's not going. Maybe you take a look at your intention basically, and also be patient. And also, like I always say, analyze your parameters. What is your definition for correct, for right? It goes a million ways. Queen Toddy, thank you. Straight Panther, thank you. Bunny Queen, you got it. Ethereus Knox, Brooke Jimerson, Mo Blah, you got all kind of energy being sent your way. There we go. The battery sigil. Check it out, man. These emojis are like modern day hieroglyphics. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, let's continue. In the use of the next law, use desire for all it's worth. If you feel your emotional desire should be whipped up a bit, then, as long as you recognize it for what it is, do a little daydreaming in connection with your treasure chart. Find pictures that give you a thrill and play on and intensify that thrill. Oh no. Is it loading? Yeah, that iPhone's got some serious battery weakness. Is it buffering? Looks like it's buffering. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. The occult law of the treasure chart. One pretty good occult teacher I know of teaches that you should construct dramas of events that you want to take place. You can use this device very well in connection with the pictures that you put on your treasure chart. Arrange the pictures so that they tell some kind of story. Use your ingenuity to construct a sequence of picture stories which will bring about the desired thing or circumstances that you desire. Do not be too concerned with gaps in the pictures, but supply your own imagination bridges to cross the gaps. The main idea is to whip up your desire, emotions, so that they produce an effect on your subconsciousness. Energy. So yeah, that reminds me of being a kid and playing with the toys and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, we would create dramas with the toys to evoke emotions and get them out of our system. As kids, you'll find that oftentimes when they play, they're just playing out things that they've seen, or even piecing together different aspects of things that they've seen. And the reverse happens as we're adults. Use that creativity. KP asks, so is that basically what hypnotists do when they snap their fingers and sometimes say the feeling is now doubled? Yes, because your belief in what they're doing and that action, that spark, you're convinced. Because really, all the power is within you. All the hypnotist is doing is convincing you that the power is activated. World Dominator, greetings. Greetings. Welcome. Okay. In carrying out these dreams, let yourself go. Make the characters in the pictures say and do what you want them to do. I've been practicing this lately. It's amazing. Because when you're drawing these pictures or you cutting them out and putting them together, it's like you're bringing to life your wildest fantasies, your greatest visions, everything that you want, and nothing is stopping you. There's no limits. You're able to enjoy your heaven on earth, right? That's powerful because you get to, even if it's just in your imagination, you get to enjoy that for just a moment. That's generating a certain type of energy and feeling, right? And just cultivating that energy on a day-to-day basis, you are bound to start to attract that to yourself. Everyone's doing this, right? The rest of the world, they're fantasizing and daydreaming and cultivating this fear based on this epidemic. They're living, they're stewing in it, they're seeping in it, they're churning and burning and fantasizing about this apocalypse scenario and being surprised why they feel so awful. Interesting, Bunny Queen. I'd love to hear more about that. So yeah, what goes on in your mind is just as valid as what actually happens in the physical world. Why? Because both your fantasy and both your reality generate an internal emotion, right? It causes an actual change. If you sit there and fantasize about a certain thing long enough, it's going to cause a physical change, right? And you don't have to go too far to prove this to yourself. Stray Panther 79 says, yes, lots of members in the Rubber Glove Army. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Red Ribbon Army for those Dragon Ball Z fans. Yeah, can't do much for those people. Let them live in their separate reality. All right, so let yourself go. Make the characters in the pictures do and say what you want them to. However, you had better not picture actual persons that you know doing these things. Real persons are apt to feel your work, and the feeling will set up currents of opposition to your proposals. So that is very key when we talk about using these goetic spirits to influence other people. Because when you put so much concentrated effort and emotion towards an actual specific person, they do feel it. They might not be able to explain what's going on, but they absolutely feel it. Have no doubt about it. Sometimes if they're not going along with your plans, they're going to put up a resistance. You feel me? And that may cause you to think that what you're doing isn't working. So, I mean, there's many ways to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? We got an issue of patience. We have other subtle ways, just be aware is what I'm saying. Moldvox says hieroglyphics were used so that the Egyptians could more easily project telepathic ideas. I can absolutely see it. And who knows, maybe that's why we are getting more and more telepathic as the days go, especially dealing with the emojis and whatnot. Work only with imaginary persons and imaginary pictures of things, or real pictures of things, but imaginary persons or pictures of persons. And also, what you can do with this, just to take it a step further for the advanced, is generalization. For example, if you want to affect a certain type of people, you could get pictures of a certain type of person who fit that demographic and do your ritual that way. And in affecting the whole of the type of person, you might end up affecting the person that you're targeting just, from the side, if you get what I mean. Let's continue. What you are doing is working with the counterparts of the real things, and you can have a large degree of control over the counterparts that you cannot get over the real persons and or things. I had prepared a lesson on the subject of how to control or influence a job, lodge, town, small city, county, corporation, company, or things like that. If you will write me at the address given in this book, I will try to keep the lessons on hand as well as other lessons on vital subjects. Now we're talking about psionics. If you really want to learn about that, I would highly recommend books written by Charles Cosimano. We've talked about psionics before, but yeah, you can most certainly influence jobs, lodges, towns, cities, counties, corporations, companies, people, astrological constellations. There is no limit. So yeah. The counterparts are far more easier to control than the physical things they represent, and much can be done in working with them. So do not work with real people, as it can be very unsatisfactory in results. Not that it is wicked, just unsatisfactory. Yeah, definitely unsatisfactory, because what I've seen is that it might take way longer than you're willing to be in the battle for. We're talking years here. So depending on how serious you want that thing. Yeah, it might be better to go general than it is to go specific. So a lot of people ask, what demon can I get to convince this girl to go out with me? You're probably better off trying to influence the opposite sex as a whole to send the best possible candidate towards you versus trying to influence a particular person. Because unless you're willing to sit down and fully concentrate all your time on influencing this one person for a very long and consistent point in time, right? You should change your mind about what it is you think you want. The occult law of emotions. As is usual in this work, the occult law of emotions goes on over to the next law to come, the reversal law. All these laws are pretty well connected, and especially when we get out into these fine-spun distinctions as we are doing now. Here's another definition of emotion. An emotion is a thing that is the nature of nowness. There can be no such thing as a future emotions. All emotions are now. Whoa, think about that. All emotions are now. There's no such thing as a future emotion. You feel anger now. You feel lust now. You feel sadness now. You don't feel it tomorrow. You can have an emotion about a thing that you think might come to you in the future, but the emotion you have is right now. You cannot think of an emotion without having it. The previous reasoning is the basis for working with emotions. Another way you can look at it is this. As the next plane to this is reversed to this one, you can regard it as a sort of mirror, and you can see in that mirror the things that you already want. Suppose you come up to that plane as you do a mirror on this plane, and you hold up something that you want that plane mirror in your imagination. Well, there is the thing you want visible, that reversed inner plane mirror, on the reversed inner plane mirror. And being as it exists there now, by your work of visualizing it there, the means of its existence on that inner plane had to come into being too, just had to. Or you could not even see it in your mind, picture, imagination there. Picture it reversed. Therefore, by your creation of the imagination image, you brought the means of its existence into being too. And the reason you can do this is because of the reversed nature of the plane next to this plane above. Now look, if you do not get too far off the beam by daydreaming, you can, in fantasy, trace back a possible line of creation to the mirrored object. And then, when you get back far enough, attempt to link that fantasy line with your sphere of availability. And that's what I was talking about as far as making a goal and backtracking, right? Working backwards, visualizing the steps to make this thing possible. Again with the mirrors, says Bunny Queen. Yes, indeed. Yo, what PDF page we on? I lost my place again. Girl, you so worried about battery charging and... Oh, goodness. Here we go. You can try this. I guess it won't hurt as long as you keep your perspective. Use any sort of thinking, feeling, fantasy, daydreaming, planning, researching, whatever it is that suits your nature. Feel free to experiment all you please and do it freely, keeping in mind that you are daydreaming and you know it. But remember that back of it all lies your sphere of availability and reality. Don't feel constricted on how you experiment. Wow, 11%. Check that out. Page 52. Thank you, Queen Tati. I got 2 phones, one for the listen and one for the read. I see that. Bunny Queen says I got 2 phones. I'm listening on one, reading the PDF on the other. See, guys, teamwork makes the dream work. But yeah, feel free to experiment. There's no limit to how or what you do, right? I'm telling you, I don't want to get too personal, but you can use any activity to practice your magic. You can do it while you're cooking food. You know what I'm saying? While you're taking your walk, while you're playing your video games. There's no line to be drawn that says this is magical, this is not magical. Aha. Queen Tati says I was just singing that, right? You probably sent it to me. Raymond L says been listening while out and about with my partner. Awesome. Thank you for hanging in there with us. 5 hours strong and long. Okay. Here at this point, we could go off the deep end and start talking about atoms, elemental forces. Are things really real? Is this even your real phone number? What does real really mean? And so on. But we must be practical. You can say that the intense emotions that you generate throws out streamers of drawing force that draws the thing desired to you. Your possession, and this must be true because you usually get the thing that you emote for. Of course, in this day and age of multiplied manufacturing processes, we actually do not have to get one certain thing. A duplicate of that thing will surely do. So try to keep this idea in mind. Leave it open. But one thing is certain. You do have to have the desire, which in turn created the emotion created by the desire. Oh, goodness. Raymond says, y'all should be donating to Travis Mage's Cash App or something. This is work. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Saturn's Guru says, wow, still live. You're now Father Panic. Look, I set out to finish this book and I got to do it. You know what I'm saying? Bunny Queen says, we about to pull a 10-hour lecture break panic record. Hopefully we can get this wrapped up pretty soon because I was not trying to make it this long. But I mean, it's an audio book, so what do you expect, right? Better to read this book in 6 hours than 6 months, right? Better to sit here going in and dipping in and out. At least by knocking it all out, you can say that we accomplished it and you're understanding parts of it. So you can always flip back to it and pull out certain things. Mobla says marathon. Yeah, it builds endurance. But like I said, I appreciate you guys for still being here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are in this thing, listening, taking notes, reading along. That to me is amazing. That energizes me. Like, why would I stop and give up when there's 60 people right now who are still listening, taking notes, and wanting to understand that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you guys are the heroes here, are the champions here. That's how I see it. Reversal of planes, you feel me? Okay. Actually, the way I'm stating this is all wrong. The way it sounds is that you do not work on your sphere of availability unless you want something and then you turn it on. That is wrong. I did not mean to give that idea at all. Your life should be planned, growth of your sphere of availability with all in order and no wild side trips, as I seem to be advocating. In fact, so natural should be your building up of your sphere of availability become that you sort of forget about it as you go about doing it. That's key. That is key. That is key. All these people that pop up suddenly and they want to use a goetic spirit just to get one thing and then that, bounce after that, not even pay much attention to it, not develop it, not go deeper into it. Of course, it's not really going to work for you. Of course, things are going to start to fall apart because you're not even dedicating the time or the effort. But to make this a lifestyle, what does that mean when people say, oh, this is a lifestyle for me. Magic is a lifestyle. Spirituality is a lifestyle. That means every move you make, every thought that you think, every word that you speak, every piece of food that you eat and water that you drink is lined up in accordance with your spiritual evolution, with your growth, with your understanding, with know thyself. And when you live that way, naturally, your sphere of availability is starting to grow. I mean, look at all the synchronicity that's happening. Look at all the things that fall into your life. It's because you're on the path. As long as you're on the path, your sphere of availability starts to expand naturally and gradually. Because your intention is, I want to know. You're putting that desire energy, right? Because we all have that desire energy. It's universal. It's what keeps us alive. But you're focusing your desire energy on the desire to know thyself. And that creates an infinite loop of life because know thyself is infinite. You can set your desire to a car, but that's finite. You can set your desire for sex with another person, but that's finite. You can send your desire energy to a status position or becoming a celebrity, but that's finite. When you set your desire to something infinite, it feeds itself like the Ouroboros. Here we go. Remember, I again repeat, the object of your life should be to build up your sphere of availability so that it can bring you the things you want, and what you want should be what you set your goal for. And to set your goal, you should do some long thinking and planning. If what you want is of the Rolls Royce type of thing, then you should remember that to get Rolls Royces, you must have a Rolls Royce type of sphere of availability. And until you do have that, you won't get the car. However, there is one positive thing you can say, and that is this. Through successive steps of building properly and correctly and perfectly, and a few other things, you can build up your sphere of availability so that you can reach the Rolls-Royce type of sphere of availability supply base. I do not think anyone will argue against that. Oh my goodness, we have reached the absolute final chapter. Again, I thank y'all for riding with me to the end. What does the Bible say? It says, he that endureth to the end will be saved. That says a lot about people who are able to endure, to see it through, right? A lot of people start this path and they fall off. Very few of us stay to see it through. We're the winners. We are the winners. We're the victorious. Because think of all the gems you picked up during this whole thing. You literally just read a book today. I mean, we're almost done, but you can say that to yourself. I'm just checking the comments here. Queen Tati says, we got a lot rewriting to do for this lecture. Yeah. Stray Panther 79 says, not really taking notes, but there are certain chapters I want to review on my own. Hell yeah. At least take notes of the chapter or the page or whatever. Money Queen says, eat, sleep, breathe this to this day. To this day. I agree. Very much so. Every breath I take, every move I make, down to my caloric intake, is the element of an experiment. Hell yeah, that's another thing. Everything I do is a continuing experiment. For real, for real. What would happen if I adjusted this or that, right? Take notes, compare results. Saturn's Guru says, interesting synchronicity there. My given name is Arar, and I used to get mocked by people saying how you... Oh, interesting. Aurora. Yeah, interesting. Ben Gosling, wow, you still live? You still live, dude? No, this is a recording. Troll face. Oh, Aurora is such a beautiful name, says Emily Lee. That's sweet. We in the club, popping bottles. 3 in the morning, don't stop. We in the club, popping bottles. And if them haters wanna stop it, nigga, we don't give a damn about it. An unreleased Travis Majors track from 2006. Maybe I'll put it up to make fun of myself. Gerald Sombright says, yo, Trav, you're a great dude, man. Thank you for this. I appreciate that. Wanda Wisdom says, Trav, will you break this live up into parts 1, 2, and so forth? I don't think so. I mean, once it's done, it's automatic. You know what I'm saying? And I'm almost done, so it's almost done. Wanda Wisdom cites, I have a lot of energy. I'm a Gemini. Naomi Campbell said to Wendy Williams, Travis, your stamina and perusing aloud today. Stellar. Duo. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, all right, let's get back because we're almost done. This is the last chapter. And yeah, like I said, you guys can say that we have accomplished the reading of this book. I'm trying to stay on my book a day, like Ty Lopez. Ty Lopez, do y'all know who that guy is? Don't Google him or YouTube him because his ads are going to start popping up on your feed all the time. Almost like a cancer, right? Okay, let's finish. L'envoi and finality. I am reading over these pages for the last time before they go to the printer, when, from then on, changes will be hard to make. Small changes, yes. Large changes, no. I wonder, did I leave anything out? What obvious thing more should I have said? It may come to me in the dead of night. I hope I got it all, and more does not come. Well, I can't think of anything more to say right now. For one thing, I could have written better prose. But if I don't stop sometime, I find I can go on endlessly improving the words and sentences, revising endlessly. And if I did that, I don't know when I would ever get through with a book at all. I will cover Hedge Up again for myself by saying, as I said in my first book, I'm not trying to write glorious prose literature that will carry my name down in history as an author. I will never be a great writer author. No, I'm only writing this to get down basic occult knowledge and basic occult workings directions. And that on a very difficult subject, perhaps the most difficult subject in the whole world, the subject of man and his powers, and how to use them to protect himself from the hurts of the physical plane. Certainly, this is a subject to stagger anyone's ability and confidence as to know, for sure, just how to handle properly and correctly, much less to teach properly. I do this writing job not to help myself, not to help you, but to teach you, to help yourself. I have been expecting to be accused of writing too few pages on such a large subject. I must admit that I did not pad out the pages of the book, nor did I pad out the pages of the first book to make the books larger. Please note that the paper is quite thin, and that there are more words on a page than is usual in books, especially the older books, which a thicker paper was used and a different kind of ink had to be absorbed by that paper. I tried very hard to go right to the core heart of the occult and, in as simple language as possible, explain the basic knowledge of the art of getting material things through creative visualization. I then laid out the tools of the trade, followed by as practical working directions of using the tools as possible. I tried to keep things clear and to the point, not going too much into rapturous new thought gush about divine love, etc., as against cold intellectualism, neither extreme of which will get us anywhere. Remember, I said before, you got to be in between the love and light and in between the dark side, nigga. You got to be in between. I wrote for the earnest average student person so he could understand the material and use it. So for heaven's sake and your own sake, learn the art of creative visualization and use it. Ophiel welcomes correspondence from those who are interested in the subject of this book and other occult subjects. Ophiel will answer your letters and answer your questions as quickly as he can. Some of the answers may consist of printed material, but Ophiel will always attempt to add a personal note. Ophiel does ask that everyone sending in a letter enclose $1 if you can afford it. If you cannot afford it, then write, by all means, but state you cannot donate. Foreign money can be accepted. All monies go for expenses, believe me. None of it is spent in riotous living, never fear. Y'all all right? Plans have been made to open an occult mystery school to teach the occult arts, probably in Los Angeles or on the internet. This school will teach the occult arts freely and hold back nothing, nor will any silly oaths be required of the students. Students will be free to use the occult knowledge they gain in any way they choose. The first instructions to be given out will be strictly self-help, self-development, self-attainment, mental magic, entirely for the betterment of the student in all ways. And for those who need it, I do mean purse-wise first. And there you have it, guys. My entire philosophy. Surprise. The reincarnation of Ophiel. Gotcha. No, but I really do believe wholly in that right there. In time, other magic subjects will be added, such as correspondence magic, sympathetic magic, natural magic, and finally, ritual magic, and variations of all these kinds, etc. Announcement. It was announced previously that a book would be offered containing an extraordinary, simple, easy-to-use system of divination, not fortune-telling, which was called the Oracle of Fortuna. However, this book seemed to arouse so little interest that I put it aside for the time being. I am unable to account for this lack of interest, and the only thing I can think of is that there are so many fake fortune-telling systems in the world that the Oracle of Fortuna was considered just another one of them. Damn. Since then, I've tested the Oracle of Fortuna more thoroughly for all kinds of test questions work. I have found it so good that I am unable to take advantage of its powers due to the fact that I have never been able before to obtain advanced information about events and circumstances, and I do not know how to use such information to best advantage. And this is something I've never heard said about any fortune-telling device. However, unless more people express an interest in the book, I cannot put it out. I would appreciate hearing from you about your ideas as to what I should do with the Oracle of Fortuna. Dynamite announcement. Oh shit. Everyone is clairvoyant to some degree. What? Clairvoyance is one of man's basic powers, one of the natural powers of all men. Increased proper controlled use of clairvoyance can be of great help to your daily life. However, clairvoyance alone will not solve all your problems. No single development of any one occult power can do that. You should develop all your powers as fast as you can find out about them, and then they must be used in connection with your physical powers, now largely unknown and not understood. In fact, the biggest obstacle to the easy use of clairvoyance is not becoming clairvoyant or getting new information through clairvoyance, but it's interpreting clairvoyant information and knowledge and then to accept the evidence information so given or so obtained, right? You get the information and then you got to use it. Once these two hurdles are passed, you should find through the use of clairvoyance your life straightening out in a marvelous way and circumstances also working out in the way you desire. Ophiel has started work on a book to be called The Art and Practice of Clairvoyance. That one's really expensive too. In this book, Ophiel will go back to first principles, as he always does, and build upon the mechanics of the art of clairvoyance from them. If you're interested in this forthcoming book, your inquiry can hasten its printing and presentation. Hermes, Pan are the names of the two god forces who rule the earth plane. I bid you to look to them for guidance upon your earth journey. According to the teaching of the Kabbalah system, they represent the highest god on the earth physical plane, right? Pan, Baphomet. And as something very interesting, I will reveal the original unicorn was not a horse, but a goat. A little something to think about there. And this is a message from Ophiel. Thank you, Ophiel. Addenda. As this book, my second book, approaches the final stages of being printed, there arises the opportunity of adding a few more pages, and I hereby do so. First of all, I have an apology to make for the delay in the appearance of this book. This book was ready 3 years ago, and had actually gone to the printer when a series of happenings occurred, which effectively prevented its appearance at the time. The first thing that happened was the passing of my mother. Her death left a mess of problems which were not solved for several years, and this, unfortunately, took my mind off of occult work, which is, as you know, very exacting and demanding, and is especially for me. The second thing that happened was the deflection of a trusted coworker who, during my absence, removed many books and prepared lessons and tried to set up a school for himself using a name similar to mine, and until this was known, receiving my mail and much money sent therein. Damn. And that shit still happens today. That's crazy. He failed, naturally, but not until he caused me much embarrassment in many ways, and also with the post office to whom people complained instead of writing to me direct, which subject will be treated later on in this addenda. A natural question you could ask at this point is, why didn't the forces of the occult warn of the impending trouble? And the answer is, the occult forces did give plenty of warning out, but due to lack of application to simple rudiments of attention, the warnings at the time passed me by. So for those of you who are asking similar questions, it's not that you're not getting the message, it's that you're not receiving the message. And by the way, Pan is not evil. Baphomet is not evil. These things are ideas and concepts. They can't be evil or good. Evil or good exists in human action, the world of human action. So to call an idea evil or good, you know, that wouldn't be the best way to describe energy, right? Electricity is not evil. It's not good either. It's just electricity. The essence of Pan or Baphomet is just Pan or Baphomet. We're almost finished here. Please read the following carefully as the announced policy is now in force. If you have any cause or think you have for complaint against Ophiel, lessons, money sent, whatnot, then write your complaint to Ophiel direct and wait for an answer. Ophiel might be out of town or away on occult business and magic investigations in other countries, Mexico, Africa, England, which covens connections, etc. You'll receive an answer sooner or later. Ophiel, as worldly goods goes, is rich and has no need to steal any money from you or anyone else and does not do so. Therefore, anyone making a complaint to the post office about Ophiel will be taken care of if correct, but will then be cut off from all future occult communication of any kind with Ophiel, and whatever other psychic measures are necessary will be taken to adjust matters all around accordingly. Ooh. And Bunny Queen, relax. There's no need to be so aggressive to people. We don't know where other people's level is. So, you don't have to be so aggressive. That would, inciting negative emotions in another person will add to the hindrance of them understanding. So, Golden Lady, please don't be upset. Any of you who had made previous contact with several organizational attempts by Ophiel, please recontact him again, and you'll receive full credit for previous donations in any future setup. A word as to letters. Air mail type mail is, of course, the best kind of postal service. Occasionally, you may use special delivery if you feel the need to. However, do not use registered letter mail service, as many times it takes much longer to reach me than any other kind of mail service. The occult is the first and last great unknown. The basic phenomena of the occult are open to two kinds of studies. Work. The first, discovery, and the second, application, right? The study and the practice. Discovery and application. First, the discovery of powers. And second, discovery of application of these powers. So look, as we go along, you will start to develop, you will discover that your powers do exist. But as soon as you realize them, you need to put them to work. You need to be on your science project and applying them in your real life. That's how you begin to learn more. Don't worry about being perfect. Just keep going. We will devote ourselves to these twin occult works, study and practice, to the best of our ability for the rest of our life, and that you should benefit, it is our only wish. Ophiel. Page 111. Additional note for students. A moving change has been made to the Los Angeles from San Francisco address. Ophiel, 1123 North Suites, West Hollywood, California 90069. The phone number is also listed under Edward C. Peach in the Los Angeles phone book. Please enclose a self-addressed stamped envelope with all your letters, as it will speed up my answer to your letters. Ophiel expects to establish an occult mystery school at this address. All those who are interested in study with Ophiel, please inquire at this address. The test of a God book should be, does it work, or is it just chatter? The book's written by Ophiel. So, congratulations, you guys. We did it. Treat yourself to an ice cream sandwich or something like that. I'm gonna go eat myself a big ass bowl of Lucky Charms with unicorns in it. For real. For real. I think it's pretty interesting. One of the ways that I learned to find these books are not only Bobby Hemmett or Brother Panic's lectures, but also when you go into some of these books, all right, see, this is Basic Magic, for example. When you go into the back where it says bibliography, if you really love the book, check out what inspired them to write that book. You feel me? And you'll find back here in Basic Magic, the book that, is the LVX777 Bible, Right here at the top in the bibliography, you see Franz Bart, Initiation to Hermetics. Damn. Right? You see Libra Chaos. Right? You see Libra Null the Psychonaut. Damn. You see the Magician. Damn. You see Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Damn. Right? You see Ophiel, the art and practice of getting material things through creative visualization. You see the art and practice of the occult. Right? And the reason is, it is from those books that he got inspiration from these books, or from this book came this book. So what I like to do is I like to dig deeper, right? I like to see if I find a piece of fruit that I like, I try to get to the root and see what inspired it, right? Now, apparently Ophiel wrote this book. It wouldn't be a bad idea to check out the bibliography and see what inspired him to write this book. It doesn't look like there is one. So this could be regarded as source material. But he does mention this book, right? So yeah. I think we're good. Queen Tati says, best 5 hours. I learned a lot. Thanks for doing this. Thank you, my super trooper. You hung in here from the beginning, taking notes. You about to have some deep revelation. For real, for real. 305 Capricorn, I'm about to make a drink, LOL. Hell yeah, you deserve it. Celebration. We did this. This was class, right? We all hung in here. KP says, gang, gang, gang. Excellent. This is wonderful. I think earlier someone was talking about Baphomet. I'm just scrolling back up so I can see that. Sex and celibacy. Previous episodes. Travel, you break this up in life. Okay, I already saw that stuff. Just going down some more. Y'all all right? We are the champions, my friend. Bunny Queen, interesting. Didn't we find this book for $900 and we found it for free, right? We'll keep on fighting to the end. No auto-tune, right? Ben Gosling says, why so, Tammy? Oh, well, you know. Moldvox says, so I can be with Nuit in a warm astral sky. That sounds pretty pleasant. Benjamin Cole says, I missed a lot. It's all good, bro. This is gonna be up on the channel so you can rewatch it. Basically, we went through that book and pretty much dissected it as we went and pointed out a few key things, highlighted some stuff. So hopefully you're able to take notes or read along with the PDF, which is in the description. Golden Lady says, please, please, let's use our knowledge for the wholeness and balance of us all. If that's what you want to do, go ahead. Bunny Queen says, was that a demon yelling in the background? Well, honestly, Hooters, which just opened up in our city, has gone out of business. So my roommate is friends with all the girls, and they're all upstairs, being drunk and loud, as girls do. Travis, how real are runes? Scars, you get me. Well, you know, it depends on what you mean by real. You can touch them, you can feel them and smell them. We will have that PDF too. Hell yeah. Baphomet, Pan is evil. No, he's not. Yes, he is. I like what you said here, Moldvox. Yeah, we can have a better world if we conquer our own emotions, minds, etc. Very good reading, Trav. Thank you. Let's all make good use of it. Love all. Yes. We make this world better by improving ourselves. No other way. Our only duty and mission and job is to know thyself. Everything else is masturbation, is distraction, is a waste of time. Who got the Ouija board? You know, I've never owned one of those. I've never even touched one of those. All right, so tonight in the astral realm, we're gonna hang out with Ophiel. So I hope y'all are ready. Stray Panther says I'm gonna treat myself to a beer. Hell yeah. I just reached my 1-year anniversary of sobriety, so I'm going to continue not doing that. By all means, enjoy your existence, because it's meant to be enjoyed, honestly. All right, so what do y'all want to see? What do y'all want to do next time? This art of astral projection, I mean, that could be a good one if you want. You know what I'm saying? It's really up to y'all. There are other books that we can do. For some of the other ones that might be longer than this, I'd recommend breaking it up into multiple videos. But I'd even love to do the first part of Dharana Darshan, because you know, that goes deeply into meditation, and that could be something very useful to people right now. Also, guys, be aware, with the Magus Society, we're doing this movie night thing every Tuesday. So if you're in the group, go ahead and vote on which movie you want to see. I think the choices are They Live, Cloud Atlas, Interstellar, and Glass. Go to themagussociety.com. The domain is loading right now, so you might not be able to access it right away, but just give it a minute. It should be up later on tonight. Themagussociety.com is absolutely free. Join up. We can hang out. If I do like some exclusive type of thing, you'll know about it there and not so much here. But yeah, check that out. Movie night, we have this app where pretty much we can watch the movie and have this chat going on along the side. It was pretty fun last time we did Doctor Strange. That was pretty cool. So if that's something that you're interested in, by all means, please come on and do that. 13 Keys says basic magic. Anybody got the PDF of that joint? I don't think one exists. I think Raymond has one, but I think he got the physicals. Yeah, he got the physical. That's it. Yeah, I don't think the PDF. Okay, yeah. So he says he does have it. All right. Good night, KP. Thanks all for coming. Thanks all for coming. As far as the next time, I'm not really sure. What app did we watch the movie from? It was from Cast, K-A-S-T. We're thinking about maybe doing Discord next time. I'm not sure, but it was Cast, K-A-S-T. All right, so yeah, I appreciate you guys coming. That was pretty damn awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you learned a lot. I hope you took notes. I hope you got the PDF for your future reference. If not, you can go pay $900 on Amazon for the book. That'd be awesome. But yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Had a lot of fun because I like to do this for fun. I know I'm a nerd, but you know, probably won't be doing this tomorrow because you know, I might actually sleep. But yeah, I'll try to give you an advance notice. Might even be Monday. It might be Monday, so just keep your eye out. Love you guys. Love you guys. This is great. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. And as always, peace.